If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 201. Hey, kid, are you really that strong? Zaraki Kenpeki looked at Fang Mo with a hint of puzzlement. Why can't I sense any spiritual pressure from you? If I throw a punch, you might die. Seeing Zaraki Kenpeki before him, Fang Mo sighed and silently withdrew the watermelon into his storage space. It seems that he wouldn't be able to leave without a fight. Tell me, how do you want to die? Ha ha ha. Hearing Fang Mo's words, Zaraki Kenpeki wasn't angry. Instead, he burst into laughter. Yachiru hasn't laughed this joyfully in a long time. Seeing Kenpeki laughing, Yachiru Kuzujishi also seemed delighted. Great, it seems like she can have a good time today. I'm really looking forward to it. Zaraki Kenpeki laughed heartily and ripped open his shirt. Come on, let me see your strength. With all your talk about killing me with one punch, show me what you've got. Aim right here, and don't hold back. Seeing this familiar scene, Fang Mo couldn't help but hold his forehead. Such a suicidal move. What's the matter? Don't want to make a move. At this moment, a formidable spiritual pressure surged from Zaraki Kenpeki. Perhaps it was because of this pressure, but he seemed incredibly confident. It's not that I'm underestimating you. It's just a free hit. No big deal. I just want to see some interesting attack techniques. Otherwise, if the battle ends too quickly, that would be such a pity. Alright, alright. After hearing Zaraki Kenpeki's words, Fang Mo shook his head and then made a punching gesture. Then stand still, and don't move. Come. Zaraki Kenpeki said, laughing loudly. The people of the Soul Society are really weird. Fang Mo shrugged. Every single one of you is begging me to hit you with full force. That's just ridiculous. As he spoke, Fang Mo took a step forward. His right arm swung, and his fist was instantly covered by a pitch-black spherical force field. A serious punch. As Fang Mo threw the punch, the space it passed through distorted slightly. Seeing this, Zaraki Kenpeki's face changed drastically. He had thought Fang Mo would unleash spiritual pressure and slash him with a blade. However, until now, there was no trace of spiritual pressure from Fang Mo, but his fist was enveloped by a strange black sphere. Zaraki Kenpeki's beast-like intuition was ringing alarm bells. Every cell in his body seemed to be warning him that he absolutely couldn't take this attack head-on. Almost reflexively, Zaraki Kenpeki's body followed its instincts. He sharply dodged to the side, and Fang Mo's fist grazed past him. The force field then slowly contracted and disappeared. Zaraki Kenpeki looked at Fang Mo, his eyebrows furrowed in confusion. To be honest, Zaraki Kenpeki still didn't understand what that black sphere on Fang Mo's fist was, but his body had reacted on its own, and he felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. At that moment, Fang Mo spoke up. Weak. Fang Mo shook his fist and said, this Kenpeki is so weak, he doesn't even dare to take a punch and still calls himself brave. Although I don't know what's going on, there seemed to be something off with your attack. Kenpeki Zaraki, although he dodged the attack, showed no sign of embarrassment or loss of face. Instead, he continued to laugh, but now it seems clear to me. You don't fight with spiritual power, do you? How interesting. I didn't expect to encounter an opponent like you. Enough talk, let's get to the fight. After saying this, without waiting for Fang Mo to react, he immediately drew his blade and charged. It's undeniable that Zaraki's speed is quite fast, much faster than some other characters mentioned, to the extent that one couldn't even hear the sound of his bell. Yet, Fang Mo easily tracked his movements. Despite seeing this, Fang Mo had no intention of dodging and simply stood still. Zaraki didn't overthink it, but with a sinister smile, he swung his sword. However, with a ding, his blade got stuck on Fang Mo's shoulder without even cutting the clothing. Zaraki was a bit surprised at this. Is that it? Fang Mo taunted, your full-strength attack couldn't break my defense. Is that all you've got? If you're only at this level, I might as well leave. Interesting. Instead of getting angry, Zaraki got even more excited. Steel-like skin similar to the hollows? Good, this means you're tougher to cut. Let me enjoy this for a while. Yes, as the first reckless warrior of the Siritii, Zaraki didn't overthink. If one slash doesn't work, he'd try two, and if two slashes don't work, he'd go for three. Eventually, he believed he could turn any opponent into mincemeat. But would Fang Mo just stand there and let him? Of course not. If Zaraki is a battle maniac, then isn't Fang Mo a PvP player? So, when Zaraki swung his blade again, Fang Mo made his move. Instead of drawing a special golden sword, Fang Mo simply drew his broadsword, and it collided with Zaraki's Zanpakuto. A massive gust of wind swept past, instantly shattering the nearby building. Another character, Yachiru Kuzujishi, had already flash-stepped away from the battlefield, so she wasn't injured. The next moment, Fang Mo delivered a kick to Zaraki's stomach, sending him flying. As Fang Mo raised his hand, a magma ball several stories high flew straight at Zaraki. Even though he was kicked away, Zaraki reacted, slashing the magma ball into two halves in mid-air. Suddenly, a great force pulled him uncontrollably towards Fang Mo. But Zaraki wasn't afraid, instead laughing loudly, holding his Zanpakuto with both hands, a vast golden spiritual pressure emanating from him and gathering on the blade. Fang Mo noticed Zaraki's state. At this point in time, Zaraki hadn't unlocked certain powers. His two-handed sword technique was a skill granted by the captain commander, and he was going all out. Great, you go easy on Ichigo Kurosaki but use both hands against me. Fang Mo couldn't help but comment, gripping his own sword, preparing to go head-to-head with Zaraki. With his current health and the revival effect from a special amulet, similar to a totem of undying, Fang Mo believed he was unbeatable. Only by defeating Zaraki head-on could he truly win against the battle maniac. In the next moment, the two stood face to face. Neither Zaraki nor Fang Mo had any intention of dodging. Zaraki Kenpei sneered and swung his Zanpakuto downward, unleashing a massive golden spiritual pressure like a tidal wave that instantly engulfed Fang Mo. Simultaneously, Fang Mo raised his sword and thrust it forward, the door-sized blade piercing straight through Zaraki Kenpei's chest. Afterward, they both remained motionless in that position. Fang Mo glanced at the two hearts that had been taken from Steve and then at the serrated Zanpakuto embedded in his shoulder, revealing a faint smile. You broke my defense, impressive. Compared to Fang Mo's minor injury, the sight of Zaraki Kenpei was more terrifying. A door-thick purple blade was lodged in his chest. Blood was spurting out continuously. Such a wound would have been fatal to anyone else, but despite being covered in blood, Zaraki Kenpei showed no sign of falling. On the contrary, he sneered, eager to pull out the blade and continue the fight. Perhaps reveling in the thrill of battle, an even more potent spiritual pressure surged from him. Hey? You still want to fight? However, Fang Mo had no desire to continue the brawl. At that moment, the void ring flashed with a purple light, activating Shinra Tensei, sending Zaraki Kenpei flying. Immediately after, Fang Mo raised his hand, and Zaraki Kenpei abruptly halted in mid-air. Chibaku Tensei. The ground began to tremble, and the surrounding buildings, ground, and rocks all flew towards Zaraki Kenpei, wrapping him in a massive stone sphere. The sphere then crashed to the ground, causing a deafening noise. It felt as if even the nearby Repentance Palace was shaken by it. After the battle, Yachiru Kuzujishi, who was watching from a distance, flash-stepped over. Looking at the massive stone sphere, she commented, "Oh dear, Kenny is completely silent." She then turned to Fang Mo and bowed, "Thank you. Kenny really enjoyed the fight." "It's not enjoyed the fight, it's enjoyed getting beaten," Fang Mo shrugged. "You're definitely not using a Shinigami's power." Yachiru Kuzujishi didn't argue, just tilting her head curiously, "It's somewhat like Kido, but not quite. Can you tell me what power that is?" "Which one are you referring to?" Fang Mo pointed to the Chibaku Tensei, "This one." "Yes." Yachiru nodded. "Understand pain, feel the pain, that is the power of God." Fang Mo proclaimed, spreading his arms wide, "From this moment on, let this place feel pain." Yachiru blinked in confusion, looking entirely baffled. After a while, she seemed to snap out of it but had no desire to continue the conversation. She promptly reminded him, "Ichigo seems to have run off. He went to the Repentance Palace. There's a strong spiritual pressure there." Damn! Preoccupied with showing off, Fang Mo only realized upon the reminder that Ichigo Kurosaki had disappeared. He then flash-stepped towards the Repentance Palace. By the time Fang Mo arrived at the Repentance Palace, Ichigo Kurosaki started fighting again. His opponent was still a captain-level strongman, and also Ichigo's archenemy, the sixth captain of the Godei 13, who is also one of the four great nobles of the Soul Society and the head of the Kukaki family, Byakuya Kokaki. Of course, the current battle hasn't heated up yet. They clashed a few times, and Byakuya didn't even use his initial release. He just used Flash Step and Kido a couple of times. According to the original plot, Ichigo Kurosaki never defeated Kenpei Zaraki. The two of them were even, with Yachiroku Uzujishi taking Kenpei away and Yoruichi Shihaoran taking Ichigo away. Both went to heal their wounds. After a long time, Ichigo woke up and suddenly felt Byakuya's spiritual pressure in the Repentance Palace. He hurried over, and another kind captain was trying to mediate, so they didn't really start fighting. However, because of Fang Mo's appearance, Ichigo directly skipped the fight with Kenpei, and Byakuya appeared in the Repentance Palace out of nowhere. Due to the butterfly effect, the plot is somewhat messed up. Given the current situation, Ichigo might not be able to defeat Byakuya. But Ichigo is the protagonist, and as we all know, protagonists in shounen anime always come through, so Fang Mo is not worried about him. Rather than worrying about him, Fang Mo is more concerned about Yoruichi's whereabouts. After all, as mentioned before, if left field Komamura, the big Shiba Inu, can be tamed, maybe Yoruichi, the little black cat, can be tamed too. Wouldn't it be delightful to pet her? Therefore, Fang Mo did not show up immediately. Instead, he hid quietly and began observing his surroundings through a small map's bioradar. This is the Repentance Palace, built with a lot of materials like sekizeki, so besides guards and prisoners, few people come here. Not only people, but even animals and insects are rare. That's why the bioradar detected very few entities. Soon, he saw a chibi black cat icon on the small map. Oh, she's really nearby. Seeing the black cat icon on the small map, Fang Mo's eyes lit up. It seems that Yoruichi is indeed following Ichigo, ready to save him if he's in danger. Speaking of Ichigo, the battle below began to escalate. Do you know the difference between us? Byakuya slowly raised his Zanpakuto. It's the rank. Next, I will let you witness the gap between us. Scatter, Senbonzakura. After saying that, Byakuya's Zanpakuto turned into countless petals. What? Ichigo was a bit surprised. Clearly, these petals were Byakuya's initial release, but how should he defend against it? As Ichigo was stunned, countless petals flew towards him. These petals, which look delicate, are actually numerous sharp blades. This is the true nature of Senbonzakura, turning a sword into countless petal-like blades to attack the enemy. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Ichigo, pulling him out of the range of Senbonzakura's attack. Is it you? Byakuya looked at the sudden appearance of this person with slight surprise, the former head of the stealth force, who betrayed the Soul Society 100 years ago. Yoruichi from the Shihaoran family. Nani? Ichigo was also confused. He turned to look at this unfamiliar woman. He didn't recognize her, but the name Byakuya mentioned. Yoruichi from the Shihaoran family? Is this woman Mr. Yoruichi? What the heck? But at this moment, not only Ichigo was confused. In fact, Fang Mo, not far away, was also dumbfounded because just now, a system prompt sounded in his mind. System prompt, new module feature detected. Research to obtain download permission. Chapter 202, Steve Chapter 201. Upon hearing the system prompt sound in his mind. To be honest, Fang Mo was also stunned. He glanced at Kokaki Byakuya, then at Yoruichi Shihaoran who was confronting him not far away, completely puzzled about who triggered this new module. Because when the module was just activated, Kokaki Byakuya was in the middle of releasing his abilities. And Yoruichi Shihaoran quickly came over to save someone, pulling Ichigo Kurosaki back a few steps, so strictly speaking, either of them could have triggered it. Personally, for Fang Mo, he hoped that this module was triggered by Yoruichi Shihaoran. After all, Yoruichi Shihaoran can turn into a cat. Theoretically speaking, if she triggered the module, maybe this module could unlock something like Monster Girl transformation. Of course, it's also possible that it was a module unlocked by Kokaki Byakuya. Speaking of Kokaki Byakuya, he truly is a legendary figure, the real show-off king in the Soul Reaper world. He's one of the earliest captains to appear in the original story, and many of his battles feel like he instantly defeats his opponents. He even dares to instantly defeat the protagonist. All his skills and weapons are for show, like Shunpo, Senbonzakura, Hakuti Iken, and Ika Senjinka, to name a few. No wonder he's considered noble. When he shows off, he doesn't even blink an eye. This superiority is deeply ingrained in him. While Fang Mo was thinking about these things, the atmosphere on the battlefield below became increasingly tense. The early Confronting Byakuya was notoriously indifferent. Even if he knew Yoruichi Shihaoran from the past, he would raise his hand and try to capture both of them. Yoruichi Shihaoran had been trying to mediate, but Ichigo Kurosaki didn't understand the current situation at all and was still provoking Confronting Byakuya, trying to continue the fight. After all, Ichigo Kurosaki isn't from the Soul Society and doesn't understand the intricacies. In his mind, it's simple, Confronting Byakuya is the final boss. Once he defeats him, he'd essentially clear the challenge, break into the Repentance Palace, rescue Rukia and then return to the living world. Really, such a naive kid. Confronting Byakuya clearly did not intend to continue arguing, thinking that doing so would only make him seem less respectable. So he raised his hand and said, "In that case, I'll take both of you down together." "Quite confident, aren't you, little Byakuya?" Upon hearing this, Shihaoran Yoruichi laughed. "You really think you can catch up to me? In our past games of hide and seek, you never won once. That's all in the past." Confronting Byakuya's expression remained unchanged, and he calmly replied, "Now, we'll see." Shihaoran Yoruichi frowned slightly, thinking that Byakuya had become more and more indifferent. But as she was pondering, suddenly, from not far away, there came strange footsteps. Considering that both Kurosaki Ichigo and Confronting Byakuya were releasing immense spiritual pressures at that moment, no ordinary person could even come close. Therefore, upon hearing the footsteps, everyone instinctively turned their heads. They then saw a peculiar man. He had black hair and carried a sword as large as a door plank, casually walking towards them. Upon seeing this person, both Confronting Byakuya and Yoruichi were taken aback. Only Kurosaki Ichigo seemed a bit excited upon recognizing him. To him, since this mysterious gentleman was Urahara Kisuke's friend, he surely would be on his side. And with Mr. Yoruichi, or perhaps Ms. Yoruichi, and himself, they would undoubtedly outnumber Confronting Byakuya. Moreover, this man, Fang Mo, had previously fought with Zaraki Kenpeki. Ichigo wasn't aware of the outcome of that battle, but seeing Fang Mo appearing unscathed now, it was evident that Zaraki Kenpeki lost. And Ichigo knew very well how powerful Zaraki Kenpeki was. If even Zaraki Kenpeki, a monster, couldn't defeat Fang Mo, how could they lose in a 3 versus 1? This round seemed to be in their favor. However, just as Kurosaki Ichigo sighed in relief, Shihaoran Yoruichi suddenly asked, "Who are you?" At that moment, Shihaoran Yoruichi's expression was incredibly serious. It seemed all her muscles were tense, her center of gravity slightly lowered, as if she was about to make a move at any second. Another side's Confronting Byakuya didn't speak, but a hint of deep caution flashed in his eyes. "Hey!" Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was taken aback. Wasn't Fang Mo on his side? "Yoruichi. Miss Yoruichi, don't you know him?" Due to the surprise, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but turn to Yoruichi and ask, "He said he was looking for you earlier. Aren't you two friends?" "No, I don't know him." Yoruichi Shihaoran's brows furrowed deeply. "What?" Kurosaki Ichigo was completely shocked. "It's over." He originally thought it would be 3 against 1. The strongest fighter is not on his side. This is troublesome. He celebrated too early. "You." As for Confronting Byakuya on the other side, he finally spoke up, "Were you the one who just defeated Zaraki Kenpeki? Who are you?" However, to Confronting Byakuya's surprise, Fang Mo completely ignored him. Instead, he took out a foxtail from somewhere and started shaking it, making a meow 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 sound to Yoruichi. In an instant, all 3 present were stunned. After seeing this, both Kurosaki Ichigo and Confronting Byakuya turned their heads towards Yoruichi Shihaoran with peculiar expressions, clearly asking with their eyes if she knew this person. Yoruichi Shihaoran was even more confused. Who the hell is this? However, just as everyone was puzzled, Fang Mo started speaking again, good. I like dealing with people of this skin tone. Who are you?" Hearing this, Yoruichi Shihaoran finally couldn't help but speak, "We don't know each other, right?" "You're Yoruichi, right?" Fang Mo seemed very familiar and said with a smile, "Urahara Kisuke told me about you leading this time. But I've never seen you." Let me introduce myself. My name is Fang Mo, the Fang is in square, and Mo as in ink. They call me the walking troublemaker, the breaker of the heavens, and the great demon of joy. Hey! After hearing this, Yoruichi Shihaoran was dumbfounded. She indeed didn't know Fang Mo, and Yura Harakisuk never told her that someone else would join this operation. But to be honest, Yura Harakisuk is always mysterious and definitely has many secrets. He knows too many people. Even Yoruichi Shihaoran might not be aware of all of them. So someone peculiar like Fang Mo could really be his friend. However, the problem is, the way this person appeared is just too eerie. If he really was a friend of Urahara Kisuk would have mentioned before leaving that there would be others involved in this operation. But Kisuk didn't mention anything at all. Others might not know her purpose of this trip, but Yoruichi is clear about it. Her mission isn't just to save Rukia Kukaki. More importantly, it's to thwart Eisen's scheme. After all, the mysterious order to execute Rukia in Central 46 is strange, since the Hogyaku is hidden within Rukia. Both Yoruichi and Kisuk suspect a conspiracy behind this. Infiltrating the Soul Society is a severe crime. If Kisuk had sought outside help, he would have definitely informed her. But Kisuk said nothing, so this guy might not really be on their side. With this thought, Yoruichi became alert. You said you know Urahara Kisuk? Yoruichi directly asked, what is your relationship with him? Why have I never heard him mention you? Because I'm always causing trouble. He doesn't want to be associated with me, Fang Mo replied with a smirk. Would you associate with someone who constantly bothers you? Just because of a small slip of the tongue, he's been holding a grudge against me. What can I do? It's frustrating. What did you say wrong? Yoruichi asked curiously. I got his cat pregnant, Fang Mo spread his hands. Of course. It's definitely not mine. I had a male cat at the time. You understand, right? But he wasn't happy about it. I told him, if you're not convinced, let's have a duel. Let's use your Benihime. Anyway, because of a trivial mistake, he stopped talking to me. You did it on purpose, right? Yoruichi couldn't help but comment. That's ancient history, Fang Mo shrugged. Back then, he was a pure-hearted boy. But now he's become a creepy middle-aged mage. Time flies. Yoruichi looked at Fang Mo, clearly not fully believing him. However, just as she was about to speak, a cold voice sounded from nearby. Bakudo number 61, Rikuya Koro. With that, 6 beams of yellow light appeared, trapping Fang Mo in the center. Shortly after, Byakuya Kukaki slowly approached. No matter if you know each other, you're still intruders. Byakuya said indifferently, if you're intruders, then I'll capture you both. That's a nice move. Fang Mo didn't seem scared at all. He looked at the 6 petal-shaped beams of light on him and happily said to Ichigo Kurosaki, Ichigo, don't I look like a little daisy? As he spoke, a white light illuminated around Fang Mo. With the activation of a custom power named Steve, a huge yellow petal appeared around his neck. Fang Mo then smiled at Ichigo, from now on, please call me Mr. Flowy. Ichigo didn't know how to react, thinking that this guy really seemed troublesome. However, Byakuya didn't care. Instinctively sensing Fang Mo as a major trouble, he immediately raised his Zanpakuto, Scatter, Senbonzakura. Chapter 203, Steve Chapter 202. Scatter, Senbonzakura. With Byakuya Kukaki's initial release command, the katana in his hand instantly turned into countless cherry blossoms. Ah, the sakura in my hometown is blooming again. It's a pity that Chendazuo can't go back. Seeing this, Fang Mo also sighed deeply, pretending to be profound. However, before he could say anything else, there was a sudden system notification sound. System notification, new module feature detected, research to obtain download permissions. Hearing this system notification, Fang Mo was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately felt a sense of loss. Darn! Fang Mo muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, the petals of Senbonzakura floated towards him. Fang Mo was already annoyed about the module, so much so that he didn't even bother to dodge, allowing the petals to glide over him. Of course, it has been said before that these Senbonzakura only look like petals. In reality, they are made up of countless tiny blades. It is only because of the refraction of light that they appear like cherry blossoms. however. How should it be put? Now, Fang Mo had legitimately layered himself with 3 layers of armor, including both metal and protective plating. His defense was so strong it was almost ridiculous. Even someone like Zaraki Kenpeki would find it hard to break his defense. Byakuya's tiny blades seemed a bit laughable in comparison. Countless petals grazed Fang Mo's body, not even sparking a bit. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Byakuya was indeed a bit surprised. He seemed to take another look at Fang Mo, steel skin. What exactly are you? Can't you speak normally? Fang Mo immediately retorted, just because your weapon can't hurt me, you start a verbal fight. Do you think I'm afraid of that? Byakuya didn't continue speaking. To him, Fang Mo only resisted his initial release, nothing too extraordinary. So he raised his hand and said, Heido number 33, Skatsui. As he spoke, a blue shockwave suddenly flew towards Fang Mo. What the heck is this? Just like before, when he slapped away the useless flame, Fang Mo disdainfully raised his hand, deflecting the shockwave. The unstable blue energy exploded on a skyscraper next to the Palace of Repentance, causing a loud noise. It's worth mentioning that since Fang Mo was previously bound by the 6-meter light prison, the moment he raised his hand now, he also broke free from it. The pale yellow energy petals burst open, turning into countless specks of light and disappearing. I see. Byakuya Kokaki, after all, is the forced king. Even at this moment, he is not overly surprised, but calmly says, I probably know how you defeated Captain Kenpeki. It seems you are not ordinary. You dare insult me again. Fang Mo shouted, and directly threw the sword in his hand at Byakuya Kokaki. With great power backing it, the door-like heavy sword instantly turned into a streak of purple light. Its speed was so fast that it exceeded the limit of what the human retina could observe. Byakuya Kokaki only felt a chill sweep over him and instinctively used a flash step to dodge to the side. The next second, the pie knife pierced through Byakuya Kokaki's afterimage and flew directly towards the buildings behind him. It instantly pierced through several buildings, and then a gust of wind blew. Only then did the sound of the blade rubbing against the air reach. So fast! Upon seeing this, even Yoruichi Shihaoran was somewhat shocked. After dodging Fang Mo's attack, Byakuya Kokaki's expression became more serious. He stared at Fang Mo and said, such formidable power and a tough exterior. Ordinary people indeed are not your match. As Byakuya Kokaki spoke, he lifted his Zanpakuto and pointed it at the ground. However, it's a pity that your opponent is me. And now, I've been allowed to fully release my Zanpakuto. So, you will soon fall. Having said this, Byakuya Kokaki let go, and his Zanpakuto dropped. But the sword did not stick into the ground. Instead, it sank into the ground like it was entering water, causing ripples. Then, 2 rows of gigantic blades, resembling palace beams, emerged from the ground behind him and turned into cherry blossoms in the next second. Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. With Byakuya Kokaki's words, these cherry blossoms surged towards Fang Mo like waves. Yoruichi Shihaoran's expression changed slightly. Without taking the time to explain anything, she activated her flash step, taking Ichigo Kurosaki with her and quickly fled. Damn it, don't run! Fang Mo noticed Yoruichi's actions and shouted at her. But in the time it took to say that, Fang Mo was engulfed by the ocean of cherry blossoms. Countless blades indiscriminately sliced through everything, turning the entire ground into dust in an instant. But the very next second, the ocean formed by the cherry blossoms suddenly exploded. Damn it! Unharmed, Fang Mo emerged from the sea of flowers and almost instantly rushed to the face of Kokaki Byakuya, throwing a punch in fury. Can you not keep sticking that damn tiny blade into my pants? Kokaki Byakuya looked horrified and subconsciously wanted to use Shunpo, a high-speed movement technique, to escape. However, Fang Mo's speed was too fast. Even though Byakuya was proficient in Shunpo, he found it hard to dodge in time. He took a solid punch to the chest, causing a cracking sound, and a dent appeared on his chest. He flew straight back as if he was shot out of a cannon. As mentioned earlier, a punch from Fang Mo could make a hole in a spaceship. Even if Kokaki Byakuya's spiritual pressure was dense, and the highly concentrated spirit particles protected his body like armor, taking that hit still stunned him. He smashed into the Repentance Palace behind him, uncontrollably spitting out blood. However, he quickly recovered and immediately used Shunpo again. The next second, the place he just stood was immediately struck by a blade, causing a huge hole in the stone structure of the building. You bastard, using Senbonzakura, right? Fang Mo was really annoyed. His defense was strong, but Byakuya's blade seemed to penetrate everywhere. Even if it didn't hurt him, the continuous wriggling sensation was disgusting. He raised his hand and aimed at Kokaki Byakuya. Coincidentally, Kokaki Byakuya also aimed at Fang Mo at the same time. Monarchs. Flesh masks, myriad forms, take flight with wings, things named after humans. The blue fire inscribes the twin lotuses, the distant sky waits for the great fire abyss. Keto number 73, Twin Lotus Blue Fire Collapse. To inflict substantial damage on Fang Mo, Kokaki Byakuya even chose to chant a spell. In an instant, two blue flames crossed and rushed towards Fang Mo. As for Fang Mo, he didn't hold back either. Gravity Ray. Chaotic gravitational streams converged at Fang Mo's fingertips, turning into a purple-black ray that disintegrated everything. The Twin Lotus Blue Fire Collapse clashed with the gravity ray. After a brief stalemate, the purple-black light swallowed the two flames and continued to shoot at Kokaki Byakuya without hindrance. Seeing even his chanted 73rd Keto vanish in an instant, Kokaki Byakuya realized he couldn't resist it head-on and quickly used Shunpo to evade. But Fang Mo didn't stop the gravity ray and once again pointed his finger at Kokaki Byakuya. As he moved his finger, the purplish-black gravitational ray cut straight through the entire Repentance Palace. Whether it was the Sekizeki or anything else, everything crumbled and disintegrated under the influence of this cosmic-level power. Subsequently, various explosion sounds erupted. The entire tower behind, known as the Quiet Tower, was sliced in half by Fang Mo's ray, collapsing rapidly with a roaring sound. Kokaki Byakuya turned his head in shock, looking at the Repentance Palace. He seemingly didn't expect Fang Mo's attack to be so powerful that even a tower made of Sekizeki couldn't withstand it. But in the split second he looked back, Fang Mo had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. "What's the matter, worried about your sister?" After Fang Mo said this, he delivered a direct whip kick. Due to the close proximity, Kokaki Byakuya couldn't dodge it. With a snap, his right arm was broken at a right angle, and he was sent flying straight down into the ruins below. Tisk, so annoying. After kicking Kokaki Byakuya away, Fang Mo ungracefully adjusted himself in mid-air, hesitating to scratch due to propriety. He then remembered that Yoruichi and Ichigo Kurosaki had also fled, which annoyed him even more, making him appear very irritable. At this moment, Kokaki Byakuya finally changed his tactics. Countless petals suddenly flew towards him out of nowhere, and the surrounding space inexplicably plunged into darkness. Numerous petals began to condense around them, transforming into suspended blades, enveloping both Fang Mo and Kokaki Byakuya, forming a structure resembling a gladiatorial arena. Annihilation, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. As Kokaki Byakuya spoke, he raised his left hand, catching a blade that flew towards him from mid-air. Following that, his spiritual pressure began to rise again. "Damn, you finally changed your skill." Seeing Kokaki Byakuya's move, Fang Mo sighed in relief, "Thank goodness, I thought I was going to have another wardrobe malfunction. Do you know? What's really devastating isn't walking 1,000 miles naked, but a sword in your pants. Do you think I'm bluffing?" Though injured, Kokaki Byakuya's aura was still formidable, with blue-white spiritual pressure gushing out of him like waves. These thousands of blades sacrifice all defense to annihilate the enemy. "And I will personally kill you here. I don't believe you." After Senbonzakura disappeared, Fang Mo started teasing again, "Only if you scald with boiling water." Kokaki Byakuya did not respond, but quietly raised the blade in his hand, making his intention clear. He was ready for a fight to the death with Fang Mo. Chapter 204, Steve Chapter 203. I don't know if it's Fang Mo's illusion. After activating his Zanpakuto, Kokaki Byakuya's strength seems to have increased a bit. But this is just like Zaraki Kenpeiga taking off his eye patch. Although his strength has indeed increased, to put it plainly, it's just that, and he is still far from threatening Fang Mo. After all, my armor is made of vibranium, plus the vast defense shared by Steve, and the protection from the unknown calculation of damage reduction percentage, and finally his thick skin. Even with all his effort, Zaraki Kenpeiga could only break a bit of the defense. Even if Kokaki Byakuya's strength is almost on par with him, at most he would only take a few hearts. Given Fang Mo's current rate of healing, he would recover in less than a second. A threat? Probably living in a dream. However, Kokaki Byakuya still firmly believes in himself, and now he rushes towards Fang Mo with his sword, so Fang Mo just symbolically fights back a couple of times. The weapon Fang Mo currently holds is the broadsword. He has been using this for a long time, probably since Thor was first banished from the heavens. It felt handy at that time, but now it feels completely different. This weapon seriously mismatches Fang Mo's current strength. Using this in a fight, according to the Shinigami, is like not releasing a Zanpakuto and just relying on a single shallow hit, katana, in combat. Yet with this, Fang Mo was still suppressing Kokaki Byakuya. Fang Mo swung his hand, and the thick sword, like lightning, slashed horizontally. Kokaki Byakuya immediately blocked it, but his katana couldn't withstand this unmatched power and broke instantly. Luckily, he knew how to offload the force, so he flew out with it. In the next second, another sword flew into his hand. Kokaki Byakuya stuck the sword into the ground, forcefully stopping his motion. At this moment, Fang Mo rushed up and delivered a heavy blow. Kokaki Byakuya, seeing this, didn't dare to resist directly and retreated. With a thought, the hovering blades in the air shot at Fang Mo, like sword control techniques. However, Fang Mo didn't even bother dodging. The katana hit Fang Mo with a crisp sound, and he just kept moving towards Kokaki Byakuya. With a diagonal swing, Kokaki Byakuya tried to block, but he couldn't. He couldn't dodge either, and a deep gash appeared on him. Kokaki Byakuya was startled and quickly retreated using Shunpo. Fang Mo didn't pursue it. Instead, he provocatively placed the sword on his shoulder, and with his other hand, he casually grabbed the blade of a katana in mid-air. The next second, with a little force from Fang Mo, the blade instantly shattered into countless fragments. Seeing this, Kokaki Byakuya understood. It seems that even with Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi, it is impossible to break through the steel skin of this monster. It's no wonder Captain Kenpeiga lost. This is truly a monster through and through. Thinking of this, Kokaki Byakuya suddenly took a deep breath. With a thought, all the blades around him shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into petals that converged towards him. However, as these petals gathered on Kokaki Byakuya, they gradually turned into a white light, transforming into something akin to wings of light. Senbonzakura Final Scene, Shikiai, Hakuti Icon. Kokaki Byakuya said solemnly while raising the only Zanpakuto in his hand. A dazzling halo rose from behind him, connecting the two wings of light. His whole body then started to radiate a cold white light. This is my final blow. Kokaki Byakuya slowly raised his Zanpakuto above his head. I'll use this to settle things with you. This aura is indeed extraordinary. Fang Mo smiled faintly, so be it. I will take this seriously, out of respect for our past. Kokaki Byakuya didn't say much. With a powerful stomp on the ground, he rushed straight at Fang Mo. Zioxu, it's your turn. Fang Mo casually threw the sword aside and drew the Snow Queen's sword from his bosom. An overwhelming coldness erupted, coating everything in the vicinity with a thick layer of frost. Without any extra movement, Fang Mo simply swung the sword forward. A cold, pristine white light burst forth, turning into a towering pillar of light. Soon, the light faded. Kokaki Byakuya's blade pierced into Fang Mo's chest. As for Fang Mo's great sword, it went completely through Kokaki Byakuya's left shoulder, slicing through the collarbone, ribs, lung, scapula, artery, diaphragm, and other human tissues, almost cutting him in half. However, due to the extreme cold magic of the Ice Queen, Kokaki Byakuya's wound, and even his entire body, were completely frozen in solid ice. Although he was looking at Fang Mo with his eyes open, he was wrapped in solid ice and had clearly lost consciousness. The most evident sign of this was his spiritual pressure, which had almost disappeared. 3 hearts. Looking at Steve's status bar, Fang Mo nodded subconsciously, worthy of being Hueco Mundo's #1 sword, the Shikiai, Hakuti Icon does have some power. Sheathing his 2 weapons, Fang Mo smiled and patted Kokaki Byakuya on the shoulder. Soul Society's little god, you did your best. As soon as his voice fell, a system prompt sounded in Fang Mo's mind. System prompt, the styles of stone lantern, sliding door, tile, maple tree, offering plate, tatami, bamboo, kimono, katana, cherry blossom and others have been researched. You have obtained the download permission for a new module. System prompt, Cherry Blossom module begins downloading. System prompt, Cherry Blossom module download complete, would you like to load it? Ah, I knew it was this one. After hearing the series of system prompts in his mind, Fang Mo couldn't help but sigh. He had played with this module before. As the name suggests, it is a module with a Japanese-style theme. Most of the gameplay in it is very similar to the Bamboo module, or you could say it is a direct replica of the Bamboo module for higher game versions. After all, the Bamboo module died out in the January 7, 10 era due to the author's reasons. But this Cherry Blossom module absorbed most of the concepts from the Bamboo module and integrated some other elements, like the ancient modules of maple trees. Then, it was reborn as a brand new module in 1.12.2. Fang Mo didn't have much exposure to the others, but things like the stone mill, bamboo shoots, and ghost flames had settings that were almost identical to the Bamboo module. Fang Mo didn't really want to load this module. But, embarrassingly enough, he was coveting the lucky block, so he eventually nodded in agreement. Load it. However, just after Fang Mo said this, a strange sound, like a tape jamming, suddenly rang in his mind. Then, after a few seconds, a system prompt that Fang Mo had never heard before suddenly sounded. System prompt, overlap of more than 70% detected between Bamboo module and Cherry Blossom module. Merge them. Chapter 205, Sponsored Steve. Chapter 204. This chapter is sponsored by Delays. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. System prompt, detected that the Bamboo module and the Cherry Blossom module have an overlap of more than 70%. Do you wish to merge them? What? Hearing this unfamiliar notification, Fang Mo was stunned. He had always thought that this system could only download modules and then integrate them into his MC world, just like how the old-timers combined their clients. But what's this merging function? Perhaps Fang Mo hesitated for too long because the system repeated the previous message again. System prompt, detected that the Bamboo module and the Cherry Blossom module have an overlap of more than 70%. Do you wish to merge them? Fang Mo pondered for a moment. Currently, his strength mainly came from the Tinker construct, and the various divine tools he won from the lottery. He didn't play much with the Bamboo and Cherry Blossom modules, only occasionally using the Stone Mill and Bamboo. This so-called module fusion, at its worst, would just result in the disappearance of both modules, a consequence he could bear. However, so far, his system had never let him down, so the probability of the modules disappearing was low. More likely, some unknown new feature would be unlocked, which could be a good thing. With this thought, Fang Mo nodded in agreement. Alright, let's give the merge a try. As soon as Fang Mo finished speaking, a prompt sounded from the system. System prompt, the Bamboo module and the Cherry Blossom module are starting to merge. Since it was his first time merging modules, Fang Mo had no idea how long it would take. Considering the significant impact from his previous battle with Confronting Byakuya, he decided to leave this place for now. However, just as Fang Mo was about to leave, he immediately saw a pale green object flying from the horizon, with what seemed like several people sitting on it. Even though Fang Mo's perception of spiritual pressure was poor, he could still sense several powerful auras. It was evident that the Soul Society had noticed the disturbance here, and several captains had come directly to provide support. Upon seeing this, Fang Mo couldn't help but want to mockingly comment. In the original story, Kurosaki Ichigo also wreaked havoc in the Soul Society, slashing his way from the White Road Gate all the way to the Repentance Palace. Along the way, he took a detour to master his Bankai, then continued his rampage to the Twin Death Hills. From ordinary soldiers, third seats, vice captains, and even captains, many fell under his blade. Take, for instance, the captain of Squad 11, Zaraki Kenpeki. His battle with Kurosaki Ichigo caused significant damage to the surrounding buildings, yet the Soul Society didn't react much at all. But when Fang Mo just took care of Byakuya Kokaki, all the captains suddenly showed up. So, Kurosaki Ichigo can wreak havoc at will, but he can't? Honestly, the more Fang Mo thought about it, the more he felt something was fishy. If he continued his rampage, would even the Zero Squad come down to apprehend him? Alright, there's a conspiracy, hey. Fang Mo said while carving on a stone with a murderous intent, watch me expose a millennium-long conspiracy for you. In just a brief moment, Fang Mo finished his carving. Seeing a creature flying towards him from a distance, he immediately drank a bottle of invisibility potion. The moment he drank the potion, Fang Mo's body vanished completely. He then proceeded towards the ruins, even brushing past the creature in mid-air. Fang Mo looked up at the creature. This pale green creature looked like a huge ray with a single eye on its head. It was the initial release of the 4th Squad Captain, Anohanaretsu's Zanpakuto, named Minajiki. Its ability is to swallow people, and as long as they're still alive, they'll be fully healed when spit out. Clearly, Anohanaretsu came to rescue someone. Apart from her, seated on Minajiki was a silver-haired man with a gleeful smile, a middle-aged man in a floral coat, a coughing frail white-haired man, a cold-looking petite woman, a white-haired boy, and a gentle-looking man with glasses. It's worth noting that, while Fang Mo was observing them, the bespectacled gentleman suddenly frowned. He seemed to sense something and glanced in Fang Mo's direction, though he saw nothing and didn't even sense any spiritual pressure. Eisen, what's wrong? The man in the floral coat noticed and asked him. No, it's nothing. Eisen replied, shaking his head slowly, let's go check on Captain Kokaki first, his spiritual pressure is fading. Seeing this, Fang Mo was somewhat surprised. Indeed, Eisen deserved his status as the big boss. His strength was truly formidable, as he could faintly sense Fang Mo's presence. To be known, the MC's invisibility potion, once activated, completely conceals the user's presence. The person who drinks it instantly becomes invisible, and all forms of aura vanish simultaneously. Even infrared and X-ray detection are rendered useless against the user. The only limitation of this potion is that it only makes the body invisible. Except for one's body, clothing and equipment can't be made invisible. But Fang Mo wasn't wearing any clothes, okay? After acquiring the ability of Custom Steve, all his appearances and clothing were illusions created by the ability. Even the armor Fang Mo wore was enhanced with a tool from the Tinker construct called Invisibility Ink, making it invisible. So, unless he wielded a weapon, not even deities could see him. Yet, even in such a state, Eisen could still faintly sense something. Fang Mo felt that it might be because of his gaze. When he observed them, he was quite brazen, somewhat like Jiraiya peeping at female ninjas in the bath. It would serve him right if he got caught. Shaking his head, Fang Mo did not continue to pay attention to these people. He turned around and left directly. After all, the cat had run away. Could there be anything more important than finding the cat? Especially when the cat was a black cat. Not long after Fang Mo left, several team leaders finally arrived at the Repentance Palace. They quickly found the severely injured Byakuya Kokaki. This Captain Kokaki is injured to this extent. Seeing Byakuya's injuries, everyone was clearly shocked. The 4th Division Captain Retsu Anohana quickly controlled Minajiki to swallow Byakuya and treat him. While infusing spiritual power, Anohana said with a frown, I didn't expect this group of Ryoko to be so dangerous. Yes, they are very strong indeed. The silver-haired man, or the 3rd Division Captain, Jin Ichimaru, chimed in with a smile, it seems we all need to be careful, or we might get killed by the Ryokos. Captain Ichimaru Jin, you were the first to encounter the Ryoko, right? Eisen glanced at Ichimaru and suddenly said. Yes, Jin replied with a smile, that's why I said they are very strong. You faced such a powerful Ryoko and weren't injured at all, Eisen said with a frown. Everyone has seen Captain Kokaki's strength, but he was injured like this, while you were unharmed. Captain Ichimaru, don't you think you should explain? Oh. Jin's face still had a smile, but his demeanor became icy, are you saying, you suspect me, the captain of the 3rd Division? I will investigate everything thoroughly. Eisen said calmly while looking at Jin. He. Jin laughed, but before he could say anything, a voice suddenly rang out, come here and see, cough, cough, someone carved a line of words on this stone wall. Hearing the words of another captain, Jaishur Yukatake, everyone turned their attention to the stone wall nearby. Even so, a certain white-haired boy took note of the tension between Jin and Eisen. He planned to remind his childhood friend to stay away from Jin. Shaking his head, the white-haired boy also curiously looked at the stone wall. Then he saw the words written on it. The glory of the Quincy will be engraved on the ruins of the Siritii. Long live His Majesty Wywak. Chapter 206, Sponsored Steve Chapter 205. This chapter is sponsored by Delays. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. The specific situation at the Repentance will not be discussed for now. The camera shifts back to Fang Mo. As mentioned earlier, he is not actually good at sensing spiritual pressure, so he really had to put in effort to find Yoruichi. Because there are no shortcuts, Fang Mo had no choice but to use the Repentance and Skyaku Hill as the center points and specifically chose remote places to search. Of course, searching was actually quite simple and crude. It's nothing more than opening the mini-map and then using the biological radar to search for the other party's chibi avatar. Fortunately, the two of them didn't run far. After searching for about half an hour, Fang Mo finally successfully found the place where they were hiding. It was an abandoned hillside. Judging from the chibi avatars on Steve's biological radar, Ichigo Kurosaki and Yoruichi Shihaoran should be hiding in this mountain, but Fang Mo didn't find the specific secret door. After thinking about it, Fang Mo directly gave Steve a pickaxe and started digging straight down on the spot. Only sissies dig slanted tunnels down to bedrock to make fishbone-shaped caves. Real men just freaking dig straight down. If the worst comes to worst, just die. If you accidentally fall into lava, it's not too late to cry like a woman after all your diamonds and equipment have turned to ash. After digging down about 100 blocks or so, there was suddenly emptiness under Steve's feet. However, Fang Mo's reaction speed was extremely fast, and before he even started falling, he had already retracted his stand. Then, he slowly floated down himself. This was an extremely large cave, or it might be inaccurate to describe it as a cave. It's really quite huge, and there's even sky and sunshine inside, probably the product of some magic, or Kido. Fang Mo quickly glanced around and soon found Ichigo Kurosaki, who was fighting something. And Yoruichi Shihaoran, who was watching the fight from not far away. It must be said, Cat's senses are really keen. Yoruichi noticed Fang Mo as soon as he started flying down, and her expression immediately became serious. Fang Mo originally wanted to directly use the gravity field and would release to control Yoruichi, but upon second thought, he worried that she might be like the game's leopard cat. Chasing her and feeding her fish wouldn't work, you have to wait for her to approach voluntarily for the taming to succeed. In that case, he couldn't be too harsh with her. So Fang Mo didn't make a move against her, but instead deliberately landed next to Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo Kurosaki was a bit surprised when he saw Fang Mo. However, before he could say anything, the materialized form of Zangetsu, his sword spirit, struck him directly with a blade. Feeling the pain, Ichigo had no choice but to block the attack with his own sword, and the two immediately started fighting. Yes, Ichigo Kurosaki is currently undergoing training to master his Bankai. Yoruichi Shihaoran had introduced something called Tenshintai that could materialize the wielder's Zanpakuto. As long as one passed the test set by their manifested Zanpakuto and gained its acknowledgement, they could use the power of Bankai. However, passing this test was not easy. The test Zangetsu set for Ichigo was to find the real Zangetsu among countless blades stuck in the ground, otherwise, the two would continue to fight endlessly. The problem was that Ichigo was currently at a disadvantage. He kept pulling out various weapons, but they shattered as soon as he struck. Zangetsu showed no mercy, quickly leaving Ichigo covered in cuts and forced into a retreat. Seeing this, Fang Mo couldn't help but tease. "Are you even capable, you runt?" As Fang Mo said this, Ichigo was knocked to the ground. However, Zangetsu didn't hold back and struck again, only for the blade to be caught by a hand. Zangetsu frowned and looked up at Fang Mo. "You want to intervene in our test?" Zangetsu said, frowning. "Ichigo must pass the test himself. I won't recognize any other method." No, I had no intention of intervening in your fight." Fang Mo shook his head and laughed. "I just thought, you look quite familiar, like a friend I had 1,000 years ago." Zangetsu went silent. "What?" Ichigo, who was confused, said as he got up. "Did you mistake him? Zangetsu is my Zanpakuto." "No, he's not," Fang Mo directly contradicted Ichigo, then continued, "He is Waiwak from Harbin, his favorite food is cantaloupe." "What?" Ichigo was dumbfounded. What on earth was he talking about? This was absurd. To be honest, Ichigo even doubted Fang Mo's sanity, but when he looked at Zangetsu's face, the expression made him pause. Complex, confused, heavy. That's what Ichigo saw on his face. "Zangetsu, you. Who are you?" Zangetsu ignored Ichigo and looked directly at Fang Mo. "Why do you know all this?" "I'm your most loyal subordinate, Your Majesty," Fang Mo cheerfully said, "for the sake of expressing my undying loyalty to you, even if the whole world becomes your enemy, I'm willing to charge into battle, to fight against the entire world for you. I'm sorry, I have no desire to make the whole world my enemy, Zhang Etsu said. That's okay. I'll help you. Fang Mo waved his hand energetically, I even inscribed praises for you on a sekizeki just now. Your Majesty, see how loyal I am. By the way, do you need a golden toilet? It seems, you really do know me very well. Zhang Etsu looked at Fang Mo, and his aura slowly started to change, but you are not as loyal to me as you say, you're just pleasing yourself. You are destined to become my enemy. No, 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 I have no intention of being your enemy. Fang Mo said with a smile, the position on this golden toilet has been vacant for too long. I really want to find someone to sit on it. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to sit on it, I guarantee that the entire Zero Division will swear loyalty to you, and everyone in the Three Realms will be grateful to you. Are you trying to make me the keystone to stabilize the world? Uncle Zhang Etsu said. What else? Fang Mo shrugged. You can also turn into a long black-haired, differently colored, cat-eared loli and beg me. I might really offer you my loyalty, although I can't guarantee that this loyalty won't degrade over time. I am not entirely Waiwak. After a long silence, Uncle Zhang Etsu finally spoke, saying these things to me is pointless, whether it's to please yourself or to try and anger me. After all, I am now just a power within Ichigo. You say you're Ichigo's power. Fang Mo looked at Uncle Zhang Etsu and said, I've never seen anyone's inner power that doesn't want their owner to become stronger but instead wants them to stay away from battle. You even suppressed his other powers just to leak a little through the gaps for him to use. That's to prevent Ichigo from becoming my enemy. Uncle Zhang Etsu said, the only outcome of being my enemy is death. I don't want to see him die in vain. What? Ichigo Kurosaki, who was not far away and listening to the conversation, was also puzzled. He looked at his Zanpakuto and said, Uncle Zhang Etsu, what do you mean by dying in vain? What's this about becoming your enemy? What are you guys talking about? Ichigo, you don't need to know this now. Uncle Zhang Etsu obviously didn't want to tell him and directly raised his weapon, if you want to achieve Bankai now, you must gain my approval. You will understand the rest later. But Ichigo Kurosaki was even more confused. However, Uncle Zhang Etsu didn't give him a chance to think and probably didn't want to talk to Fang Mo anymore. He charged directly at Ichigo, swords clashing, and they began fighting again. At this moment, Yoruichi Shihoran also came over. Do you know that guy? Yoruichi frowned, who are you? Why do you know so much? Would you believe me if I told you now? Fang Mo glanced at Yoruichi and countered, if I said I had a grudge against that guy 1,000 years ago and am here for revenge, would you believe me? Alright. Yoruichi nodded. She really couldn't believe what Fang Mo was saying. After all, from the beginning, not a single word he said was true. He's powerful and knows everything, but nobody knows anything about him. How could Yoruichi possibly believe such a mysterious existence? However, you can rest assured. While Yoruichi was pondering, Fang Mo spoke again, I really have no malice toward you, otherwise, you would already be dead. Is that so? Yoruichi looked at him without committing one way or the other. Although he has no malice, his sudden appearance could likely have some ulterior motives. Yoruichi quickly thought about the Hagyaku. But just at that moment, Yoruichi suddenly felt an odd sensation. She instinctively looked back and found a strange pixel-style small fish floating in midair behind her. Before Yoruichi had time to think, her body suddenly erupted with pixel-style red hearts. Meanwhile, Fang Mo clenched his fist and inexplicably shouted something like success, confusing Yoruichi, who had no idea what he was happy about. But, well. When Yoruichi turned to look at Fang Mo, she suddenly felt that he seemed more agreeable. Chapter 207, Steve Chapter 206. After consuming nearly 2 sets of raw fish, Fang Mo finally succeeded. Accompanied by pixelated heart special effects popping up around Yoruichi Shihoran, she stood still on the spot. What have you done to me? After a long time, Yoruichi finally said to Fang Mo in a somewhat puzzled tone, why do I feel like we've known each other for a long time? In my hometown, this is called familiarity at first sight. Fang Mo said with a smile, what bad intentions could I, a block person, have? This is the magic of friendship. We are destined to become the best of friends. Is that so? Yoruichi still felt a bit strange, scratching the back of her head unconsciously, but something feels off. I can't put my finger on it. That's all your imagination. Fang Mo waved his hand, I'm not after anything from you. I'm the pure love god of war, it definitely won't affect your relationship with Urahara Kisuke. Just think of me as your, male best friend. What a strange way to put it. Yoruichi looked a bit headache-prone. Although she felt that Fang Mo was indeed a close friend, his brain waves were too hard to understand, she couldn't quite keep up. By the way. Before Yoruichi could react, Fang Mo began to speak again, could you perform that again? What? Yoruichi was puzzled, perform what? Meow meow meow. Fang Mo somehow produced a fish and then pulled out a foxtail, shaking both in his hands while making strange noises, meow meow meow. What is this? If Yoruichi could team up with Urahara Kisuke, her IQ would certainly be much higher than Komamura Seijin. After thinking for a moment, she quickly understood Fang Mo's intentions, you want me to turn into a cat? Fang Mo nodded vigorously. Really, you're so incorrigible. Yoruichi suddenly found it a bit amusing that while others thought their human forms were attractive, this guy actually wanted her to turn into a cat. Fine, fine. Since you're sincere about it. As her words fell, a white light shone from her body. She quickly shrank in size, her clothes falling to the ground. Soon after, an elegant black cat emerged from the pile of clothes. Is this okay? The black cat crouched on the ground and spoke with Yoruichi's voice. Awesome, it's a kitty. Fang Mo cheered immediately, picking up Yoruichi and stroking her in his arms, patting her head, scratching her belly, and even rubbing the little pads on her paws. He also buried his face in her fur and took a deep sniff. Although he missed out on patting Komamura Seijin's dog head, he found sniffing the cat quite satisfying. Finally, Fang Mo took out the geochest and opened its lid. The spatial structure changed in an instant. The original open ground and rocks vanished, replaced by a beautiful 3-story villa. Yes, this was the villa that Fang Mo had Tony Stark build for him in the Marvel Universe. Stark had finished it in just over 10 days, and Fang Mo had accepted it during a quick trip back to Earth. Considering Stark's artistic flair, the villa's interior was quite nice, with a warm overall style. It also had an energy room powered by an arc reactor, a hidden water tower, and a specialized intelligent waste treatment system, all according to Fang Mo's requirements. Carrying the black cat Yoruichi, Fang Mo leisurely walked into the villa's yard and sat down in a lounge chair. A flash of white light, and Steve appeared next to him, setting up watermelon, coconut juice, and snacks on the table. Fang Mo touched them, and they all materialized. Then he picked up a slice of watermelon and started eating it while watching Ichigo Kurosaka's Bankai training. Yoruichi looked up at Fang Mo, opened her mouth, and seemed to hesitate. What's wrong? Because Fang Mo had Yoruichi on his body, he quickly noticed her expression and directly asked curiously, do you want to eat watermelon? Look at my memory, I almost forgot you're a black cat. As he spoke, Fang Mo had Steve pull out a shimmering piece of watermelon. Here, eat this. Fang Mo took the shimmering watermelon and handed it to Yoruichi Shihaoran, this watermelon has gold particles in it. I don't eat watermelon. Yoruichi in her black cat form shook her head. How about sugarcane? Or fried chicken? Fang Mo wondered, you can't possibly want to eat lawsuits or bullets, right? Why do I feel like there's a hidden message in what you're saying? Yoruichi couldn't help but say, think about it, are any of the things you mentioned something a cat would like to eat? Sorry, it's just that you're a black cat, so my occupational hazard kicked in. Fang Mo shrugged, then waved his hand, and suddenly a bag of dog food flew out from the doghouse in the corner of the villa. Well, sorry, I don't have a cat in this villa, is dog food okay? Yoruichi stared at Fang Mo without saying a word. Ahem, ahem. Fang Mo stopped clowning around, then had Steve bring out a grilled fish, touching it to materialize it. How about this then? Perhaps she smelled something good. Black cat Yoruichi's nose twitched. What is this? Cooked fish. Fang Mo said, I know what you're going to ask, but this dish is just called that. Let me taste it. Finally, Yoruichi became interested and waved her cat paw. Here, eat. Fang Mo directly handed over the grilled fish, even taking out a plate to place on his belly. Yoruichi gave Fang Mo a look but didn't say anything. She lowered her head to take an exploratory bite. However, as soon as she took a bite, her eyes lit up. After all, this MC-made food was absolutely top-notch, and Yoruichi was immediately won over, burying her head to eat eagerly. As for Fang Mo, he was seen petting Yoruichi's fur while watching Ichigo Kurosaki training in the distance, occasionally sipping some coconut juice. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. However, just as Fang Mo was marveling at the wonders of life, he suddenly felt a wave of resentment. Subconsciously turning his head to look, he found a young dragon head emerging from the doghouse, looking at him with a complicated and resentful gaze. What the hell? Seeing the other's very human-like expression, Fang Mo then realized that when he was playing in the Marvel world, he had apparently put the young Ender Dragon in the villa's doghouse. He had completely forgotten about this, and he didn't expect that the dog food had just woken it up. Listen to Daddy explain. Facing the wronged look on the young Ender Dragon's face, Fang Mo suddenly facepalmed. Don't overthink it, this is Aunt Yoruichi. Chapter 208, Steve Chapter 207. Son, don't overthink it, this is Aunt Yoruichi. Fang Mo touched his forehead, trying to explain to the aggrieved little Ender Dragon, we are just having a meal, really nothing else, your Aunt Yoruichi already has Uncle Urahara-Kisuke. What are you babbling about again? What is that? Yoruichi, of course, also heard Fang Mo's words and couldn't help but look up to retort. However, when she did, she noticed the little Ender Dragon not far away. Yes, the little Ender Dragon had come out of its den and was glaring at Yoruichi with indignation. Its tail was constantly hitting the ground, creating small dirt pits in the lawn. A faint aura emanated from it, weak, but definitely there. This is my son, Fang Mo explained, touching his forehead again. Not biological, of course. I adopted him because his family had died. I couldn't bear to see him alone, so I took him in. You say he's your son? Yoruichi looked at the little Ender Dragon somewhat strangely, then asked Fang Mo, are you sure? Yes, Fang Mo nodded. He was just an egg when I first got him. I personally hatched him, so I've raised him as if he were my own son. But this thing is a female creature, Yoruichi couldn't help but say. What? Upon hearing this, Fang Mo was completely stunned. What, female? Are you sure? I thought you knew, said Yoruichi, then continued to eat her grilled fish. This. Fang Mo was completely shocked and began to blame himself internally. He had been too hasty this time, raising the little Ender Dragon as a son, only to find out that it was actually a sweet little girl. Thinking of this, Fang Mo quickly put Yoruichi down on the ground and beckoned to the little Ender Dragon. Come here, my good daughter. Roar. Seeing this, the little Ender Dragon immediately let out a joyful roar, flapping its wings and pouncing directly into Fang Mo's arms. It affectionately rubbed its head against him, as if to show goodwill and also to remove any sense left by other creatures, declaring its ownership. Dad brought you Hydra meat. Fang Mo happily took out a piece of Hydra meat, then tore off a piece and handed it to the little Ender Dragon. Here, try it. The little Ender Dragon sniffed curiously and then bit into the meat. After chewing a bit, it gulped it down. It seemed to enjoy the taste and was very happy, even its tail starts wagging like a dog's. Mom! I want to eat Hydra meat. The little Ender Dragon looked at Fang Mo and said with some broken excitement. Eat a big piece. Fang Mo happily nodded, and Steve took out another piece of Hydra meat. Fang Mo grabbed it to materialize it. Is 2 pieces enough? Enough. The little Ender Dragon said, thank you. Mom is so good. Yoruichi on the ground had also seen this scene. She first looked at the 9-headed Hydra steak that was the size of a wash basin, then at the pitifully small grilled fish in her own plate, and was immediately speechless. Yoruichi had initially wanted to ignore these 2 guys. However, the aroma of the 9-headed Hydra steak was just too enticing. As the young Ender Dragon was tearing into the steak with big bites, the tempting aroma kept wafting over, making it hard for Yoruichi to resist. So she jumped onto the table next to them, and said to Fang Mo, if I tell you now that she is male, would you still believe me? However, before Fang Mo could respond, the young Ender Dragon suddenly became alert. Roar! It spread its wings, trying to make itself look bigger and more fierce. Even some of its scales stood up, and it started growling, seemingly wanting to drive Yoruichi away. Worth mentioning, the young ender dragon seemed to have grown a bit lately. Now, with its wings fully spread, it was nearly 2 meters long and seemed more imposing than before. But of course, that was not enough to scare Yoruichi away. Suddenly, the young ender dragon lifted its head and breathed out a purple mist. Yoruichi was a bit surprised, but she immediately dodged it with a sidestep and returned to her human form, standing there with her arms crossed. The young ender dragon looked at Yoruichi, who had turned into a human, its vertical pupils widening, seemingly in disbelief. It first looked at Fang Mo, who was currently staring at Yoruichi, then back at Yoruichi, tilting its head in confusion. No matter how much it thought, it couldn't understand, as if the entire dragon was stupefied. This little guy is quite hostile. Yoruichi didn't mind much, tore off a small piece of the 9-headed hydra steak, and tasted it. A look of astonishment immediately appeared on her face. This is too delicious. You feed this to it, and you give me that lousy fish. Cats are supposed to eat fish, aren't they? Fang Mo retorted, what, the grilled fish is not tasty. It's quite tasty. Yoruichi put her hands on her hips, but this is obviously more delicious. You don't think cats only like fish, do you? In my world, cats must eat fish. Fang Mo reached out, took another fish from Steve, and handed it to Yoruichi. Eat this quickly, don't distract me from enjoying Ichigo Kurosaka's training. What is this? Yoruichi took the fish, sniffed it curiously. The rich aroma of charcoal and the unique fragrance of marine fish filled the air. Just smelling it made her salivate, so she immediately took a bite. Beneath the golden crispy skin was tender and juicy fish meat. The fish had no seasoning other than salt, but the smoky flavor from the charcoal, along with the delicacy and sweetness unique to deep-sea fish, created an almost perfect combination. Taking a hot bite was truly an extreme pleasure. Just one bite, and Yoruichi couldn't stop eating anymore. Charcoal grilled cod. Fang Mo saw Yoruichi's eating manner and couldn't help but smile. However, just as Fang Mo was enjoying this indescribably wonderful moment, a prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. System prompt: Bamboo module and Cherry Blossom module have been successfully fused. Would you like to name it? Suddenly hearing the system notification sound, Fang Mo was also stunned for a moment. However, he quickly recovered, surprised that he needed to name this new module himself. After some thought, Fang Mo silently named it in his mind. System notification: Bamboo Sakura Family Bucket Module naming complete, do you want to load? Fang Mo silently confirmed. System notification: Bamboo Sakura Family Bucket Module successfully loaded. System notification: because you downloaded and ran a completely new module, you have gained a lucky block, which will randomly draw one item from any known modules. Accompanying this system notification, a colorful lucky block appeared out of nowhere in Steve's item bar. But just when Fang Mo thought it was all over, another system notification sounded. System notification: because you merged and named a brand new module, you have gained a module linking right, which allows the Bamboo Sakura Family Bucket module to link with any module you have loaded, randomly generating some new items or settings. Hey! Upon hearing this system notification, Fang Mo was stunned. Linking right? Damn, this is playing on a whole new level. It's well known that many popular mods have interactivity. For example, the Tinker's Construct mod can link with Industrial Age, or Thermal Expansion, and the effects that appear in the game are simple. It's just that players can use various industrial metals like copper, tin, silver, nickel, and lead to make weapons, such as lead's heavy effect, etc. Or the interaction between Pam's Harvest Craft and Forestry. Players can use Forestry's machines to automatically plant a large range of Pam's crops, or use Forestry's various fruits to replace the food in Pam's Harvest Craft. This is what is called linkage. Of course, the purpose of most module links is simply to make life easier for players. However, there are also some mods whose links essentially just make players miserable, such as the interaction between Avarisha and other mods. It's well known that Avarisha's ultimate weapon Infinity Sword has command level 1 hit kill capability. To craft this powerful weapon, players must first craft something called an Infinity Catalyst, and the crafting process for this is extremely horrifying. Fang Mo couldn't remember the specifics. But he vaguely remembers that this thing is linked with most modules. The more modules you add, the number of required materials will increase geometrically. If you're just playing the vanilla version, it just requires you to have all the vanilla metals and gems to create singularities. But once you add mods, it will require singularities of whatever metals that mod has, like redstone, amber, tin, lead, nickel, platinum, etc. In the 1.7 version, the mod even requires you to have terrasteel ingots, 6 4K storage components, primal pearls, red matter, awakened draconium blocks, bedrock ingots, pink slime crystals, reinforced panels, ender blocks, sunstones. Besides these, another material in the Infinity Catalyst is called the Super Soup Pot. This thing requires crafting almost all the food in the game, and after linking with Pam's Harvest Craft, you can imagine the difficulty. Come on, just craft it. If you can actually do it, I'll admit defeat. Because of this, Fang Mo will definitely not link with Avaricia. But besides Avaricia, Fang Mo also isn't quite sure what other mods he should link with. After all, this is not letting him set the linkage effects between modules himself, but randomly generating it. Who knows what bizarre settings will be randomly generated when the Bamboo Sakura Family Bucket module links with other modules. Would linking this with more puppets result in bamboo puppets? Or if it links with the Twilight Forest, will a new biome appear, like a lost Twilight Bamboo Forest? And what if it links with Industrial Age? Could it randomly crossbreed a Sakura tree sapling that can produce uranium-235? Chapter 209, Steve Chapter 208. Just as Fang Mo was studying module linkage, things had completely fallen into chaos at the Soul Society. Due to Fang Mo's consecutive defeats of Captains Kenpei Kizaraki and Byakuya Kukaki, the Soul Society had entered its highest level of alert. However, just at this time, Jaishur Yukatake discovered the words carved on the Sekizeki. It was something that Fang Mo had deliberately written, "Long live Waiwak, glory to the Quincy's." Clearly, this was a declaration of war left by the enemy. Yukatake had no reservations and immediately reported this to the head captain. After hearing these words, head captain Genrisai Ishigakuni Yamamoto was truly stunned. Others might not recognize Waiwak, but how could he not? 1,000 years ago, Waiwak led the Quincy army to declare war against the Soul Society. Back then, it was Yamamoto himself who had taken up his sword to confront them. Although they were defeated, Waiwak was not an easy opponent, and the Quincy's were no match for the Godii 13. But Waiwak was special in terms of his abilities and identity. Even Yamamoto couldn't kill him completely. In the end, Waiwak only lost his heartbeat, consciousness, and power. Not long after, his body disappeared. At that time, Yamamoto led the Godii 13 to search the human world extensively but found no trace of them, as if Waiwak and his army had vanished into thin air. Although many Quincy's still existed in the world, they didn't even know Waiwak or participate in that battle. Though Yamamoto never spoke of it, that battle 1,000 years ago was indeed fierce. He thought the threat from the Quincy's had completely disappeared, but the words on the Sekizeki made him vigilant again. He had not expected this to still involve those Quincy's. So, he ordered the entire Soul Society to enter a state of readiness for war. Any captain, even those like Kirikou, whose Bankai could be dangerous and harm allies, was allowed to use their Bankai at any time against enemies. No matter the means used, as long as the enemy was defeated, there would be no blame. And after hearing the message from the head captain, truth be told, many Soul Reapers were quite tense. After all, they had been at peace for 1,000 years. This new generation of Soul Reapers had never witnessed the cruelty of war. Among them, Hinamori Momo, the lieutenant of Squad 5, was the most nervous. For some reason, she felt like something significant was about to happen, and she couldn't even sleep well at night. Fortunately, her much-admired Captain Eisen comforted her gently, putting her slightly at ease. After waking up, Hinamori Momo found that she had overslept. She wondered why the captain hadn't woken her up and quickly jogged towards the barracks. But just a few steps out, she saw something that horrified her. The Captain Eisen she had admired was dead. His body was pierced through by her own Zanpakuto, nailed to a white wall, his face full of shock, eyes wide open in death. Blood had flowed from his body, staining the white wall with dried blood marks. Hinamori Momo screamed like a madwoman, attracting many Shinigami. They were also shocked and started discussing who the killer could be, especially since a curfew had recently been ordered. Many suspected it was the work of the Quincy's. At that moment, Junichi Maru, the captain of the 3rd Division, walked over cheerfully. Instead of being alarmed, he smiled as if enjoying a show. Seeing this, Hinamori Momo realized something. Yes, her good friend Toshiro Hitsugiya was also a captain. He had told her that Eisen and Ichimaru had an altercation near the Repentance Palace, suspecting that Ichimaru was colluding with the Quincy's. She looked at Ichimaru fiercely. It was you. You killed Captain Eisen. It wasn't the Quincy's, you ambushed him. As she said this, she charged at him with her Zanpakuto. Ichimaru didn't move, just smiling at the spectacle. Instead, his vice-captain, Kira Izuru, blocked her attack. Calm down, Momo. Kira pleaded, the captain is not the killer. Get out of my way. Momo couldn't calm down, she felt as if her world had collapsed. Sorry, whatever the reason, I won't let anyone draw a blade against my captain, Kira frowned. Momo, calm down. I said move. No. Unleash, Tabayum. She unleashed her Shikai, a burst of flame followed by an explosion, enveloping Kira in smoke. Kira also activated his Shikai, not out of anger but to stop her. Before they could really start fighting, a figure descended from the sky, Toshiro Hitsugiya, stopping both of their attacks. Ah, Toshiro! Seeing him, Momo hesitated and then cried, Captain Eisen is dead. I already know. Toshiro then ordered, seize these two Shinigami who are fighting amongst themselves. What? Momo was stunned. Before she could say anything, her friend Matsumoto Ranjaku understood and dragged her away. On the other side, Kira was also taken away by another vice-captain. Well, Jin Ichimaru chuckled, I apologize for my vice-captain causing trouble, Toshiro. Toshiro turned to Ichimaru, you just had killing intent towards Momo, didn't you? Did I? Ichimaru tilted his head and smiled, you might be overthinking, Toshiro. I am a good captain, you know. I will get to the bottom of this. Hitsugiya Toshiro furrowed his brow. He did indeed find something off about Jin Ichimaru, be it Eisen's death or the earlier incident where Jin let Waiwak go. As Eisen said, if Waiwak was so powerful, why wasn't Jin injured at all? Keep in mind, Komamura Seijin and Tissen Kaname, who also encountered Waiwak, were severely injured. The same went for Zaraki Kenpeki and Confronting Byakuya. Everyone who encountered Waiwak was injured, yet you, Jin Ichimaru, are bouncing around? Any sane person would be suspicious, right? Did you say Jin was injured? He was indeed hurt by the rebound from Steve's armor, but who would know if Jin himself doesn't say? After all, Jin deliberately acted suspiciously, which was part of Eisen's plan too. If anything happens to Momo, I won't let you off, Hitsugiya coldly warned, unaware of these details. He simply suspected Jin. He, Captain Hitsugiya, you're quite frightening, Jin grinned. But you should be careful too. Waiwak is too powerful, don't let him get close to Lieutenant Hinamori. After saying this, Jin left on his own. Hitsugiya stared at Jin's retreating figure, unconsciously gripping his Zanpakuto. The assassination of the 5th Division's captain, Eisen Saoshuk, had rapidly spread throughout the Seireitei. All the captains received the news, causing an uproar among the Shinigami. This was a captain-level loss. Unbelievably, Seireitei had already lost a captain. War clouds loomed over the entire Seireitei. Even Yamamoto Genryusai couldn't sit still and planned to interrogate Waiwak personally. Yes, now that Fang Mo had intervened, the Godai 13 was taking things seriously. Previously, they were lenient because Rukia Kokaki was to be executed. But not anymore. Almost instantly, the protagonist group was crushed. Chad, Urayu, Orium, Ganju, everyone was captured. Fortunately, Ichigo Kurosaki and Yoruichi were hiding in a cave, narrowly avoiding capture. Among them, Urayu had it worst. Upon hearing of Eisen's death, head captain Yamamoto decided to interrogate Quincy personally. You better not lie to me, boy, Yamamoto said to the imprisoned Urayu. You were already criminals for entering Soul Society. Now, you've committed a grave sin by killing Captain Eisen of the Godai 13. We came to rescue Rukia. Urayu, who had defeated Mayuri Kuratsuki, lost his Quincy powers and could hardly resist Yamamoto's spiritual pressure. We could never kill your people. Fact is fact, there's no use arguing, Yamamoto calmly said. Are you a pure-blood Quincy? If you disclose your accomplices, I can make it quick for you. Otherwise, Captain Mayuri will be the next to interrogate you. I won't betray my friends. Urayu clenched his teeth, Ichigo Kurosaki and I have an agreement. We will rescue Rukia. I'm not talking about Ichigo Kurosaki. Yamamoto, growing frustrated, opened his eyes wide. His spiritual pressure, accompanied by a murderous intent, rushed towards Uriu like a tidal wave. I'm talking about your pure-blood Quincy companion. Where is he? What? Uriu was entirely pressed to the ground, his face full of astonishment. Still playing dumb? Scum from Waiwaka's lineage. Yamamoto coldly said, as long as I sit in Siridi, all your tricks are in vain. I killed Waiwaka once 1,000 years ago, and I can do it again. How dare a Quincy speak of honor in the Siridi? Uriu was completely dumbfounded. Under the dual stimulation of Yamamoto's spiritual pressure and killing intent, his consciousness began to blur. Yet, one question revolved in his mind. Waiwaka, who the hell is he? Chapter 210, Steve Chapter 209. Even though Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni interrogated him thoroughly, Ishida Yuri did not reveal any information about Waiwaka. Seeing Ishida's confused expression, Yamamoto began to wonder if the boy was truly unaware of what was happening. But the problem is that Ishida's blood is that of a pure-blooded Quincy. Could there be a mistake? Given the current serious situation, another Quincy ally has continuously defeated several captains, even Captain Eisen of the 5th Division has been assassinated. Yamamoto had to take the matter seriously and handed Ishida Yuri over to professional interrogators. Meanwhile, as the protagonists are being interrogated, elsewhere, in an underground cave, Fang Mo is still studying the interaction between different mods. Strictly speaking, large mod interactions are better, like nuclear engineering or industrial era mods. Just like what he had previously said, perhaps a hybrid of uranium-235 and sakura seedlings could be created? Or maybe grindstones could grind ores from industrial mods. Can bamboo forests purify radiation values? If an industrial magnate saw these interactions, they would probably be quite pleased. Unfortunately, Fang Mo currently can't play with tech-related mods, so the cost-effectiveness of interactions with the Sakura and Bamboo Bundle mods would be lower. In contrast, it might be better to interact with the Twilight Forest mod. Fang Mo initially thought so too. However, when he inadvertently saw the books in Steve's hand, a sudden insight rose in Fang Mo's mind. Without creative mode, without JEI mod, and without being able to look at game source files and tutorials, how can the cost-effectiveness of mod interaction be maximized? There's only one answer. That is to find a mod with a manual. Currently, Fang Mo has 3 mods with manuals: Tinker's Construct, which has a crafting guide and armor guide, the Sakura and Bamboo Bundle, which has a recipe book, and a dummy's cooking manual, which shows all the food crafting recipes in the game. However, the last one was a random find, not strictly his own mod. Worth mentioning, after the fusion of the Bamboo and Sakura mods, the recipe book in Steve's backpack has turned into something called the Sakura Manual. After briefly flipping through it, Fang Mo found it to be a thorough manual, not just limited to ingredients, but clearly introducing the functions of various items from crafting lists. This is a very user-friendly change, and now he has another mod to pass the time with. A connection between the Tinker's Construct and Bamboo mods, hey. Fang Mo touched his chin, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. Would this add some new materials to Tinker's Construct? Perhaps even some new features? As for the Bamboo module, maybe it will generate some new construction materials, or tools like a Mojade Spirit Stone Grinder. Acid-resistant aluminum samurai sword? Or some entirely new recipes. Blue slime natto over rice? Zombie jerky replacing muida flour? Seems fine. After some thought, Fang Mo unconsciously nodded. Then he focused his mind. System prompt: the Bamboo Cherry Family Bucket module will soon link with the Tinker's Construct module. This action will consume one of your module linking rights. Are you sure? Fang Mo silently confirmed in his heart. Immediately after, the system prompt sounded again. System prompt: the Bamboo Cherry Family Bucket module has been linked with the Tinker's Construct module. The game content has been updated, please explore the specific changes yourself. Hearing the system prompt, Fang Mo immediately manipulated Steve to open the Tinker's Construct manual. It turns out that his guess was indeed correct. There were indeed several new materials added to the Tinker's Construct manual. Fang Mo took a quick look and found they were bamboo, cherry-colored diamonds, jade steel, and dried skipjack tuna. Bamboo has the feature of being ecological, it can repair durability over time. Jade Steel's features are density, durability, and sharpness. These are all original features, so there's no need to elaborate. As for dried skipjack tuna, it only has the feature of being tasty. However, the last one, the cherry-colored diamond, is quite interesting. It's called Cherry Burial and can increase all aspects of the weapon in terrain that has cherry blossom trees. The more blocks like cherry blossom trees, cherry blossom saplings, or cherry blossom leaves you have, the higher the attributes increase. That's all for the Tinker's Construct materials after linking with the bamboo cherry family bucket. It seemed very ordinary, even Fang Mo was a bit disappointed. He had such high expectations, yet there was nothing particularly exciting. But not long after, Fang Mo withdrew this thought, because he turned to the enhancement page in the Tinker's Construct manual. As is well known, Tinker's Construct allows the enhancement of tools by consuming enhancement slots, such as applying redstone to increase speed or applying quartz to increase attack power. In the last few pages of the enhancement bar, Fang Mo discovered the ultimate collaboration between Bamboo Cherry's family bucket and Tinker's Construct. This was far more terrifying than the previous materials. Fang Mo even saw a hot spring machine and a black hole jade in the enhancement bar. Fang Mo looked and found that he had a total of 12 bizarre enhancements. 7 of these enhancements were jade-like. As for the remaining few, they were bamboo shoots, drawers, stone mills, hot spring machines, and villager blocks. After taking a brief look at the features of these enhancements, Fang Mo was stunned by these strange characteristics, feeling that each attribute was challenging the limits of his cognition. The 7 jade-like enhancements are relatively straightforward. Explosion Jade, immune to any explosive effects and enhances any explosive effects released by the player, including nuclear bombs. Black Hole Jade, the inside of the weapon is connected to the void, allowing you to discard trash freely, and right-clicking can also clear fluids. Still Jade, Shift plus right-click can stop time, for up to 16 seconds. Thunderstorm Jade, Shift plus right-click can consume durability to summon a lightning storm to attack enemies, and the tool's attributes are greatly enhanced in thunderstorm weather. Healing Jade, consumes tool durability and quickly restores the player's health. Drop Protection Jade, immune to fall damage. Projectile Protection Jade, immune to projectile damage but will quickly consume hunger according to the type of projectile. Besides these 7 jade-like enhancements, the remaining 5 are even more bizarre. Bamboo Shoot Enhancement, right-click can consume durability to plant a bamboo on the ground. Killing an enemy will also generate bamboo at the corpse's location. Drawer Enhancement, Shift plus right-click can open a chest page, where you can store items, which can be upgraded up to level 10 with a very large capacity. Stone Mill Enhancement, when mining ore, consume more durability to randomly drop metal powder, affected by fortune attributes. Extra 3 points of damage when attacking enemies. Drop Blaze Powder when attacking blazes, and drop Bone Powder when attacking skeletons. Hot Spring Machine Enhancement, Shift plus right-click allows you to insert the weapon into the ground, then the weapon will quickly generate a hot spring. It will stop only when the hot spring water exceeds the hilt, otherwise, it will extend infinitely. Depending on the weapon's other features and enhancements, the effect of the hot spring water varies. Villager Block Enhancement, Shift plus right-click allows you to insert the weapon into the ground, then right-click the weapon to trade with it. Each time you kill a villager, an additional trade item will be added to the weapon. You can delete unwanted trade items through the trading page. When holding this sword, you can one-shot villagers and any golems other than bedrock golems. The more villagers you kill, the more discounts villagers will offer you. It's worth mentioning that among these enhancements for the Bamboo Cherry family bucket crossover, some enhancement features cannot coexist at the same time, such as the villagers and the hot spring machine. After looking at these few enhancement features, Fang Mo was speechless for a long time. Honestly, aren't these enhancement features way too outrageous? Fusing the hot spring machine and weapons together is one thing, but you even inherited the bug features? That's too awesome. Then there's the villager block enhancement. Fang Mo feels that his Emerald Amusement Park is already weird enough, but this crossover effect is even weirder. Even if a discount machine came, it would have to give him a thumbs up. But what to say? Although these crossovers are indeed outrageous, for some reason, Fang Mo really wants to try them out. Especially the villager enhancement and the hot spring machine. He doesn't know what will happen when weapons enhanced by the villager feature are made real. Are there any real-world creatures corresponding to the villagers? Perhaps unicorns? Of course. The time-stopping duel is also fun. Isn't this just like Za Weirdo? Something from the Time Stop series. Unfortunately, he hasn't finished the Bleach storyline yet, so he can't go back for now. And thinking about the storyline, Fang Mo subconsciously glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki. The latter has already run out of energy and is currently recovering in the hot springs. Of course, these are not ordinary hot springs, but ones created by Kisokirahara, which can heal injuries and restore physical strength. They're said to be modeled after the Zero Division's hot springs, although the effects are a bit inferior. Perhaps sensing Fang Mo's gaze, Ichigo Kurosaki also turned to look at him. Now that Zangetsu has disappeared, Ichigo hesitated for a moment, then suddenly stood up from the hot spring and walked towards Fang Mo. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing this, Fang Mo quickly covered the eyes of his little ender dragon. Why are you acting like a pervert, young man? My daughter is still here, don't you know how to put on some clothes? Sir, please teach me how to become stronger. Ichigo didn't care about any of that and spoke very seriously to Fang Mo. Didn't Yoruichi already teach you Benkai? Fang Mo said while extending his hand to absorb Ichigo's Shinigami outfit and then throwing it to him. Hurry up and put it on, or I'll snap at you. Chapter 211, Steve Chapter 210. Double update and sponsored chapters. Today. Got tired yesterday. I want to know more about Uncle Zangetsu. Ichigo Kurosaki earnestly said, please tell me everything you know. I must understand Uncle Zangetsu better in order to become stronger. Is that so? After hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's statement, Fang Mo also stroked his chin. Since you say you want to understand Zangetsu, I do have a suggestion for you. What? Ichigo Kurosaki immediately asked. Do you know who the real Zangetsu is? Fang Mo asked. Isn't Uncle Zangetsu just Zangetsu? This question bewildered Ichigo Kurosaki. He is the source of my Shinigami power. Then why do I call him Wiwak? Fang Mo asked with a smile. Hey! Hearing this, Ichigo Kurosaki was also stunned. Yes, he had indeed heard the exchange between Uncle Zangetsu and Fang Mo, where Zangetsu said he was both Wiwak and not Wiwak. But shouldn't Zangetsu just be Zangetsu? Why does Uncle Zangetsu have another strange identity? At this moment, a question similar to Yoruichi's emerged in Ichigo Kurosaki's mind. Who exactly is this Wiwak? Just as Ichigo Kurosaki was thinking about this, Yoruichi appeared carrying her spiritual body, and slapped Ichigo Kurosaki on the back. What are you doing, still looking for shortcuts? Miss Yoruichi, it's not. Ichigo Kurosaki tried to explain, but Yoruichi didn't give him a chance to. She grabbed her Zanpakuto and stabbed it into his spiritual body. The next second, Uncle Zangetsu appeared, wielding a blade and swinging it toward Ichigo Kurosaki's head. Poor Ichigo Kurosaki didn't even have time to get dressed. He quickly dodged Uncle Zangetsu's attack with a backward jump. He then hesitated, looking at Zangetsu and then at his Shinigami uniform on the ground nearby. But before he could think any further, Uncle Zangetsu charged at him again, and Ichigo had no choice but to grit his teeth and pick up a nearby sword to counter the attack. Pants! Pants! Fang Mo yelled from behind, quick, someone get Ichigo a pair of pants. You came here just to cause trouble, didn't you? Upon hearing Fang Mo, Yoruichi sighed and rubbed her forehead. Ichigo Kurosaki is still a child, the information you're talking about is too early for him. You call this a child? Fang Mo pointed at Ichigo Kurosaki and retorted, he's almost bigger than Kisokirahara, okay. Hearing this, Yoruichi Shihoran was shocked and looked down at Fang Mo. When did you ever see Kisokirahara? I mean in terms of size. Size. Fang Mo covered his face and said, Sister, can we be normal? I already said my daughter is here, I need to give her a wonderful childhood. You'd be doing well not to give her a traumatic childhood. Yoruichi Shihoran couldn't help but roll her eyes. You keep saying she's your daughter, but you let her live in a doghouse? I suspect you're just raising this strange dragon as a dog, saying it's your daughter is just a lie. Stop talking about daughters and dogs, if you keep talking, my childhood trauma is going to resurface. Fang Mo rubbed his forehead. Images of Big Brother from Full Metal Alchemist, namely the tragedy of Nina and Alexander, flashed through his mind. This was a world Fang Mo had always wanted to visit, partly to reverse such tragic stories, and partly to try unlocking the law of equivalent exchange. You have childhood trauma too. Yoruichi seemed a bit surprised. That's all in the past. Fang Mo shook his head and continued to pet the little shadow dragon. Anyway, I was wrong before, but seriously, where we come from, sons are raised like dogs. Hey! Yoruichi looked at Fang Mo in utter shock, then. What about daughters? Hat, hat hat. I want to be my daughter's dog. Upon hearing this, Shihao and Yoruichi's face instantly darkened, feeling almost on par with Nick Fury. Yes, after a series of interactions, Yoruichi had pretty much figured out that Fang Mo was a very troublesome guy, the kind who could upend your worldview in just a few sentences. She was now somewhat convinced that Urahara deliberately kept his distance from Fang Mo because he found him annoying. Not just Urahara, anyone would find it hard to tolerate him. Yoruichi subconsciously glanced at Fang Mo, who was clearly oblivious to this and was happily playing with a small shadow dragon, shaking its head back and forth. So what exactly are you here for? Shihao and Yoruichi looked at Fang Mo. Due to the influence of the fish snacks, she still trusted him, so she couldn't help but ask, is it really Urahara who sent you? Not at all, he doesn't even recognize me now. Fang Mo shrugged, I came here just for fun, nothing else. It's just a coincidence that I ran into you guys. Urahara doesn't recognize you? Why? Yoruichi wondered, didn't you say you guys were friends? We stopped being friends a long time ago, said Fang Mo, as for the specific reason. I don't want to talk about it. Either way, he certainly won't recognize me now. But that's okay, I can get to know him again and continue to torment him. Being your friend is so difficult, Yoruichi couldn't help but comment. Actually, it's not, Fang Mo shrugged, as long as you understand jokes and can make sarcastic remarks, you'll find me to be a very suitable bad friend. I'm almost flawless, except that I have a lot of flaws. Never mind. I'd rather go soak in the hot springs. Shihao and Yoruichi was clearly a bit exasperated, and unilaterally terminated her interaction with Fang Mo, then headed toward the nearby hot springs. Wait, take me with you. Fang Mo also stood up from the lounge chair, I also want to soak in the, hot springs. You don't think I'm going to strip naked and soak with you, do you? Yoruichi was somewhat speechless, I'm more accustomed to being a cat now. How about I turn into a female then? While speaking, a white light flashed around Fang Mo, and he turned into a little girl with white fur and red pupils. Sis, wanna cuddle? What? Seeing Fang Mo's action, Yoruichi was stunned, this is not a simple transformation technique, is it? How did you do that? Whether it's appearance or form, it's all just a projection created to interact with you. Fang Mo flashed back to his original appearance, speaking calmly, it's also to make it easier for you to understand my existence. Nothing more, because once this layer is peeled away, even I don't know what I really am. What you're saying sounds a bit, wait. Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, Yoruichi also subconsciously wanted to ask something. However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw Fang Mo suddenly pull out a large, high-temperature, brown-red block, causing even the surrounding air to instantly distort from the heat. What are you doing now? Going to the hot springs. While speaking, Fang Mo threw the lava block into the hot spring pool. With a sizzle, the pool instantly produced a large amount of steam, followed by boiling water, like a giant boiling hot pot. Then, Fang Mo poured several buckets of strange blue-green liquid into it. Alright, done. Fang Mo casually threw the bucket aside, then waved at Yoruichi, this is the real hot spring, come try it out. Chapter 212, Steve Chapter 211. Late at night, under the grand wall of Siridii East. Two figures slowly appear. Worth mentioning, both are captains of the Godii 13 squads. One is the captain of the 3rd squad, Jinichi Maru, and the other is the captain of the 10th squad, Toshiro Hitsugaya. Their appearance here is, of course, not a casual encounter while strolling. In fact, not long ago, head captain Genrisai Ishigakuni Yamamoto had already issued the highest level of alert, preparing all Shinigami for war against the pure-blooded Quincy. There's no helping it, after all, the strength of the enemy who arrived this time is terrifying. They easily defeated Kenpei Kizaraki and Byakuya Kokaki, 2 squad captains. According to later information, even Tosen Kaname and Komamura Seijin were similarly defeated, their defeats occurred even earlier than Zaraki and Kokaki. Additionally, the already deceased captain of the 5th Squad, Sosuke Eisen. Everyone's suspect now is Fang Mo, who is referred to as the pure-blooded Quincy Ryoko by the head captain. To counter him, head captain Yamamoto also issued an order that, starting today, at least 2 captains should patrol Siritii together. From the previous battles, it's easy to see that Quincy has at least the strength to defeat a captain alone. So, 2 captains working together can at least try to delay the fight or use Kid to transmit information to others, allowing everyone to capture this evil Ryoko. With that said, it's clear that everyone is targeting Ryoko. But not Toshiro Hitsugiya, he has his own thoughts. Toshiro Hitsugiya has a childhood friend, a girl named Momo Hinamori, who is currently the vice-captain of the 5th Squad, and the captain assassinated this morning was Sosuke Eisen of the 5th Squad. Momo Hinamori greatly admired Sosuke Eisen. Hearing of her captain's assassination, she nearly collapsed. The death of a captain should be a grave matter, but Jin Ichimaru, also a captain, seemed unsurprised by Eisen's death, even smiling as if enjoying a show. Recalling a verbal altercation between the two at the ruins of the Repentance Palace, Toshiro Hitsugiya instantly realized something. Jin Ichimaru is indeed very suspicious. Perhaps there are some hidden plots he is unaware of. Although the invasion of the pure-blooded Quincy is also strange, to be honest, what confuses Toshiro Hitsugiya more is the Central 46 Chamber's constant orders to expedite the execution. The enemies are almost defiling Siritii, and these nobles are not concerned about that but instead keep urging the rapid execution of Rukia Kukaki. Isn't that crazy? Rukia is powerful, but it's clear he can't influence the orders issued by the Central 46 Chambers, as this is an internal matter within the Soul Society. So Hitsugiya Toshiro has some doubts. Besides Rukia, there are definitely other issues within the Soul Society. He has not yet fully investigated where the problem lies. One thing that's certain is that Jin Ichimaru is definitely a big problem. The head captain has asked both captains to search the Soul Society, so Hitsugiya comes up with an idea to accompany Jin to keep an eye on him. If Jin has any ulterior motives, he will expose him immediately. What's strange to Hitsugiya is that Jin didn't refuse, instead, he happily agreed. They soon began patrolling. Since captains usually act with their lieutenants, Hitsugiya brought along his own lieutenant, a blonde beauty named Matsumoto Ranjaku. Jin should also have brought his lieutenant, but due to a prior incident where Hinamori Momo went berserk and Kira Izuru tried to stop her, both are now imprisoned, so he had to go alone. But actually, Jin quite enjoys this. After all, he has always liked Matsumoto Ranjaku and would love to keep wandering around like this. Yes, just wandering. Hitsugiya is focused on watching Jin and hasn't suggested any real patrolling. Jin also doesn't care, he's been secretly watching Matsumoto Ranjaku. Because he usually squints, no one notices him spying. As for Matsumoto Ranjaku, she's just following Hitsugiya without any comments. The three continue their leisurely walk. Sadly, the happy times are short-lived. By nightfall, they received news that Hinamori Momo, previously imprisoned for drawing her sword, had escaped. Hearing this, Hitsugiya felt uneasy. Did you pull some trick again? Almost subconsciously, Hitsugiya turned to Jin. Why did Hinamori escape? Aya, you're making it difficult for me, Jin grinned. I've been with you all day, you can't blame her escape on me. You. Hitsugiya clenched his teeth but soon held back, then turned to his lieutenant Matsumoto Ranjaku. Ranjaku, you'll have to help Hinamori now. I really can't leave. It can't be that letter, right? Matsumoto started mumbling. Letter. Hitsugiya looked puzzled. What letter? The letter you gave me, Matsumoto said. The one Captain Eisen left in his room. It was addressed to Hinamori, and you told me to give it to her. Could it be that letter? Hitsugiya Toshiro was taken aback for a moment. Out of respect for the deceased, he hadn't read the letter and directly handed it over to Hinamori Momo. Now that he thought about it, could it contain evidence about Eisen being murdered? Otherwise, why would Hinamori Momo choose to break out of jail after reading the letter? Thanks for your help, Ranjaku. Anyway, let's find Hinamori first, Hitsugiya Toshiro hurriedly said to Matsumoto Ranjaku. Matsumoto Ranjaku hesitated for a moment, glanced at Hitsugiya Toshiro, then at Ichimaru Jin, and finally nodded, all right, I understand, Captain. With a flash step, Matsumoto Ranjaku quickly disappeared from the spot. As soon as Matsumoto Ranjaku left, the atmosphere between the two instantly turned ice cold. Ichimaru-jin, stop playing games, Hitsugiya Toshiro was getting impatient. Looking at the man in front of him, smiling as always, he felt like cutting him down right then and there. What are you planning? Did you kill Captain Eisen? You need evidence to accuse someone. Ichimaru-jin still wore that sly smile, cunning like a fox. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hinamori broke out of jail. Don't you understand that? Hitsugiya Toshiro yelled. If Eisen was killed by some accident, she wouldn't break out of jail. There's only one truth, she discovered that the real killer is you. Didn't I say it already? Ichimaru-jin shrugged and reiterated, this has nothing to do with me. I don't understand why you're getting so worked up. You. Hitsugiya Toshiro was still a child after all. Seeing Ichimaru-jin's annoying smile, he couldn't help himself and instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. Oh. Ichimaru-jin's smile turned somewhat eerie. What, you want to fight me? You think I won't? Hitsugiya Toshiro yelled. He. Ichimaru-jin started to laugh, just based on some suspicions, you want to kill your comrade. Captain Hitsugiya, now I think you're the one who killed Eisen. Nonsense. Hearing this, Hitsugiya Toshiro could no longer restrain himself and drew his sword, sit upon the frosted heavens, Hiren. However, just as the battle was about to erupt, footsteps suddenly echoed from a nearby distance. Strangely, neither Hitsugiya Toshiro nor Ichimaru-jin sensed any spiritual pressure. A spine-chilling feeling arose in Hitsugiya Toshiro's heart as he instinctively turned his head to be alert. As for Ichimaru-jin on the other side, the smile on his face also gradually turned stiff. Soon enough, Fang Mo's figure slowly emerged from the darkness of the alley. Who are you? Hitsugiya Toshiro almost immediately shouted, as he had never seen the person before, and the person wasn't wearing any Shinigami uniform but a clean white robe instead. Actually, Hitsugiya Toshiro already had an answer in his heart, but according to his character, he would at least ask a question before launching an attack. Of course, I am His Majesty the Emperor's most loyal warrior, specifically here to annihilate you heretics. Fang Mo spoke with a smile, but let's get back to the point. Tonight's haul is quite big, isn't it? Just took care of a bunch of small fries, and now I've met a captain. At this rate, all of the Siraidii will be killed by me, don't you think, Ichimaru-jin? Ichimaru-jin. Hearing Fang Mo's words, Hitsugiya Toshiro immediately turned his head to look at Ichimaru-jin. You still say you're not a traitor? I don't even know you. However, unlike the frantic reaction of being caught, Ichimaru-jin looked at Fang Mo very solemnly, his hand also instinctively went to the hilt of his Zanpakuto. Who are you exactly? Hey, given the circumstances, you don't have to be so cautious, do you? Fang Mo waved his hand with a laugh, not even giving Hitsugiya Toshiro a glance, and spoke directly to Ichimaru-jin. I alone can handle this captain, let alone both of us working together. Do you think he can escape? Drop the act, aren't you tired? You. By the way, that lieutenant you wanted me to kill earlier, I just happened to run into her. Her name is Hinamori, right? Before Ichimaru-jin could say anything, Fang Mo continued, she even wanted to release her Zanpakuto, standing there shouting Bloom, Zgayo no Kotori. But before she could finish, I burned her to ashes, not even leaving any remains. Funny, isn't it? Quite impressive, wouldn't you say, Jin-san? When Fang Mo finished these words, the scene suddenly fell into a deathly silence. However, not long after, a terrifying spiritual pressure soared into the sky. Bankai. Hitsugiya Toshiro's eyes turned crimson red, as if he had transformed into a man-eating beast, Daiguren Harinmeru. Chapter 213, Sponsored Steve. Chapter 212. This chapter is sponsored by Thaddeus Sosa. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Bankai. Daiguren Harinmeru. Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, Hitsugiya Chware instantly activated his Bankai, and his spiritual pressure began to surge wildly. Quickly, a pair of icy wings sprouted from Hitsugiya Chware's back, and his limbs were also covered with ice dragon-style armor. An ice dragon tail extended from his back, making it look as if he was possessed by an ice dragon. At the same time, 3 enormous ice flowers materialized behind him. This is Hitsugiya Chware's Zanpakuto, Harinmeru's Bankai, Daiguren Harinmeru, capable of manipulating cold air and ice on a large scale, said to be the strongest ice element Zanpakuto in the Soul Society. On God, Ice Dragon Skasa. Fang Mo, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but shout out. Jin Ichimaru! I'll kill you! With a ferocious expression, Hitsugayachware charged at Jin Ichimaru, brandishing his Zanpakuto. In an instant, the atmosphere changed, frost and snow howled, and the moisture in the air condensed into a giant ice dragon, crashing toward Jin Ichimaru. Jin Ichimaru, now having to guard against Fang Mo while also confronting Hitsugayachware, was not in a laughing mood. His eyes narrowed, quickly gathering his spiritual pressure and activating Shikai. His short Zanpakuto suddenly began to extend rapidly, instantly piercing through the opponent's ice dragon. Hitsugayachware was in his Bankai state, going all out. At that moment, he raised his blade to block the incoming tip of Jin Ichimaru's sword. Then with a flick of his blade, a section of chain flew out, wrapping around Jin Ichimaru's blade. Seeing this, Jin Ichimaru frowned, raising his other hand, preparing to activate Kido. Had number. Ice Dragon Tail Whip. Before Jin Ichimaru could release his Kido, Hitsugayachware immediately struck with his blade. A surge of spiritual pressure rapidly erupted from the tip of his sword, freezing everything in front of him indiscriminately. Jin Ichimaru didn't want to take it head-on, so he hastily unleashed his spiritual pressure to shake off the chain wrapped around his blade, then used Flash Step to move away. The next second, the spot where he stood was engulfed in ice. After taking multiple hits, Jin Ichimaru was visibly angered. A faint killing intent began to emanate from him as he stared at Hitsugayachware in mid-air, seemingly weighing something in his mind. However, during their battle, Fang Mo, who was watching from the side, still thought the situation wasn't exciting enough. Fighting! Fighting! Fang Mo pulled out a box of popcorn from somewhere, munching and cheering on, Jin-san, get him! Fu *K him up! You bastard! Hitsugayachware turned his head toward Fang Mo, roaring angrily, you think I'll let you leave here alive? In Hitsugaya Toshiro's view, although Jin Ichimaru was the one who ordered Ryoko to kill Hinamori Momo and deserves to die, Ryoko, who actually committed the murder, also deserves to die. Seeing the other side even daring to watch the show, he was truly furious. He swung his sword and instantly shot out countless ice blades. However, what Hitsugaya Toshiro didn't expect was that after seeing these ice blades, Fang Mo actually drew out a very beautiful crystal sword. He then raised his hand and swung, sending out ice blades just like Hitsugaya's, filling the sky. Both sides' ice blades collided in mid-air, bursting into pieces and turning into countless ice shards. It seems that your Zanpakuto is of the same type as my Snow Queen's sword, Fang Mo said, holding his crystal sword with a smile. What? Seeing this, Hitsugaya Toshiro widened his eyes in shock. A Zanpakuto? How is that possible? Is it hard to believe? Fang Mo smiled at Hitsugaya Toshiro, do you still think you can kill us? My sword is the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, and it can even change the weather. You say? Hitsugaya Toshiro was about to say something when suddenly he felt a sense of impending danger all over his body. Shoot him, Divine Gun! Accompanying Jin Ichimaru's initial release, a white sword light shot at Hitsugaya Toshiro, piercing through his chest. But the next second, his figure suddenly turned into a piece of ice and shattered, revealing his true body not far behind. Jin Ichimaru! Hitsugaya Toshiro looked solemnly at Jin Ichimaru. After the initial impulse, he had also come to his senses by now. It seems that the strength of these two people is indeed very strong, and fighting them 2 against 1 would be very troublesome. However, the Siridi is currently under martial law. As long as he continues to exert his spiritual pressure, other captains should come to support him soon. So as long as he can hold on, these 2 will be taken down by the other captains, avenging Hinamori Momo. What's wrong, young man? Why did you stop attacking us? Unlike Hitsugaya Toshiro's solemnity, Fang Mo was very happy at this moment. He hoisted the Snow Queen sword onto his shoulder and said with a smile, really not going to continue? Actually, hell is also a beautiful sight. Do you think you can trick me like this? Hitsugaya Toshiro snorted. He had already changed his battle plan from taking down both of them alone to stalling them until other captains arrive. You won't get a chance to defeat me. Oh, is that so? Fang Mo smiled, then spoke again, I think I forgot to tell you something. Captain Hitsugaya, when I came here, I not only took care of that woman named Hinamori, but also another woman. What did you say? Hitsugaya Toshiro was immediately startled. I don't know who she is, but she was walking with Hinamori, seeming to persuade her about something. I didn't bother and killed her too. She seemed to be calling your name before she died, that blonde woman, she should be your lieutenant, right? Fang Mo deliberately put on a smiling face, she was very unwilling before she died, her eyes were open, muttering something. How about it? Is this news enough to make you despair? You. Upon hearing this, Hitsuga Toshiro was stunned. Yes, the news was truly devastating. In an instant, the two people closest to him were killed by the Ryoko in front of him. This surreal feeling even made Hitsuga Toshiro somewhat bewildered. Deep down, he almost wished the other person would say, I'm just kidding, haha. However, he knew that was impossible. He felt as if he had lost his soul. Before Hitsuga Toshiro could recover, there was a sudden loud noise, and a shocking spiritual pressure burst out. The next second, a chilling voice rang out. Bankai! Divine Killing Spear! Accompanying this voice, Hitsuga Toshiro hadn't even reacted when a white light was already shot towards Fang Mo, who quickly raised his broadsword to block it. What? Seeing this scene, Hitsuga Toshiro was stunned again. Why had they started fighting among themselves? Hey, Jin-san, what are you doing? After blocking the divine spear, Fang Mo looked at Jin Ichimaru with a puzzled face and couldn't help but ask, I just killed a lieutenant, why are you going nuts? Dance of Linked Blades. Jin Ichimaru had no intention of explaining or stopping. His usually smiling face now showed almost a rage-like expression, even his eyes were wide open. As for the Zanpakuto in his hand, it extended and contracted multiple times in an instant, looking as if he was endlessly launching the divine killing spear. The silver chains turned into a huge silver light curtain, enveloping Fang Mo. Damn it! My defenses are broken. Within the silver light, Fang Mo's surprised voice came out, Hey, Jin-san, stop it, my defenses are broken, I'm poisoned. Where is my antidote? Just die. Jin Ichimaru had no intention of stopping. He was almost exhausting himself, furiously activating his Bankai ability. The ground, walls, and the entire street were sliced and shattered, but he still had no intention of stopping. As for Hitsuga Toshiro, standing to the side, he was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Jin Ichimaru's frenzied attack on the Ryoko, a ludicrous idea suddenly came to Hitsuga Toshiro's mind. Did Jin Ichimaru actually like Ranjaku? Otherwise, why did he start attacking his teammates like a madman after hearing the news? Nevertheless, Hitsuga Toshiro decided to deal with one problem at a time. Right now, this Ryoko had killed two of the people closest to him, this was already a blood feud. So, he raised his Zanpakuto, preparing to unleash his most powerful technique. Ice Heaven 100 Flower Burial. However, just as Hitsuga Toshiro was about to release his ultimate technique, a figure suddenly jumped out from not far away. I finally found you. Hearing this familiar voice, Hitsuga Toshiro trembled all over, then incredulously turned his head to look at the top of the courtyard wall. At this moment, a very much alive Hinamori Momo was standing there. Chapter 214, Sponsored Steve Chapter 213. This chapter is sponsored by Thaddeus Sosa. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Hinamori? Upon seeing the living Hinamori mom, Hitsuga Ichimaru suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. Aren't you dead? On the other side, Jin Ichimaru also froze for a moment when he saw this scene. However, his mind was much quicker than Hitsuga Ichimaru's. He instantly understood the scheme. It was obvious that the person opposite was lying about killing Hinamori mom or something similar. Since Hinamori mom could appear here, Matsumoto Ranjaku probably wasn't in any trouble either. All of this was just a plot by that troublemaker to deceive him. He had been too anxious about Matsumoto Ranjaku, so he panicked when he heard news about her and made a wrong judgment. Now, calming down and thinking about it, he really had been too impulsive. Thinking this, Jin Ichimaru breathed a sigh of relief, stopping his Shin's chain attack. After all, even he couldn't withstand such a high-frequency, continuous Bankai attack. After halting the attack, he indeed felt a great sense of fatigue. He could barely stand, but his eyes remained locked onto Fang Mo. After all, he had used his real Bankai. He had lied to Eisen, claiming that his Bankai ability was a faster thrust, with the blade extending 10 km and moving at 500 times the speed of sound, but that was all false. The real ability of Jin Ichimura's Bankai was extreme poison. In addition to further enhancing Shin's thrust speed, part of the blade would also turn into powder in an instant as it retracted. And this powder was a super toxic substance capable of dissolving cells. Even Eisen, who had later fused with the Hogyaku, was completely melted by this strike. If not for the Hogyaku saving him, Jin Ichimura's treacherous strike might have led to a major conclusion, a feat as impressive as Might Guy's 8 gates in Naruto. Fortunately, both Eisen and Uchiha Madara had super fast regeneration, otherwise, they might have been done for. However, as it turned out, super fast regeneration was not exclusive to major villains. As the dust on the street gradually dispersed, an unharmed Fang Mo was standing there, smiling at Jin Ichimaru. Seeing Fang Mo's condition, Jin Ichimura's pupils suddenly constricted. "What's wrong, Jin-san? You look like you've seen a ghost." Fang Mo smiled at Jin Ichimaru. "Is it because I didn't get poisoned to death by you?" "You, what exactly are you?" Jin Ichimaru couldn't help but ask. He was truly confused now. Even the large hollows with rapid regeneration would be poisoned to death by his Bankai. His Bankai, the Divine Spear, targets the spiritual particle cell structure and has nothing to do with spiritual pressure. In theory, it is even more invincible than Swafon's two-strike kill. It was because of this that Jin was later able to severely injure Eisen through a sneak attack. But how could such a terrifying Bankai have no effect on the opponent? It made no sense. Even if Jin racked his brain, he couldn't figure out where the problem lay. Did Jin's attack have an effect? Actually, it did. After all, Fang Mo had been shouting about breaking the defense, and he did indeed get poisoned. The problem was, Jin's Bankai is a lethal poison that dissolves cells. Fang Mo, a digitalized life form, had no cells beneath his skin, it was all emptiness. It's unclear how the MC rules judged this, but Fang Mo was indeed broken through by Jin. Surviving that combo attack cost him at least 8 of his hearts, half of which were due to the poison. Yes, Fang Mo was indeed poisoned. But it wasn't like how it's portrayed in the animation, where his whole body would dissolve. It was just that Steve had inexplicably gained a poisoned status, and Fang Mo endured the damage until the poison's effect passed. There was no way around it. His regeneration speed was just too fast. Steve's full saturation self-healing effect, along with the firm foundation of the Tinker Construct's green gem and the obtained Scarlet Ring, ensured that even after Jin's sustained attack, Fang Mo didn't lose 8 hearts in one go. Instead, he lost half a heart, regained it, lost another half, and regained it again in a repeating cycle. Seriously, does the Godi I-13 only know how to say this one line? After hearing Jin's question of "what are you?" Fang Mo couldn't help but say, "Why do you keep asking what I am? Do you enjoy touching sensitive points?" "You." Jin frowned at Fang Mo, really unsure of what he was up against. "Yours is too short, Jin-san. Rangiku won't like you. Let go, I have plenty of dark uncles to introduce to her." Before Jin could say anything, Fang Mo suddenly spread his arms and said, "Don't we like hurting each other? Come on, let's flame each other and let the world feel the pain." However, just as Fang Mo was running his mouth, another dispute broke out between Hitsuga Toshiro and Hinamori Momo. "I've finally found you," Hinamori Momo said, lowering her head. Her bangs covered her eyes, making it hard to see her expression at the moment. "Hinamori, I'm so glad you're all right." When Hitsuga Toshiro saw that Hinamori Momo was still alive, he felt a bit overjoyed. He hadn't expected that the disaster had been lying to him. How despicable! Wasn't Hinamori Momo perfectly fine? However, in the next second, Hitsuga Toshiro suddenly froze. Because Hinamori Momo in front of him slowly drew her Zanpakuto and aimed its tip at him. "Shiro, no, Hitsuga Toshiro," Hinamori Momo said coldly, "I never thought you would do such a thing, you actually killed Captain Eisen." "What?" Hitsuga Toshiro was stunned after hearing this, his mind going blank. "Stop pretending," Hinamori Momo was clearly a bit agitated, gripping her sword tightly. "Hitsuga Toshiro, are you still going to deny it at this point?" "It wasn't me." Hitsuga Toshiro immediately snapped back to reality when the other side shouted, hurriedly explaining, "Hinamori, how could I possibly do such a thing?" It seems like they are about to start fighting over there." Fang Mo, who was confronting Ichimaru Jin, was also drawn into the argument between the two. He directly abandoned his confrontation with Jin, saying, "Forget it, let's just watch the drama. People like me who enjoy the excitement would die of boredom otherwise." After saying this, he cheerfully moved closer to enjoy the spectacle, regardless of Ichimaru-jin's reaction. "Stop pretending." Hinamori Momo paid no attention to the other spectators. Right now, her eyes were fixed only on Hitsuga Toshiro, her sworn enemy, angrily saying, "Captain Eisen had already found out the truth, which is why he was killed." But he had already anticipated all of this happening. "The letter clearly states that you are the murderer. Captain Eisen asked me to stop you. I will inherit his will and avenge him." Saying this, Hinamori Momo instantly raised her Zanpakuto, Bloom, to Byam. Accompanying her release phrase, Hinamori Momo fiercely swung her sword, sending a fireball directly flying towards Hitsuga Toshiro. However, Hitsuga Toshiro was now in Bankai state. To be honest, this mere fireball was a bit of a joke. The ice wings behind him closed together, easily blocking the damage from the other side. "Good grief, you really are Eisen's #1 brain-dead fan." Fang Mo, hearing all of this, couldn't help but turn his head and start bantering with Ichimaru-jin, "So even the fanatics in your soul society are this idiotic. And here I thought it was just like that in the real world." Ichimaru-jin completely ignored him. "Wait. Hinamori." On the other hand, Hitsuga Toshiro hurriedly started explaining, "This letter might have been tampered with. I really didn't kill Captain Eisen. Calm down. This is definitely Captain Eisen's handwriting. I couldn't possibly mistake it." Hinamori Momo raised her sword and said, "He also said in the letter to stop you at all costs. This is his last wish, not as a captain but as a man he entrusted to me." After saying this, Hinamori Momo even shed 2 lines of tears. Then, she raised her sword again while crying and attacked Hitsuga Toshiro. "Hinamori! Calm down." Hitsuga Toshiro was really a bit desperate, the woman in front of him wasn't listening to his explanation at all. Mr. Eisen is not the type of person who would let his subordinates take risks. There must be something wrong with this letter. "Don't say another word." Hinamori Momo, crying, charged towards Hitsuga Toshiro. Seeing this scene, Fang Mo couldn't help himself and turned to look at Ichimaru-jin. "Well done, is this how you lovebirds think? Willing to sacrifice everything for the one you love, including intelligence and brain." "Don't lump me in when you talk about Hinamori," Ichimaru-jin said coldly. "Isn't your attitude towards Ranjaku the same?" Fang Mo laughed and retorted, "Who was it that angrily released Bankai to attack me?" "What's the difference between you and Hinamori Momo? From now on, I'll just call you Ichimaru Momo. But you're not emotional enough, you should attack me while crying, that would make it more heartfelt." "How did you know about this?" Ichimaru-jin looked coldly at Fang Mo. Ranjaku Matsumoto was indeed his weak spot, but he had never mentioned it to anyone. And Matsumoto Ranjaku probably hadn't said anything either. So how did this mysterious traveler know? "I have many friends," Fang Mo shrugged and said, "some can read minds, some can see the future, some are kings of spies, and one not so close acquaintance is omniscient and omnipotent. Don't you think it's easy for me to gather some information?" "Who are you?" Ichimaru-jin asked with a cold expression. "My foolish younger brother." Fang Mo first patted Ichimaru-jin's shoulder, then suddenly revealed a squinting expression identical to his, speaking sincerely, "I am actually your long-lost elder brother, Ichimaru-kin." Chapter 215, Steve Chapter 214. "My foolish little brother." Fang Mo patted Ichimaru-jin's shoulder and said earnestly, "I am your biological brother, Ichimaru-kin." "Sorry, I don't have a brother." Ichimaru-jin didn't buy it and shook his head. "Are you sure?" Fang Mo tentatively asked. "I'm very sure." Ichimaru-jin said seriously. "All right, then I'll go to Central 46 and tell Eisen Sosuke that you're actually in love with Matsumoto Ranjaku," Fang Mo said with a smile. "What do you think?" "You?" Ichimaru-jin's brows furrowed deeply. "What, want to fight?" Fang Mo cheerfully said, "You've tried your strongest Bankai, and it clearly can't defeat me. So do you have any other ways to deal with me? You can't be planning to cry and beg Eisen to handle me, can you? What do you want?" Ichimaru-jin finally couldn't help but ask, "What are you trying to do?" "I just want to ask you one question, am I your brother now?" Fang Mo asked with a smile. Ichimaru-jin took a deep breath, finally giving in, "Brother. Ah, see, isn't that better? Fang Mo became immediately happy, patting Ichimaru-jin's shoulder. To be honest, I'm actually on your side. You don't need to hold so much hostility towards me. I haven't seen any evidence that you're on my side. Ichimaru-jin said, up to now, no one in Siridi, including Eisen, knows what your true intentions are. Actually, I really like big sisters like Matsumoto Ranjaku who have great figures and personalities, Fang Mo said, spreading his hands, and then asked, you see, you love your wife, and I love your wife, our interests are completely aligned, so aren't we on the same side? You're not interested in Ranjaku at all, are you? Ichimaru-jin was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and said directly, if you have any intentions, just say it, no need to keep bringing her up. Then I'll get straight to the point. Fang Mo slightly controlled his expression, then seriously said, actually, my goal is the Hagyaku. Is that so? Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, Ichimaru-jin revealed a look of understanding. Unlike other random and nonsensical reasons, if Fang Mo's goal is the Hagyaku, Ichimaru-jin is somewhat more inclined to believe it. After all, even Eisen has been trying hard to get this treasure. Now another monster jumps out wanting to snatch it, it makes sense when you think about it. This guy is absurdly powerful, after all. Apart from the Hagyaku, he probably wouldn't be interested in anything else, right? My demand is actually very simple. And just as Ichimaru-jin was pondering these things, Fang Mo continued, you don't really want to follow Eisen. You just want to retrieve something from Ranjaku Matsumoto, am I right? You know about this too. Ichimaru-jin looked at Fang Mo in surprise. If it's about him liking Ranjaku Matsumoto, it could possibly be discovered by others. But the real reason for him following Eisen, he really hasn't told anyone, not even Ranjaku Matsumoto herself knows. So how did this guy find out? Has he been secretly paying attention to Eisen since 100 years ago? If I remember correctly, Ranjaku Matsumoto's soul seems to have a part related to the Soul King. Fang Mo touched his chin, he heard this on the internet, said to be official information from a novel, but he couldn't remember the specifics. A part of the Soul King? The heel? The scalp? The tip of the nose? The tongue tip? Ichimaru-jin didn't speak, he just looked at Fang Mo somewhat numbly. In any case, I can help you. Fang Mo smiled and said, I can fully help you solve the problem with Ranjaku. Of course, the price is the Hagyaku, what do you think of this deal? Ichimaru-jin frowned and pondered for a long time before finally asking, how can I trust you? Currently, Tsunkaname is already on my side, said Fang Mo, if you also turn against him, there won't be a single normal person left around Eisen. What? Tsunkaname actually? Upon hearing this, Ichimaru-jin was also taken aback. In his eyes, Tsunkaname was a very persistent person. He didn't expect that even this guy with thick eyebrows would betray Eisen. When did this happen? By the way, you must have thought about assassinating Eisen using your Bankai, right? Fang Mo suddenly said, I advise you not to act recklessly. After Eisen has fused with the Hagyaku, he will keep evolving to the next dimension. Your attack will not only fail to kill him but will also accelerate his evolution. Ichimaru-jin looked at Fang Mo blankly, not even wanting to ask how do you even know this? Indeed, this guy was really too strange. Although he had never appeared, it seemed like he knew him like the back of his hand. This feeling of being completely seen through made him very uncomfortable, even giving him the chills. It was as if all his actions in the Soul Society over the past century had been monitored. If all this was true, then this person was even more terrifying than Eisen. After all, no matter how strong Eisen is, he is still just a Shinigami. Even if he created the Hagyaku and broke the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollows, his power system still ultimately relies on spiritual particles and spiritual pressure. But the man in front of him had no sense of spiritual pressure at all. It was as if the entity standing here was not a person, but an unknown being wrapped in human skin. As Fang Mo was talking to Ichimaru-jin, the situation on the battlefield changed. Hinamori Momo is only a lieutenant, whereas Chuer Hitsugiya is a prodigious captain-level powerhouse with Bankai. Even if he tried to avoid fighting as much as possible, it was hard not to hurt Hinamori Momo. Hinamori Momo's current state was really like she was in a frenzy. She didn't want to attack Chuer Hitsugiya, but her hands didn't stop. She was crying and asking Chuer Hitsugiya what should I do, while hacking away even more joyously than anyone else. It really left people at a loss for words. To be honest, Chwer Hitsugia was almost numb by now, and could only keep persuading her. However, he got a little careless, and as he turned, his wings of ice accidentally scraped Hinamori Momo. She flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell to the ground, motionless. Hinamori. Seeing this, Chwer Hitsugia was also frightened and hurried over to check on her. Fortunately, she was only knocked unconscious due to the impact and was not seriously injured. Chwer Hitsugia breathed a sigh of relief, then looked up at Ichimaru-jin and Fang Mo. At the moment, the two were quietly exchanging information about Eisen, and the atmosphere was peaceful. Seeing this, Chwer Hitsugia became furious. These two were indeed in cahoots. They were pretending to attack each other just now, but now they were standing together again. Upon careful thought, Eisen's letter must have been tampered with by them, framing him and making Hinamori Momo confront him with hostility. Thinking of this, Chwer Hitsugia immediately drew his sword. Chapter 216, Steve Chapter 215. Hitsugia Toshiro is indeed a prodigy, but due to his young age, he hasn't been able to fully realize his potential. So whether it's spiritual pressure, Zanpakuto, Kido, or combat experience, he's far from matching Jin Ichimaru, let alone Fang Mo who is standing by. So if he really dares to step forward, he will undoubtedly be double-teamed by these two smiling monsters. Just as Hitsugia Toshiro was about to charge forward, suddenly a woman with long orange hair ran over from a distance and also shouted, "Captain!" Hinamori. Seeing this woman with long orange hair, the killing intent on Jin Ichimaru disappeared instantly. Hitsugia Toshiro, who was about to charge forward, also hesitated. So not only Hinamori was not killed by the Ryoko, even Ranjaku Matsumoto is fine? Damn that Ryoko, it turns out he was lying to himself all along. However, he quickly reacted and shouted, "Don't come over." Ranjaku. Hitsugia Toshiro, holding his Zanpakuto, warned, that Ryoko is very dangerous. Quickly notify others. What? He is that Ryoko? Ranjaku Matsumoto also hesitated, but her gaze quickly moved to Jin Ichimaru beside Fang Mo. She seemed to not believe that Jin would actually be working with the Ryoko. Of course, even Jin is a bit uncertain now. Though he's still smiling, his smile has become a bit stiff, as if he's hiding his true thoughts behind that smile. What? Falling in love again? Fang Mo, seeing this, directly ridiculed him, "Look at Hinamori on the ground. You wouldn't want to lie there like a lapdog too, would you?" Jin Ichimaru didn't speak. But his silence doesn't mean Fang Mo won't act. Suddenly, he swung his sword forward, the power of the Snow Queen began to fluctuate, sending a swirl of snowflakes and ice shards indiscriminately freezing everything in its path. "Be careful." Ranjaku. Seeing this, Hitsugia Toshiro immediately used Flash Step to charge over, then raised his long sword, and a huge ice wall emerged from the ground, attempting to block Fang Mo's attack. "Hey, you!" Upon seeing that Ranjaku Matsumoto had even attacked, Jin Ichimaru furrowed his brow momentarily. "Don't worry, someone will help block it." Fang Mo smiled at Jin Ichimaru, "As for you, you haven't finished explaining yet." "Then get to the point," Jin Ichimaru hurriedly said. "You just continue to follow Eisen. Pretend nothing has happened. The Hogyaku is still incomplete. I'll act after Eisen goes to Hueco Mundo. For now, continue being a mole," Fang Mo told Jin Ichimaru, "you don't have to worry about me. I just want to have some more fun." I understand." Jin Ichimaru simply nodded his head, then said, "So, should you hit me now?" "No, why does everyone here like getting hit?" Upon hearing this, Fang Mo could hardly hold back his laughter and rubbed his forehead. "Tosin-kan name was the same before, and so are you. Before coming to Soul Society, I'd never heard of such a request. Do you get addicted to punches? Are you also a masochist?" "I have no choice, it's better than being suspected by Eisen." Saying this, Jin Ichimaru once again mustered his spiritual pressure, then launched an attack on Fang Mo, "Shoot to kill him, Shinso." A flash of silver light shot out instantly. However, this time, Fang Mo directly caught the blade with one hand and pushed it aside. The extended Shinso directly pierced through a building, then made a swipe to the side, cutting the top half of the building into two sections. Accompanied by intense shaking, the upper half of the building slowly slid to the side and then crashed onto the ground, gradually collapsing amid a tremendous rumble. Before Jin Ichimaru could react, Fang Mo had already stepped towards him. He followed up with a punch to the abdomen, and with a plop sound, the punch pierced right through his abdomen, causing blood to spurt wildly. After suffering such a heavy blow, Jin Ichimaru immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. To be honest, that punch felt like it shattered his intestines. He didn't expect the opponent to be so strong that he couldn't even block a single punch. In pain, he couldn't help but slowly raise his head. "You are too cruel." Just then, the ice wall not far away also disappeared. Ranjaku Matsumoto happened to see the moment where Jin Ichimaru was punched through by Fang Mo. "Jin!" This time, she couldn't care less and rushed up without thinking. At the same time, two enormous spiritual pressures were rapidly closing in. Fang Mo glanced at the minimap in Steve's field of vision and roughly confirmed the identities of the opponents. The next second, a petite figure rushed over, golden spikes at her fingertips aiming straight for Fang Mo's chest. Simultaneously, another flashy figure appeared in mid-air. "Cutting Ghost!" The figure in the air shouted, then descended wielding two large swords. "Oh, two more delivery boys," Fang Mo chuckled and activated the teleportation feature of his void ring. The weapon of the second squad captain, So iPhone, brushed past his afterimage, and the 8th squad captain, Kiriko Shunsui, looked startled for a moment. Then he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and instinctively looked up. "A Zanpakuto with rule-based abilities, so it's about who's higher up, hey?" Fang Mo laughed and slashed at Kiriko Shunsui below. Due to his own Zanpakuto's rule-based abilities, Kiriko Shunsui was at a disadvantage. Even though he raised his sword in defense, he felt an overwhelming force coming at him. His defensive stance instantly broke, and he was slashed on his scapula, plummeting to the ground, blood spewing out. After defeating Kiriko Shunsui with one slash, Fang Mo hovered in midair and intentionally switched to taunt mode. "Weak, weak, weak." Fang Mo looked at the Shinigami below and channeled his inner Oscar actor. "Is this all the captains of Superiority I have got? At this rate, I don't even need to wait for His Majesty to recover his power, I alone can flatten the entire Soul Society. When the time comes, I'll turn your heads into fireworks as tribute to the rebirth of the Quincy King." "Who the hell are you?" So iPhone from below looked at Fang Mo and couldn't help but shout. "I am the Vanguard Grand Commander of the Wandenreich, Lan Lan Lu. My script is M, the embodiment of the Soul King's testicles." Fang Mo deliberately spread his arms and shouted, "The glory of the Quincy's shall be restored. God Emperor above. Mere Quincy's." Second squad captain So iPhone gritted his teeth, "The guy who killed the 5th squad captain, you think Superiority I will let you go?" "Sorry, which 5th squad are we talking about?" Fang Mo looked down and asked, "I've killed too many captains, can't remember them all." "It's Captain Eisen." "Captain Eisen." Hinamori Momo, who had been unconscious, woke up at some point. Hearing Fang Mo's words, she somehow found the strength to shout, "Brown hair, wearing glasses, killed by his own Zanpakuto pinned to a high wall, was it you?" Fang Mo looked at Hinamori Momo speechlessly, sighing in his heart that she truly lived up to her reputation as the strongest shield in the Soul Society. Perhaps she was so afraid of pain that she invested all her attributes in defense, leaving no points for intelligence. She was still thinking about Eisen at a time like this. He didn't know whether to call her pitiful or foolish. "Sorry, I didn't pin any captains to the wall." Shaking his head, Fang Mo spoke directly, "As far as I remember, I've only killed a blind man, a dog, a madman, a poser, and this squinty guy in front of you. As for Eisen, I really have no recollection." "What?" Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Yes, aside from Hinamori Momo, everyone thought this was the work of the villain. However, now the person in question is denying it. And it's not like he has any reason to lie. According to his logic, he is the vanguard of Quincy, aiming to kill the Shinigami of Godai 13. If he did kill Eisen, he would consider it an honor and admit it. Although none of the captains he mentioned actually died, they were mostly saved by Squad 4 and Squad 12, and some have even fully recovered. What? Upon hearing this, all of Hinamori Momo's hopes collapsed again. It seems that the letter from Eisen was indeed true, and the one who killed him was not the villain but Hitsugaya Toshiro. But Hitsugaya is her childhood friend, they grew up together. Torn between the dying wishes of the man she admired and her own childhood friend, Hinamori felt as if her heart was bleeding. She collapsed again and fainted. Hinamori! Hitsugiya quickly shouted and wanted to rush over, but at that moment, Swyfon suddenly yelled out. Captain Hitsugiya! Swyfon stared intently at Fang Mo but sternly said, "This is not the time for anything else, he has already defeated several captains. Do you want to turn your back on the enemy at this moment?" Hearing this, Hitsugiya shook and halted, turning to face Fang Mo in mid-air. "We don't have to fight him directly, we just need to hold him off." Swyfon spoke calmly, "The head captain is already on his way, along with several other captains. We will surely resolve this evil tonight." "Yes, I understand." Hitsugiya nodded gravely. Shunpo. Swyfon didn't hesitate and activated her special skill, a combination of Kido and Hakuda. It was somewhat similar to the body flicker technique in Naruto and complemented her Zanpakuto abilities. "Captain Hitsugiya, please support me with your abilities, I'll try to hold him off as much as I can." Swyfon's entire body was filled with an astonishing flow of energy, and her back, arms, and shoulders were tightly wrapped in concentrated Kido. Her body tensed up, seemingly ready to burst at any moment. Swyfon was very confident in her speed. With Hitsugiya's Bankai, the strongest Ice Zanpakuto Bankai, to assist her, they should be able to delay the enemy until the head captain and other captains arrive. However, reality was harsh. Before she could engage Fang Mo, the sound of ice shattering came from behind her. Without thinking, she glanced back, only to see the last ice flower behind Hitsugiya had completely shattered. Yes, the duration of his Bankai had run out, the ice wings, tail, and armor all broke at the same time, and his spiritual pressure decreased sharply. Seeing this, Swyfon was immediately stunned. Chapter 217, Steve Chapter 216. Hitsugiya Toshiro is indeed a genius. However, as previously mentioned, compared to other captains, he is still quite young. His Zanpakuto, higher in Meru, is indeed very powerful, truly the strongest in ice and snow. However, it is precisely because of this strength that he is currently unable to fully harness its power. In the original Bleach series, Hitsugiya Toshiro only mastered this power during the 1000-year Blood War arc. Only after the 3 ice flowers behind him shattered did he truly complete his Bankai. Hitsugiya Toshiro then transforms into a young man, and his strength significantly increases. However, before the 1000-year Blood War arc, the shattering of these 3 ice flowers usually signifies the disappearance of his Bankai. Of course, from the reader's perspective, this all seems like a plot device. Ever since Eisen was defeated, there has indeed been some power imbalance and logical inconsistencies in Bleach. Readers have more or less gotten used to it, whoever falters first wins, whoever uses their ultimate move first loses. "Yo, Captain Hitsugiya, your endurance isn't that great, hey." Fang Mo certainly doesn't care about any of this and starts to tease, "Your teammates were just about to engage, and your ultimate move is on cooldown? That's pretty bad, isn't it? Damn it, you nuisance." Hitsugiya Toshiro clenched his teeth, visibly angry but helpless. Just then, a man's voice came from a distance, "Heido number 63, Rei Koho." Yokotake Jushiro suddenly appeared nearby and launched a massive golden thunderbolt. At the same time, Kyoriko Shunsui, who had fallen to the ground, also suddenly propped himself up, "Heido number 78, Zhang Aaron." Kyoriko Shunsui and Yokotake Jushiro have been fighting side by side for many years, and their coordination was impeccable. The Wheel of Light and Thunderbolt were shot from 2 different directions and cunningly aimed at Fang Mo, who immediately teleported. The 2 Kido spells collided in mid-air, and the resulting flash of light almost illuminated half of the Siritii. However, in the next second, an overwhelming spiritual pressure suddenly erupted. "Senro Bankan, reduce all to ashes. Ryuujin Jaka." Accompanied by an elderly voice, the surrounding temperature began to soar rapidly. An old man instantly appeared in front of Fang Mo, holding a flaming Zanpakuto and chopped it down without hesitation. Fang Mo immediately raised his sword to block, but the old man's strength was clearly far beyond the other captains. The moment his Zanpakuto attack was blocked, the old man immediately raised his left fist and struck Fang Mo's chest. Taking advantage of the moment Fang Mo raised his other hand to block, he immediately activated his own Zanpakuto again, timing his moves impeccably. Torch. Blazing flames erupted from the old man, instantly engulfing Fang Mo's figure. The head captain has made his move. The crowd below saw this scene and finally breathed a sigh of relief. In their view, as long as Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni took action, the disaster would undoubtedly be averted. After all, the strength of the head captain is just too strong. Just in his initial release, his spiritual pressure and power already rival the Bankai of other captains. However, just as everyone thought this, a fist suddenly emerged from the raging flames and struck Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's face hard, causing him to stagger back uncontrollably a few steps. Following that, Fang Mo, who was unscathed, walked out of the flames. What is this? Everyone looked at Fang Mo's figure in disbelief for a moment. Old man. Fang Mo carried a crystal greatsword and laughed arrogantly, your Zanpakuto is useless. Yes, although Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni is strong, his Zanpakuto is of the fire element. Fang Mo has a magical ring that theoretically grants immunity to all fire-based attacks, and this ring has even absorbed various artifacts from the Marvel Universe, such as the Casket of Ancient Winters, Eternal Flame, and so on. Even if it's just pure high temperature, even the temperature at the core of the sun, it would not harm Fang Mo at all. Is that so? Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni showed no change in expression, even after taking a punch. Instead, he became more serious. I wanted to ask you something about Quincy, but it seems I should sever your limbs first, and then interrogate you later. Saying this, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni charged. Fang Mo also narrowed his eyes. After all, the opponent was the head captain, and his strength was definitely not on the same level as ordinary captains. The Snow Queen sword clashed with Yamamoto's Raijin Jaka, fire and ice counteracting each other. However, as Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni continued to increase his spiritual pressure, the flames began to take the upper hand. There was no choice, the Queen of Ice could only control part of the Twilight Forest in her settings, making her weaker compared to Raijin Jaka. But Fang Mo could cheat. Fang Mo's thoughts shifted slightly, and the magical ring instantly switched to 0-degree mode. An ancient extreme cold close to the cosmic freezing point burst from him, flowing into the crystal greatsword in his hand. The temperature in the entire Siritii began to plummet rapidly. A layer of frost covered the ground, and even Raijin Jaka's flames were suppressed. What is this? Hitsugaya Toshiro was stunned, watching this scene. Could it be that the opponent has the strongest ice-based Zanpakuto, surpassing even the oldest fire-based Zanpakuto, Raijin Jaka? What did that make him? So this is what you rely on. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni was not afraid but spoke coldly, you think using an ice-based weapon against my Raijin Jaka will work? As he spoke, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's spiritual pressure began to rise even more, but the flames on his Zanpakuto started to shrink inward. It was clear that he was about to release his Bankai, Zankan no Tachi. This was also inevitable. After all, the Snow Queen combined with the Ring of Arcana was just too overpowered, especially since the ring had also absorbed the Casket of Ancient Winters, a divine artifact capable of freezing an entire planet in the hands of a frost giant. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, with just his initial release, could at most destroy a few cities and could not compete with this. However, just as Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni was increasing his spiritual pressure and preparing his Bankai, Fang Mo's peripheral vision inadvertently swept over several people on the ground and happened to see Ichimaru-jin lying there with a bitter expression on his face. Then, Ranjaku Matsumoto was using her body to protect him while trying to perform some kind of technique. Yes, the Captain Commander's Bankai is extremely powerful. The moment it's released, it can evaporate all the water molecules in the Siritii. Coupled with the extreme cold domain created by Fang Mo, the two contrasting forces are unbearable for others, making them feel as if they're caught between fire and ice. Even captains-level individuals felt noticeably uncomfortable, let alone vice-captains. The fact that they could hold on without falling is already a great display of willpower and determination. Ranjaku Matsumoto was doing this entirely to protect Ichimaru-jin, especially after he had just been severely wounded by her own attack. What the? It wasn't until this moment that Fang Mo finally snapped back to reality. He had gotten a little too excited and completely forgot about the injured Ichimaru-jin. If he had actually started fighting the head captain, Ichimaru-jin would probably die, which would be somewhat awkward for him. Thinking of this, Fang Mo felt a headache coming on. Just as Fang Mo was lost in thought, a giant floating fish flew in from a distance, carrying the 4th Division Captain Anoha Naretsu and the 12th Division Captain, Mayuri Kuratsuki. The more people I fight, the more come, Fang Mo muttered, so a whole division's worth of forces has been dispatched to deal with me? That's troublesome. Guess I'll have to kill you all next time. Do you think you can escape? Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, all the captains below finally got their spirits up. This was their chance to finish him off. Jushiro Yokotake and Shunsui Kiraku simultaneously started casting spells, and Suafong also rushed forward without a second thought. However, a flash of black light occurred, and Fang Mo vanished into thin air. All of their attacks hit nothing but air. What? How is this possible? Suafong couldn't believe her eyes. She knew Fang Mo had some kind of teleportation ability, but were there no limitations? Crafty villain. Yamamoto, who was about to release his Bankai, also looked grim at this sight. But while the captains were focused on Fang Mo's escape, two Shinigami were not. One was Rangiku Matsumoto. She immediately looked up at the hurriedly arriving 4th Division Captain Anohana Retsu. Captain Anohana, please save Captain Jin. The other was Hitsuga Toshiro. He was guarding an unconscious Hinamori Momo, pondering deeply. If what this villain claimed was true, that he didn't kill Eisen, then who did? Was it Ichimaru Jin or someone else? What was their motive for framing him? Now that the Quincy's had invaded Siriti and started a war, this villain, who called himself something like Wang Mo, was extremely powerful, having already defeated almost half of the Godii 13 captains. Yet the Central 46 did not order the combined forces to eliminate him, but instead were urging the execution of Rukia Kukiki to be carried out ahead of schedule. What exactly was going on? Chapter 218, Steve Chapter 217. Just as Hitsuga Toshiro was full of questions, Fang Mo also returned to the underground cave. He had no choice. Even though he really wanted to continue the act, putting on a show of a battle between the evil All-Stars and the Godii 13, if he really started fighting with the head captain, then Jin Ichimaru would definitely be done for. Fang Mo had previously called himself Jin Ichimaru, and he definitely didn't want to watch his brother die. After all, the Tang monk hadn't eaten the meat yet, right? And besides, Fang Mo was also a bit worried about Eisen's movements. If he really killed the head captain, Eisen would probably have a headache, right? He is not the master of Hueco Mundo right now, and he hasn't even obtained a complete Hagyaku. He is at most a very strong Shinigami who has mastered both Zanpakuto and Kido. Theoretically, if head captain Yamamoto couldn't beat Fang Mo, then Eisen probably wouldn't be a match for Fang Mo either. After all, Eisen heavily relied on his illusions in the early story, but Fang Mo isn't from the Soul Society and was never affected by the illusions, so how would you fight that? As previously mentioned, Eisen isn't Fang Mo's target. He's actually quite troublesome, with all sorts of thoughts, and isn't suitable to be sealed into the Ender Sword and taken to another world. What Fang Mo really wants is the Hagyaku. In fact, he now realizes the emptiness within himself, and to fill that void, he's both seeking fun in various worlds and subconsciously collecting all sorts of magical items. Including but not limited to Dragon Balls, the Holy Grail, the Hagyaku, Infinity Stones, and the like. In short, he's collecting wishing machines. According to the original story, wishing machines couldn't fulfill these universe-spanning wishes, but what Fang Mo lacks the least is time. He could slowly research their operating principles and eventually find a way to make it work. Why, did you come back so quickly? Inside the underground cave, Yoruichi was startled by the sudden appearance of Fang Mo. Didn't you say you were going for a walk after the hot springs? I thought you would stay out a bit longer. Wait, were those spiritual pressures that just erupted outside your doing? What do you mean, my doing? Fang Mo patted the non-existent dust off himself and said, I was just trying to build a good relationship with the captains. Did you succeed in building that relationship? Yoruichi asked. Pretty good, Fang Mo proudly tilted his head and said, I only beat up a few of them. Why do I believe none of what you're saying? Upon hearing this, Yoruichi couldn't help but touch her forehead, thinking that this guy really was a troublemaker. It was less than half an hour since he went out, and captain-level spiritual pressures were erupting one after another. Ichigo Kurosaki even thought that the Soul Society was about to be destroyed. If I sensed correctly just now, the head captain must have also made a move against you, right? After a brief silence, Yoruichi suddenly spoke to Fang Mo, asking, Did you clash with the head captain? Are you hurt? It's impossible to get hurt. Fang Mo shook his head and said, Of all the people in Soul Society, that old man is the most useless. He seems to have a fierce fire, but he didn't even singe a single hair of mine. He's weak. Head Captain Yamamoto Genryusai is weak. Upon hearing this, Yoruichi also couldn't help but react. This is the first time I've heard someone dare to say that about him. Aren't you afraid he'll burn you to ashes? The only thing I'm afraid of is him suddenly suffering a stroke and then framing me for thousands of dollars. Fang Mo helplessly shrugged. After all the captains there are his people. If they help him forge evidence, my life would be over. Don't tell me you think the head captain only has this much strength. Yoruichi said, though I wasn't at the scene, judging by the spiritual pressure, the old head captain probably only activated his Shikai. Maybe you can withstand that, but don't forget he has a Bankai, whose power even the entire Soul Society can't handle. I know, it's Zankan no Tachi. Fang Mo casually waved his hand, and with a thought, Steve appeared beside him, handing him a red greatsword. A white light flashed, and in Fang Mo's hand appeared an exaggeratedly large sword. I'm really good at imitating. As he said this, Fang Mo swung the wide-bladed greatsword. Look, this is Zankan no Tachi's older brother, Zankan no Tsurugi. Tsurugi. Yoruichi couldn't help but touch her forehead. Okay, Tsurugi is indeed broken. Hey! Upon hearing Yoruichi's sarcasm, Fang Mo was slightly surprised. Your sarcasm has improved in just half an hour. Is it a racial trait for dark-skinned characters to be sarcastic? That shouldn't be. I remember their racial traits are fleeing and rap, right? Do you have a problem with my skin color? Yoruichi asked. Oh right, I forgot one more, picking cotton. Fang Mo ignored Yoruichi and tapped his hand, speaking to himself, that's right. Rapping while running away and even grabbing some cotton along the way. Yoruichi. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. Fang Mo waved his hand, graciously sparing Yoruichi, and then walked towards a corner of the cave with his huge sword. I need to study something, it might be a bit dangerous. You all better not come over. Back when he was in the Minecraft world, Fang Mo had forged a brand new Leviathan using Tinker Construct. The blade was made from molten fiery iron and eternal star metal, with a flame crystal core and a sunstone handle. Using his engraving ability, he infused the resonating ender force into the sword. In addition to that, he had added various enhancements to the sword: redstone, nether quartz, lapis lazuli, diamond, emerald, durability plate, blaze powder, beheading, life-stealing, glowstone, soulbound, loyalty, fire protection, sharpness, undead killer, arthropod killer, fire aspect, sweeping edge, capacity, impact, strength, fire loss, infinity, efficiency, and smelting. The moment this sword materialized in the real world, Fang Mo felt it. This was a true demonic sword, although it was still a semi-finished product at this point. After all, Sir Tuer was still sealed inside the Ender Sword. The Leviathan would only be truly complete when he moves out. It's worth mentioning that Fang Mo had previously tried to transfer Sir Tuer when he was in the Minecraft world. That is, to release him, defeat him, and then put him into another sword, but for some reason, it didn't work. It seemed as if some invisible rule was prohibiting this action. Fang Mo suspected that it might be because of the Minecraft world. But now it should be fine. After all, this is the real world, and Fang Mo can finally help Sir Tuer celebrate his moving day. Chapter 219, Steve Chapter 218. The moving process for Sir Tuer went very smoothly. To prevent him from demolishing the entire underground cavern, Fang Mo first created an ultra-low temperature field around the area to suppress Sir Tuer's attributes. Next, he stabbed the end sword into the ground. With a slight movement of his thoughts, Fang Mo's strong mental will unsealed the end resonance. Ash, lava, heatwaves, and flames gushed out from the end sword, quickly forming the body of the fire giant Sir Tuer. However, this guy was so enormous that even sitting would pierce the ceiling of the cave and risk being discovered by patrolling reapers. So Fang Mo had to use the gravity field of the void ring to forcibly pin him to the ground. As soon as Sir Tuer emerged, he was suppressed. He initially wanted to rage, but he backed down immediately after seeing Fang Mo and Steve approach. No choice, Sir Tuer could resist Fang Mo's physical attacks, but the square-shaped creature next to him was too weird. His elemental defenses couldn't block the attacks, a few cuts almost killed him. Sir Tuer had been thinking about this for months in the end sword and still couldn't figure it out. After friendly negotiations, Sir Tuer agreed to be sealed into a new weapon. Since he was so cooperative, Fang Mo didn't beat him up but instead threw the sword to him. A look of resignation appeared on Sir Tour's lava-composed face. His gigantic body that nearly filled the entire testing field rapidly shrank and was consumed by the giant sword in front of him. After gaining the fire giant as its core, Leviatine instantly emitted a blinding light like the sun. Not to mention Ichigo Kurosaki and Yoruichi, even the sunglasses wearing Uncle Zangetsu couldn't help but shield his eyes from the light. After a while, the light dissipated. A sword as thick as a door was stuck in the ground. Fang Mo walked up, pulled the sword out of the ground. The reforged Leviatine was over 2 meters long, taller than a door frame, and its blade width also exceeded 40 centimeters. Honestly, this sword could serve as a shield just by standing it up. Due to various enhancements and the influence of the fire giant Sir Tour, the reforged Leviatine exhibited a golden red metallic texture. The sword hilt was a semi-transparent red gem, inside which seemed to burn an intense fire. As for the guard, it wasn't an ordinary metal handguard but formed from Sir Tour's twisted crown. The bifurcated guard looked like devil's horns. At the center of this crown-like guard, a core made of flame crystal was embedded. Looking further up, the wide blade protruded from above Sir Tour's crown, as if flames were burning atop his head. Contrary to MC game settings, the blade was not made of star metal and blazing iron on either side but fused into an unknown alloy that even Fang Mo didn't know the composition of. The hilt, crossguard, and the latter half of the blade of this sword are deep red. From the middle of the blade towards the tip, the color gradually changes from orange-red to radiant gold, then to blazing white. The whole sword looks both aesthetically pleasing and carries a sense of destructive power. Fang Mo's thoughts move slightly. Instantly, Leviatine erupts into a burst of flames. With a thunderous explosion, it feels as if the entire underground space shakes. A terrifying heatwave instantly sweeps through the space, the hot springs begin to evaporate, and the hair of Ichigo Kurosaki and Yoruichi starts to curl and smoke. Hey! What are you doing? Yoruichi quickly uses spiritual pressure to protect her body and shouts at Fang Mo. The next second, a burst of cold air lowers the temperature of the entire space. Then, from the smoke, Fang Mo's excited voice rings out. Holy crap, this great sword is so intense. Accompanying this voice, Fang Mo slowly emerges from the dispersed smoke. At this moment, he is carrying this door-sized, massive flaming sword. Rolling flames emerge from the blade, even with a 0-degree ring constantly cooling, the places he passes are instantly melted into almost boiling lava. The previous explosion sound was actually because the temperature was too high, causing the rocks on the ground to instantly sublimate into gas. This reaction process is extremely fast, so it looked like an explosion. What on earth did you create? Seeing Fang Mo approach, Yoruichi also quickly takes a step back. Did you steal the abilities of the head captain's Zanpakuto? It's too similar. Already struggling and I haven't even gone all out. At this moment, Fang Mo is like a child who has found a new toy, excitedly swinging the Leviatine sword. This thing is so cool, the Tinker construct is amazing, I'm truly putting in effort. Yes, Fang Mo has indeed not gone all out yet. The flames burning on the blade right now aren't even considered a regular attack. The power of the fire giant Sir Tour and the flame mode of his arcane ring haven't even been activated. Earlier, the arcane ring absorbed the eternal fire, making the flames released possess some characteristics of the eternal fire. Combine the eternal fire with Sir Tour, and add the flame ring, destroying Siridi would be a piece of cake, okay? This sword was originally forged with stellar metal. Although Fang Mo isn't clear on how to determine what qualifies as stellar metal, URU is said to be produced in dying stars, which is likely a type of stellar metal. In other words, the lowest limit of this sword is a weapon of the God King level. As for its upper limit, Fang Mo hasn't figured it out yet. How is it? Fang Mo grinned and waved the Leviatine in his hand, then asked Yoruichi, is my big sword impressive? Who's bigger, mine or the head captain? Can you please put away your power? Veins popped on Yoruichi's forehead, if you don't put this thing away, all the hot springs here will evaporate. Ha, alright. Fang Mo was in a good mood and extinguished the flames on the sword with a thought. He then walked over to the hot springs and poured several buckets of blue-green hot spring water from Steve's body, replenishing the half-evaporated hot spring. After doing all of this, Fang Mo walked over to the fallen Ichigo Kurosaki. Yes, Ichigo Kurosaki had fainted from the heat. Unfortunately, although his spiritual pressure is strong, his application skills are poor and can't compare to Yoruichi. Especially since he had been sparring intensely with Uncle Zangetsu, he was exhausted and had passed out. Seeing this, Fang Mo activated his gravity field and directly lifted him off the ground. Good grief, little Ichigo has been baked to a curl. Fang Mo couldn't bear to look and immediately threw Ichigo Kurosaki into the nearly boiling hot spring. The healing power of the holy spring was very strong, and within a few seconds, Ichigo Kurosaki woke up and screamed, jumping out of the hot spring. Hey, you can't even last a few seconds. Fang Mo saw Ichigo Kurosaki jump out and couldn't help but mock him. This is a sign of kidney deficiency. As a man, sit back down and soak for a while. I'm just a high school student, okay? Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't help but shout. So you have kidney deficiency in high school and that's justified. Fang Mo perked up upon hearing this. Wait until you marry Orium Inu, you'll have a lot to answer for. What? Hearing this, Ichigo Kurosaki's face turned red instantly. Inu-san, getting married? What are you talking about? You'll know eventually. After teasing Ichigo Kurosaki briefly, Fang Mo no longer paid him any attention and went to soak in the hot spring by himself. Looking at the bubbling pool in front of him, and the blocks of magma not far away, Fang Mo's memories began to drift. He remembered the times in the server when his partner built a hot spring pool at home using magma blocks and hot spring water to level up their armor. However, somehow the news leaked, and as a result, people from the entire server came every day to soak their feet. A perfectly good old industrial base was turned into a bathhouse by them. Recalling his partner's angry look, and the scenes of those friends soaking in the virtual bath while boasting and chattering, it seemed like a long time ago. Sigh. Thinking of this, Fang Mo let out a long sigh. Then he took out a crystal greatsword and released the Snow Queen from within. Master. Ashwe respectfully stood beside the hot spring pool. May I assist you with anything? Come and try it. Fang Mo gestured to Ashwe. But, Master, Ashwe seemed hesitant. I have a chill in me. It's fine, isn't there a magma block? Fang Mo pointed to the reddish-brown blocks in front of him. Come and try it. All right. Ashwe nodded, then without hesitation, removed her clothes and entered the hot spring pool. The entire pool's temperature dropped the moment she entered. It had been boiling, but now the boiling stopped, leaving only a faint steam lingering. Fortunately, the magma blocks were a heat source, constantly warming the pool water. As Ashwe tried to restrain her chill, a subtle balance was struck between her chill and the heat from the magma blocks. See, it worked out, didn't it? Seeing this, Fang Mo immediately revealed a satisfied smile, then asked Ashwe, do you know about the kidney reflex zone? What? Ashwe blinked in confusion. Master, what is that? You don't know. Fang Mo rubbed his chin, then waved his hand. It's fine, it's not important. Today I'll teach you a skill that can earn you a living. Pay attention, we'll start by recognizing the acupoints on the soles of the feet. Chapter 220, Steve Chapter 219. Fang Mo had diarrhea. And it was quite severe. Just after Ashwe had given him a foot massage, it wasn't long before Fang Mo began to feel gastrointestinal discomfort. So, he walked into the bathroom of the villa with a grim face. Fang Mo felt like he was eating a luxurious meal and drinking water from the Ganges at the same time, starting a crazy outpour of excrement. So, he sat on the toilet and began contemplating life. For him, diarrhea was something entirely outrageous. After all, it was the first time Fang Mo had heard that a digitized life form could also experience diarrhea. He had done a series of tests earlier, cutting open his body only to find endless emptiness inside. Even he was horrified by what he saw. Yet such a body could still experience diarrhea. Fang Mo squatted in the toilet for a long time, thinking that his body probably leans more towards some kind of idealistic concept. Normally speaking, his body should be a digitized empty shell with no internal organs. But the question was, where did all the food he ate go? Another point was the function of little Fang Mo. After previous tests, it seemed that little Fang Mo was still functioning normally. But Fang Mo now had no ammunition storage. When cut open, it was all empty. So why could he still shoot out a destructive white light? In summary, Fang Mo guessed that this might be related to his cognition. He believes he's still human, needing to eat, drink, defecate, and reproduce, so his body also has similar functions. But if you delve into the principles behind it, it would be terrifying to think about. For a simple example, Fang Mo swallowed 2 pounds of corn and another 2 pounds of golden needles, but the next day's stool had no residues. Honestly, he began to question what exactly was going on. Is it the waste after complete digestion, or is the system generating the feces for him just because he feels like defecating? Just like he's having diarrhea now. Fang Mo suspects that this might also be related to his own cognition. There's no choice, after all, Ashue is the Snow Queen. Even if she completely restrains her cold aura, it still feels like touching an ever-melting iceberg. Fang Mo had her give him a foot massage. Considering her icy fingertips, it was like Fang Mo putting his feet into a large bucket of ice cubes for physical cooling in the hottest summer. Anyone with a bit of experience knows that if your feet are cold, women will definitely have stomach aches and men will undoubtedly have diarrhea. Fang Mo himself is immune to fire and ice. But subconsciously, he thinks that one might get diarrhea if the soles of the feet are cold. This is a bit like Saitama from One Punch Man, who can defeat any monster instantly but gets scratched by a cat and can't hit a mosquito. This is actually a problem of self-cognition. Damn it, I originally just lied to Nick Fury about needing to go to the bathroom, but I really ended up doing it. After flushing, Fang Mo, who had washed his hands, slowly walked out of the bathroom. He made himself a cup of ginger tea with a stern face and sat down on the sofa to drink it. Master. Ashue stood beside the sofa, looking somewhat helpless. Sorry. It's fine, it's not your fault. Fang Mo took a sip of his ginger tea and waved it off unconcernedly. You've actually done quite well. Just remember, next time before the massage, I should eat some montmorillonite powder. Hey? What is montmorillonite powder? Ashue was taken aback. Good stuff, said Fang Mo. It helps you feel at ease in social situations. But we probably don't have it here. We can stock up on it once we can buy some. Then. Ashue nodded and was about to speak when suddenly there was an explosion outside, followed by the sound of something hitting the ground. Fang Mo turned his head to look out of the window. He saw a red-haired Shinigami landing, speaking with Ichigo Kurosaki and Yoruichi Shihaoran. Both of them looked surprised upon hearing whatever was said. Renji Abarai. Fang Mo quickly recognized the male Shinigami. Yes, this guy is Renji Abarai, the vice-captain of Squad 6, under Captain Byakuya Kukaki. He is also the childhood friend of Rukia Kukaki, who is about to be executed. Originally, he was on the side of the Shinigami. But upon hearing that Rukia Kukaki was to be executed, he began to waver. He had fought Ichigo Kurosaki in the Repentance Palace before. Although they were enemies then, witnessing Ichigo's determination to save someone made him rethink his stance. Eventually, he decided to defy Soul Society's rules and save his childhood friend. In the original story, he should have arrived by noon. Due to the influence of Sosuke Eisen, the 46 chambers in the central court had been speeding up the execution. Ichigo Kurosaki and Yoruichi Shihaoran were hiding underground, unaware of this information. They were methodically training to master their Bankai. Fortunately, Renji Abarai found them and informed them of the rescheduled execution, allowing Ichigo to learn his Bankai in time. However, judging by the current situation, it's likely that Fang Mo has once again influenced the plot. Renji Abarai, who should have appeared by noon, arrived here in the middle of the night for some unknown reason, informing the two of the rescheduled execution. The execution time for Rukia Kukaki is set for noon the next day. So the current situation is that there are less than 12 hours left until the execution, but Ichigo Kurosaki has not yet mastered Bankai. It seems like there's no time to waste. Ichigo Kurosaki gritted his teeth and pulled a weapon from the ground. I must master Bankai tonight to save Rukia, Uncle Zangetsu. Pretty words won't change the world, Ichigo. Uncle Zangetsu also cooperated fully, picking up a sword and charging at Ichigo Kurosaki, and the two began fighting again. As for Renji Abarai standing nearby, he also turned and bowed to Yoruichi, hoping she would also teach him how to master Bankai. Yoruichi thought for a moment and finally agreed to Renji Abarai's request, taking out another spiritual body to help him practice Bankai. While Ichigo Kurosaki and Renji Abarai were practicing Bankai, Fang Mo on the other side was also busy. He rummaged through Steve's backpack and quickly found a few items that could be materialized. Among them was a major artifact called the Lamp of Cinders. This is an item that can burn away the Twilight Thorns. Considering the strength of the Twilight Thorns when materialized, Fang Mo thought it should not be too weak. So he reached out and touched it. The lamp of cinders instantly became a real golden lamp. After materialization, it looked a bit like Aladdin's lamp. Though it's called a lamp, it looks more like a beautifully pure gold cast pot, with some incomprehensible magic inscriptions engraved on it. It felt warm to the touch and seemed to contain some strange magical power. However, before Fang Mo could figure it out, the ring of arcana on his hand shook violently and automatically switched to flame ring mode. A burst of fiery magic power surged from the mouth of the lamp of cinders, swallowed up by the magic ring. Then the exterior of the lamp of cinders lost its luster and turned into a rusty iron pot. As for the magic ring, Fang Mo tested it and found that in addition to the temperature increase, a new function was added, which was simply to control the temperature without releasing flames. This was a bit like the dying ember sword. Concentrating all the flames in high temperatures, and then turning the enemy into ash at the moment of touch. It has to be said that this function matches well with the name of the lamp of cinders. And besides the lamp of cinders, Fang Mo also tested some other things, such as the dark matter base, and the cosmic meatball, etc. After the dark matter pedestal was materialized, it directly turned into a 2-meter square black altar. The entire altar is dark, surrounded by a circle of incomprehensible strange runes. The surface features geometric patterns mainly in circles, giving a feeling somewhat like a magic circle. Fang Mo could feel that this altar contained some special rules within it. Just like how it's depicted in games, it can activate certain powers within items, amplify them, and diffuse them into the surroundings. If a tide charm is placed on it, depending on its power level, it would either cause a light drizzle or an endless disastrous downpour. If it's a flame charm, it could either clear the sky for miles or scorch the earth. Aside from the dark matter pedestal, the cosmic meatball also underwent new changes after being materialized. They are 3 meatballs the size of a cow's urine pill, overall presenting a snot-like black color, continuously emitting an ominous green glow. Ah, this! Seeing the color scheme of the meatball, Fang Mo was also stunned. He picked up one meatball to weigh it in his hand. It felt quite heavy, at least heavier than an enchanted golden apple. A regular person would struggle to even pick it up, and eating a bite would likely cause gastric prolapse. Fang Mo put the meatball under his nose to smell it. There was no scent. But this ominous and mysterious color scheme. To be honest, Fang Mo was hesitant to eat it. After all, according to the settings, the cosmic meatball is made from almost all types of meat in the MC world, plus a pinch of cosmic neutron dust as a pepper seasoning, finally rolled into 3 balls. Considering that it even glows, Fang Mo was a bit concerned. Wouldn't this thing contain dozens of trace elements and isotopes that the human body doesn't need? Fang Mo pondered for a moment. Then suddenly shifted his gaze to Ashwet. Come here, Ashwet, he said, revealing a kind smile. He then took out a plate from somewhere and placed a meatball on it. Let me treat you to a meatball. However, before Fang Mo even extended the plate, a crisp sound rang out. The plate shattered, and the dark cosmic meatball directly smashed into the coffee table, leaving a hole. Then the whole floor shook, and the cosmic meatball broke through the floor and fell into the basement. Seeing this, both Fang Mo and Ashwe were stunned. After a short while, Ashwe spoke nervously, Master, Ashwe truly realizes her mistake. Could you punish me in a different way? Chapter 221, Steve Chapter 220. Fang Mo ultimately did not force Ashwe to eat the cosmic meatball. After pondering for a moment, Fang Mo decided to try the meatball himself. Steve prepared a bucket of milk, and Fang Mo also prepared various antidotes. Then Fang Mo threw a meatball into his mouth and began to chew carefully. The texture was not quite what Fang Mo had expected. The materialized cosmic meatball had no taste. Moreover, it was extremely chewy, even for Fang Mo's strong jaw, chewing it was a bit strenuous. Fang Mo speculated that it was probably due to cosmic subatomic dust. Anyway, it was extremely chew-resistant, like a large piece of rubber. Fang Mo was worried about indigestion and continued to chew carefully. However, after chewing for about a few minutes, the cosmic meatball in his mouth suddenly emitted a faint meaty aroma. And as he continued to chew, the cosmic meatball in his mouth began to swell as it mixed with saliva. As the cosmic meatball continued to expand, various kinds of meat aromas began to emit, one by one the sweetness of fish, the richness of beef, the tenderness of chicken. Various complex meaty fragrances mixed together, forming a purely unique and rich aroma. The rubbery, resilient texture gradually softened into a blend of various kinds of meat. Tender fillet, chewy tendons, soft and sticky hoof sinew, and crispy chest meat, each bite offered a completely different and wonderful sensation, unpredictable flavors that made all the taste buds cheer. Even his saliva seemed to have turned into a sweet and delicious meat juice. This cosmic meatball. Fang Mo chewed on it for a good half hour. After swallowing the cosmic meatball completely, Fang Mo felt as if some kind of power had risen within him. At first, Fang Mo thought it was a power buff, as it was set up in the game. However, he soon realized that something was off, because this power was not sustained. It was permanently enhancing his body. Somewhat similar to essence berries, but seemingly more complicated. Like eating an enchanted golden apple, Fang Mo could feel something had changed within him, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. All he could vaguely feel was that, apart from the increase in power, his essence seemed to have been sublimated in some way. It felt like being baptized by the endless cosmic force, both his soul and body were becoming increasingly distant from the human race. Fang Mo looked at the two remaining cosmic meatballs on the table. Without a word, he picked one up and put it in his mouth again. Although Fang Mo always told himself to be human, he knew that some things are inevitable. The elevation and transcendence of body and soul are not important, as long as one can maintain one's true nature, still being vulgar, then one is still a human. In any case, the night passed quickly. Early the next morning, inside the barracks of the 10th Division of Superiority, Hitsuga Toshiro, who hadn't slept all night, was getting a bit restless. He had been thinking about the disaster last night, and if the other party really didn't kill Eisen, then what was the cause of their death? Currently, Jin Ichimaru is still receiving treatment in the 4th Division and is still in a coma, so it's not realistic to look for a breakthrough from him. So after a long thought, Hitsuga Toshiro decided to go directly to the Central 46 Chambers, because they were the ones who ordered the execution ahead of schedule, which is indeed a bit strange. "Captain, I'll go with you." Matsumoto Ranjaku also guessed Hitsuga Toshiro's thoughts and volunteered. In fact, she was also puzzled by this matter. Rukia Kukaki's early execution was only one aspect, and there was also the matter of Jin Ichimaru, which obviously had some connection with him. Matsumoto Ranjaku, of course, cared a lot about this. Sure." Hitsuga Toshiro nodded, and then the two set off for the Central 46 Chambers. However, neither Hitsuga Toshiro nor Matsumoto Ranjaku noticed that the originally unconscious Hinamori Momo had actually woken up, and their conversation had been heard word for word by her. So the two had just left when Hinamori Momo suddenly opened her eyes. She got up with a somewhat complicated expression, muttered an apology, and then ran out of the barracks of the 10th Division from the other side. Meanwhile, in the cave where Ichigo Kurosaki was practicing his Bankai, Ichigo Kurosaki was still fiercely clashing with Uncle Zangetsu, while Fang Mo was leisurely drinking his morning tea, enjoying the sight of the two being driven around by his Zanpakuto. Worth mentioning is that, not far in front of Fang Mo's villa, a large, majestic tree stood quietly there. The crown of the tree stretched out for dozens of meters, its leaves constantly changing shape, gradually turning from buds to green, and then becoming withered and falling, continuously falling from the tree. However, as soon as they touched the ground, these leaves disappeared instantly, and new buds appeared on the branches again, continuously repeating this process. Of course, the trunk of this tree is also extremely thick. The deep brown bark is full of profound grooves, making it look particularly weathered. A huge golden clock is embedded in the center of the trunk, slowly turning at the moment. An invisible field of time envelopes the entire underground space, accelerating all the changes here. In fact, the morning tea that Fang Mo is drinking now is already the morning tea of the next day. "Where did you get this tree from?" Fang Mo is having morning tea, and Yoruichi slowly walks over from a distance, casually grabbing a piece of bread and stuffing it into his mouth. "This thing can actually affect time. This is an achievement that even Urahara Kisuke has not researched. In fact, this is one of the few divine tree seedlings in the Twilight Forest, the time tree, which can greatly accelerate the time around it. In the game, it is shown to increase the growth rate of plants and accelerate the refresh rate of some blocks. Of course, when it comes to reality, this thing has become a treasure, capable of regionally accelerating time, truly a cultivation artifact. Black accent also has the same effect, doesn't it?" Fang Mo obviously doesn't bother to explain the principle of the time tree to Yoruichi, and casually says, "Speaking of which, the limit for practicing Bankai with a spirit body is 3 days, right?" Are Ichigo and the others about to finish? Yes. Yoruichi nodded, then looked at the two people in the field who were fighting hard. They should be successful, right? After all, they have the protagonist halo, they must be successful. Fang Mo waved his hand, not caring, and said, if they really can't succeed, you can talk to him about bonds and friendships. His companions are waiting for him to go there, guaranteeing that Ichigo will immediately master Bankai. Hey! Yoruichi was stunned for a moment. If it really doesn't work, you can punch a hole through his chest. Fang Mo continued, then tell him that only he can protect Orium Inu, don't worry about him dying, just wait for him to fully hollow-wifey. Don't bring up hollowification, okay? Upon hearing the word hollowification, Yoruichi couldn't help but complain, what was the powder you sprinkled on him yesterday? Why did Ichigo hollow-wifey instantly? You're not researching stuff like the Hogyaku, are you? I've already said that it's a transformation powder, not Hogyaku powder. Fang Mo immediately wiped his face upon hearing this. The effect of transformation powder is very random, I don't know what it will transform him into. Look at the Ashwe next to me, she used to be a queen, now she has turned into a young girl, this is what the transformation powder did. I even thought I could transform Ichigo Kurosaki into a girl. No, what I mean is, I hope to make Ichigo stronger, turning into a hollow is just an accident. You're even less reliable than Urahara Kisuke. Yoruichi couldn't help but sigh. Talking as if Urahara Kisuke is reliable, Fang Mo commented. If he hadn't been messing around with that stupid Hogyaku, could Eisen have come up with this plan? True. Yoruichi thought for a moment, feeling that Fang Mo had a point, and then changed her words, you men really aren't that reliable. You want to insult me again? Fang Mo said, believe it or not, I'll turn into a black man, and completely obliterate your principles with one punch. You, fine, I concede. Yoruichi wanted to say something more, but recalling how troublesome Fang Mo was, she immediately raised her hands in surrender. Anyway, it's a crucial moment for Ichigo's training, I need to go and keep an eye on him. Oh, you go ahead. Fang Mo nodded, standing up as he had almost finished his morning tea. I should also get going, I need to go to Central 46 Chambers before the execution. What are you going there for? Yoruichi wondered. Oh. Fang Mo said, pulling out a spherical object from his pocket, I have to deliver some hair gel to Eisen. Although the final battlefield of the arc was on the Sokyoko Hill. But after Eisen went there, he was quickly wrapped in a barrier that, according to the setting, could not be penetrated, making him essentially invincible and free to show off. So, if you want to mess with this hidden boss, you must go to the hidden map. If I remember correctly, after faking his death, Eisen has been hiding in Central 46 Chambers. All the aristocratic judges and sages there have been killed by him, and Hitsugaya Toshiro is probably heading there too. Of course, Hinamori Momo also met Eisen here. She wanted to throw herself into his arms but ended up being stabbed in the chest. Obviously, Fang Mo wouldn't want to miss this classic moment. With that thought, Fang Mo disappeared instantly. Chapter 222, Steve Chapter 221. Due to the threat of Fang Mo, the worst disaster in history, Shiraidai is now under high alert. To uphold the honor of Shiraidai, Head Captain Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni decides to have all the captains attend the execution of Kukakirukia, in case of any unforeseen circumstances. There's no other way. After all, after the previous battles, everyone now has some understanding of Fang Mo's strength. It's not just a one-on-one situation, even if two captains were to attack together, they probably wouldn't be his match. The order to execute Kukakirukia comes from the Central 46 Chambers, filled with all kinds of nobles, sages, and judges. This concerns the dignity and face of the Soul Society, so absolutely no mistakes can be made. Therefore, Head Captain Yamamoto also issued a strict order. He genuinely wants to carry out the command of the Central 46 Chambers. Unfortunately, not all captains feel the same. Especially his two favored disciples, Captain Kurako Shunsui of the 8th Division, and Captain Yukitake Jushiro of the 13th Division. They both find the orders from the Central 46 Chambers somewhat strange. Not to mention Captain Anohanaretsu of the 4th Division, who also finds it strange after examining the body of Eisen Sosuke. Soon, the captains of the Godai 13 split into two factions. Those who want to prevent the execution form the opposition. And those willing to follow the head captain's orders form the supporting faction. Within this opposition, a maverick captain started causing trouble for head captain Yamamoto. This person is Captain Zaraki Kenpeki of the 11th Division. After recovering, he went straight to where the troublemakers were confined, kicked down the wall, and let them all out. Of course, Kenpeki had a purpose in doing so. He's not simply acting out of kindness but is following the advice of his vice-captain, Kusajishi Yachiru. Although these troublemakers claim not to know Fang Mo, Kusajishi Yachiru insists that Kurosaki Ichigo should know him. Releasing them would probably lead to Ichigo contacting them, and finding Ichigo would mean they were close to locating Fang Mo. Kenpeki, encountering such a strong opponent for the first time, dreams of fighting him again and will do anything to find Fang Mo. Originally in the source material, two captains, Komamura Seijin and Tissen Kaname, would have stopped him from taking this reckless action. But now, both have been dealt with by Fang Mo, so they turn a blind eye to Kenpeki's actions, letting him do as he pleases. And as Zaraki Kenpeki swaggeringly leads the troublemakers toward Tsukyaku Hill. On the other side, Hitsugiya Toshiro also arrives at the central 46 chambers. However, the place is strange now, the doors remain tightly shut, and there's no response no matter how they try to communicate. Considering the urgency of the situation, Hitsugiya Toshiro didn't have time to think twice. He drew his sword and slashed open the door, entering with Matsumoto Ranjaku. However, the deeper they went, the stranger he felt. Despite their brazen entrance, there was no alarm from the central 46. The corridors were dark, which was very unusual. "Captain, do you smell anything?" Matsumoto Ranjaku frowned as they were on their way to the courtroom. Hitsugiya Toshiro nodded. For some reason, there was a faint, bad smell. He also slightly furrowed his brows. "Ranjaku, be careful." He then gripped his sword's hilt. As they entered the courtroom, they were stunned by the scene before them. Bloodstains were everywhere. All members of the Central 46 were killed, lying in their seats with eyes wide open in disbelief. Blood flowed, painting the courtroom a horrifying dark red. Hitsugiya Toshiro touched the bloodstains on the table and found them dry. Clearly, they had been dead for some time. The bad smell they'd noticed earlier was the stench of decay. Could the previous orders have been fake? Hitsugiya Toshiro was shocked, unable to believe someone would dare to kill the nobles of the Soul Society. Could Jin Ichimaru be responsible? However, just as he thought this, he felt a presence ahead. Looking up, he saw Kira Izuru, Jin Ichimaru's vice-captain. Kira hesitated briefly before running away. "Stop! Don't run!" Hitsugiya Toshiro immediately gave chase. Strangely, Kira Izuru stopped not far away and said, "Captain Hitsugiya, I must warn you, Hinamori is no longer in the 10th Division barracks." "What?" Hitsugiya Toshiro was stunned. "She might also be interested in what you're investigating, maybe even aware that the Central 46 were killed," Kira Izuru said. "Hinamori." Realizing this, Hitsugiya Toshiro felt a sudden dread. He immediately turned back, shouting as he ran, "Ranjaku, take care of this guy." And at this moment, Hinamori Momo had indeed arrived at the Central 46 chambers. She looked incredulously at the numerous corpses in front of her, seemingly unable to believe that someone could actually kill them. But just then, a sudden sound of footsteps rang out. Hinamori Momo instinctively turned around and saw that Jin Ichimaru was walking toward her with a smiling face. This scared Hinamori Momo, and she instinctively wanted to draw her Zanpakuto. "Don't get excited, I have no ill will toward you." Although Jin Ichimaru was smiling, his face looked somewhat pale. It was obvious that he had not yet fully recovered from his injuries from yesterday. Managing to quietly leave the 4th Division was already quite a feat. "Come with me, I'll take you to meet someone." After saying this, Jin Ichimaru turned and walked away. Hinamori Momo hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to follow him. Soon the two of them arrived at the back room of the Central 46 chambers. Jin Ichimaru turned around and pointed behind Hinamori Momo, who seemed to sense something and slowly turned her head to look. Upon seeing, her pupils dilated instantly. Appearing before her was the Captain Eisen she had been thinking about day and night. He wasn't dead but was looking at her with a smile, full of endless tenderness in his eyes. Hinamori Momo couldn't hold back any more. Her eyes filled with tears as she walked incredulously toward Eisen. "Captain Eisen, is that you? Thank goodness, you're really not dead." As she spoke, Hinamori Momo had already walked up to Eisen. She grabbed the lapels of Eisen's uniform as if she was a lost puppy that had found its owner again. She choked up while lifting her head to look at him, as if she needed to confirm multiple times that he had really returned. As for Eisen, he gently patted Hinamori Momo's head. "I've made you worry, Hinamori," Eisen said with a smile. "Actually, I didn't die. Captain." Hearing this, Hinamori Momo could no longer hold back and buried her head in Eisen's chest, crying. Eisen gently hugged her shoulders and comforted her as he spoke, "Hinamori, you've lost quite a bit of weight these past few days. I'm sorry for hurting you so deeply, but I had important matters that required me to fake my own death. Don't say any more, Captain Eisen." Hinamori Momo tightly hugged Eisen, tears of happiness flowing from her eyes. "I can understand you. Thank you for always being so understanding, Hinamori." Eisen looked at Hinamori Momo in his arms, and his smile gradually became calm. "So, goodbye." At this point, there was a sound. A sharp, snow-white blade protruded directly from Hinamori Momo's back. "Hey!" Hinamori Momo trembled all over, unbelievingly looking down at the zanpakuto in her chest. However, the next second she felt all the strength being drained from her body, and she collapsed uncontrollably. Even as she lay on the ground, Hinamori Momo kept staring blankly at Eisen, gazing at his strangely cold face, until she completely lost consciousness. But just then, urgent footsteps came from not far away. Hitsugiya Toshiro quickly rushed over, just in time to see Eisen's figure. "Captain Eisen." Upon seeing the resurrected Eisen, Hitsugiya Toshiro was completely stunned. But when he saw Jin Ichimaru standing beside him with a grin, he immediately reacted. "Didn't expect these two to be in cahoots." "Oh, you came quite quickly, Captain Hitsugiya." Eisen smiled at Hitsugiya Toshiro, not showing any signs of nervousness at being discovered, and radiated a calm and composed demeanor. "It seems Kira Aizuru's delaying tactics weren't very effective." "You, Hinamori." Hitsugiya Toshiro wanted to say something else but then saw Hinamori Momo lying in a pool of blood next to him. His heart was shocked, and he rushed over. Hinamori Momo's condition could be described as extremely bad. The blade was stuck right in her chest, and blood was spurting out like a fountain. Her eyes were open, but there was no focus. Clearly, she was done for. Hinamori. Seeing Hinamori Momo's tragic condition, Hitsugiya Toshiro was instantly enraged. "Eisen! How dare you do this? Oh? Did I scare you?" Eisen had no reaction, but instead smiled. "If I had known that this would scare you, I should have chopped her up in advance." "You?" Hitsugiya Toshiro clenched his teeth and asked, "When did you guys start this?" "When?" Ichimaru Jin, who was standing nearby, also grinned as he answered for Eisen, "Heh, right from the beginning." "Exactly." Eisen also nodded. "I had no intention of deceiving you all, it's just that, nobody in the Soul Society could understand me." "Eisen." Upon hearing this, Hitsugiya Toshiro felt enraged. He drew his zanpakuto and questioned Eisen, "Do you know how much Hinamori idolized you? The one who could understand you best was her, wasn't it? Even if you truly wanted to betray the Soul Society, Hinamori would have followed you without hesitation." "I am well aware. Nothing is easier to manipulate than someone who idolizes you." Eisen smiled at Hitsugiya Toshiro. "As for your understanding, I'm sorry, Captain Hitsugiya, but I hope you remember one thing." However, Eisen was interrupted by another voice from not far away. "Admiration is the furthest feeling from understanding." This sudden voice left everyone on the scene stunned. Ichimaru Jin's expression changed, and Hitsugiya Toshiro instinctively took a step back. Only Eisen remained unmoved, only turning his head somewhat surprisingly towards the direction of the voice. Out of the darkness, Fang Mo's figure slowly appeared. "It's you." Seeing Fang Mo, Eisen began to smile. "So you're the Quincy traitor. I never expected you to be targeting me. Is this your Harakisuk and Yoruichi's trump card?" "What?" Hitsugiya Toshiro was puzzled upon hearing this. He initially thought that this traitor was in league with Eisen, but it turns out that he wasn't. "But you're saying that this traitor came to deal with Eisen, that also doesn't make sense. This guy has almost upended the entire Soul Society, in strict terms, his crimes are no lesser than Eisen's." However, Hitsugiya Toshiro couldn't hold himself back at this point. Realizing that Fang Mo and Eisen weren't allies, he quickly made a decision. He still had to eliminate Eisen first. After all, this guy had killed Hinamori Momo. He could never forgive him for that. Thinking this, Hitsuga Toshiro roared. Eisen! I'll kill you! As he said this, he released his Zanpakuto, Bankai, Daiguren Haranmaru. Captain Hitsuga, please don't always shout so loudly. Facing the sudden drop in temperature and the explosive spiritual pressure, Eisen Sosuke appeared very calm. Well then. Before Eisen could finish speaking, Fang Mo suddenly turned his head and spoke to Hitsuga Toshiro. That would only make you seem insecure. Hey! Having his lines interrupted twice in a row, Eisen looked at Fang Mo with some surprise. You are quite a strange guy. You have no spiritual pressure, yet you've defeated multiple captains. I'm starting to get interested in you. Already interested in me? Fang Mo also laughed. How about trying to be my little brother then? I can change my name, I'll be called Red Daisuke from now on, so how about it? Before Fang Mo could finish speaking, Eisen suddenly launched an attack without warning. Eisen's figure appeared behind Fang Mo, and silently sheathed his Zanpakuto back into its scabbard. Your appearance is indeed an unexpected factor in my plans. Eisen turned around and smiled at Fang Mo, but, whether it's one grain of dust or two, they look the same to the naked eye. However, what Eisen didn't expect was Fang Mo, who now had a large hole in his chest, casually nodded, you make a good point. Then, before Eisen could react, Fang Mo instantly activated the beacon and gravitational field within his body. His aura burst forth with an intensity that reached an extreme level. Following that, he twisted his body and threw a punch. Eisen instinctively raised his sword to block and initiated a flash step to move back and dissipate the force, but was still blown away by the terrifying power. Eisen flew out like a cannonball, directly smashing a huge hole in the inner wall of Central 46 chambers, landing heavily in the courtroom. Mere rubble. Standing like a deity, Fang Mo calmly withdrew his fist. Not up to my standard. Chapter 223, Steve. Chapter 222. So this is the effect of rapid regeneration. Amidst the dispersed smoke and dust, Eisen's calm voice slowly emerged. He walked out from the ruins, virtually unscathed due to his immense spiritual pressure. Even vital areas like the heart can regenerate. Eisen flicked off the ash on his body. This is even more unique than Vasto Lord-level hollows. Is it polite to call someone unique upon first meeting? Fang Mo raised his hand and pointed forward, activating the long unused nine-tails sword within him. Tailed beast chakra converged into a small sphere at his fingertip, then turned into a massive light cannon and fired. Bakut 81, dank. Eisen's voice came from within the smoke, followed by the sudden appearance of a semi-transparent barrier. The tailed beast cannon struck the barrier. The surging energy exploded instantly, indiscriminately destroying all surrounding buildings, including the Central 46 sleeping chambers, the court in front, and even blowing the entire palace's ceiling apart. Of course, Eisen's dank couldn't completely defend against the tailed beast cannon, and shattered. However, he himself had already used flash step to move away. On the other side, Hitsuga Toshiro also hastily conjured a massive ice shield to block the blast's aftermath for Hinamori Momo. That attack just now wasn't a hollow flash, was it? Eisen reappeared in front of Fang Mo, though now slightly disheveled, his captain's robe showing some wear and tear, and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet this didn't affect his composure. Whether it's rapid regeneration or this hollow flash-like technique, neither has any Ryotsu fluctuations. This really makes me curious, what exactly are you? To mock others with your words, is this your demeanor, Eisen Sosuke? Fang Mo calmly stared at Eisen, retorting. It seems I have been impolite. Eisen smiled and shook his head, then put his hand on his Zanpakuto. Then, I'll start by cutting off your limbs for research. After saying that, the opponent flash stepped toward him. Seeing this, Fang Mo immediately launched a punch, and Eisen also instantly changed his attack, from a slash to a thrust. The blade aimed straight for Fang Mo's fist, as if trying to pierce through his arm, but now Fang Mo had changed entirely. After activating the beacon energy within him, his physical abilities had been enhanced to an almost absurd level. At this moment, he was as powerful as a deity. Eisen's blade pierced through, but it only broke through the first layer of his skin. Immediately after, Fang Mo forcefully resisted Eisen's Zanpakuto with pure brute strength, completely shattering the opponent's attack, and then punched through the opponent's stomach. But the very next second, the pierced Eisen suddenly turned into a captain's robe. An empty cicada. Fang Mo looked at the captain's robe in his hand. This seemed like the highest level use of Shunpo. The body escapes, leaving the clothes behind. The afterimage created by the high speed made the enemy think they hit the actual body. Had no KYJ, Kurohitsuji, black coffin, ... And just then, Eisen's voice came from behind Fang Mo. Fang Mo turned his head and saw that Eisen had somehow produced a dark purple ball in his hand. The next second, a black cube appeared around Fang Mo, completely enveloping him. However, before the black coffin could fully take effect, Fang Mo directly inserted both hands forward and then forcefully tore it apart. His terrifying brute strength instantly shredded the opponent's black coffin. Seeing this, Eisen couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He knew that one could resist had with spiritual pressure, but tearing apart had with physical strength was way too outrageous. What's going on with this guy? You couldn't possibly think. Fang Mo saw Eisen's expression and couldn't help but smile, that you could hurt me with a cubic object. You seem quite confident in your own body. Although Eisen didn't understand Fang Mo's statement, he soon showed a similar smile. Your abilities are indeed troublesome. In terms of physical strength, I might not be your match, but if that's all you have, you are not enough to bother me. With that, Eisen suddenly raised his Zanpakuto, pointing the tip downwards, and said, Shatter, Kaika Suijutsu. However, just as Eisen was about to activate Shikai, Fang Mo closed his eyes. Eisen paused for a moment, but quickly reacted, I see, so Urahara Kisuke and the others have already told you the secret of my Zanpakuto. That's right, if you don't see the moment Kaika Suijutsu is released, you won't be controlled by the illusion, but... You've closed your eyes, how will you fight me? After saying these words, Eisen disappeared in an instant. The next second, Fang Mo felt a tremendous force at his neck. Indeed, Eisen is a smart man. Although he spoke of cutting off limbs, the feedback from his blade in the brief encounter made him realize just how hard Fang Mo's skin was. Trying to cut off limbs would be nearly impossible, so he might as well focus all his strength on attacking the neck. Fang Mo's physical strength was indeed astonishing, but to prevent himself from seeing Eisen's initial release of Kaika Suijutsu, he deliberately closed his eyes. This provided Eisen with the perfect opportunity. Eisen didn't even have to reserve some of his strength for a change in technique. He applied all his strength to his Zanpakuto. The power of this strike was indeed amazing. Even though Fang Mo had activated the internal beacon to its limit, he still lost 2 hearts. Eisen's Zanpakuto broke through the lower realm's energy shield and cut into Fang Mo's neck by about half an inch. Frowning, Fang Mo immediately wanted to open his eyes. However, it seemed Eisen had anticipated this. He withdrew his Zanpakuto and said, Shatter, Kaika Suijutsu. Fang Mo helplessly closed his eyes again. As a result, Eisen swung his sword again the next second. How pitiful, Eisen said while chopping, not forgetting to sneer. This life force that's disproportionate to your power may also be a form of pain for you. Just as Eisen swung his sword for the 3rd time, Fang Mo, although his eyes were still closed, accurately caught the blade of Kaika Suijutsu. Even Eisen paused at this sight. When did you get the impression? Fang Mo continued to speak calmly, his eyes still closed. That you could beat me just by having me close my eyes. After that, Fang Mo threw a punch directly forward. Eisen quickly dodged it by tilting his head, but in the next second, Fang Mo suddenly moved closer and hit Eisen's chest with his elbow like a bolt of lightning. The strength of Fang Mo's attack was so great that even the ground of Central 46 felt a severe shock. Even Hitsuga Yatashiro, who was guarding Hinamori Momo nearby, felt a sense of oppression in his chest, as if he was struck by a heavy hammer. To be honest, he didn't even clearly see how the two were fighting. These two monsters were too fast, leaving afterimages all over the place. It was like a battle of gods. He could only hear their conversation. But in the midst of their conversation, Eisen inexplicably grunted and then flew out like an arrow, shattering countless walls along the way. As for Fang Mo, his eyes were still closed, standing in his attack posture. How did you manage to do that? Hitsuga Yatashiro looked a bit stunned at Fang Mo in front of him. He had just personally witnessed the true strength of Eisen, and if he were to fight, he would undoubtedly be killed instantly. One has to say that this guy had hidden himself really well. But it's this powerful Eisen who was sent flying by the Ryoka with his eyes closed? What kind of expression is that? Although Fang Mo had his eyes closed, he still turned his head to look at Hitsuga Toshiro and said calmly, "You've already experienced the gap between us, haven't you?" "You?" Hitsuga Toshiro gritted his teeth. He was angry but he knew he could not defeat the person in front of him. "Are you really not with Eisen? What is going on with his Zanpakuto? Why are you fighting with your eyes closed? As long as you see his Shikai, you will be forever controlled by his Zanpakuto's 5 senses." "A perfect hypnosis," Fang Mo explained simply. "The Zanpakuto ability he introduced to you all before is fake, with the purpose only to let the Shinigami of Superiority watch his Shikai." "What?" Upon hearing this, Hitsuga Toshiro was extremely shocked. It was 100 years ago that Eisen had displayed his Shikai, and he hadn't expected that the other party had been planning this all along. "Is that why you're fighting with your eyes closed?" Hitsuga Toshiro couldn't help but ask. "But how can you still attack him with your eyes closed?" "Fluctuations are my heart is my eye," Fang Mo said pretentiously. "When you observe your surroundings with your heart, you can see through everything." "Hey!" Hitsuga Toshiro was puzzled after hearing this. What was all this nonsense? However, upon thinking about it, it seemed to make some sense. The captain of the 9th Division, Taisen Kaname, was blind, but that did not affect him being a captain. So, did Fang Mo really learn to use his heart eye and master the power of fluctuation? It's quite obvious he's bragging. In reality, Fang Mo's real countermeasure was letting Steve secretly drink an invisibility potion and then hide and watch the battle. Fang Mo has 2 perspectives. In addition to what he himself can see with his own eyes, there is also the view observed by his stand Steve. For some reason, the Shinigami of Superiority can see Steve, so Fang Mo had already secretly hidden Steve nearby before making his appearance. He didn't originally intend to rely on a stand, but Eisen's move was too tricky. If you open your eyes, he unleashes his Zanpakuto. If you close them, he will simply cut you down. Since the opponent is exploiting bugs, Fang Mo felt there was no need to act like a gentleman anymore. Let's just cheat against each other. As everyone knows, Steve has no spiritual pressure. After drinking the invisibility potion, even Eisen couldn't locate him. This is like turning on a wall hack. And so, there was the previous scene of their divine fight. Chapter 224, Steve Chapter 223. Facing someone like Fang Mo, even Eisen finds it difficult to cope. The strike just now was too intense, even he is clearly struggling. His left arm is in severe pain, and it seems that a few of his ribs are broken. At the moment, Eisen is standing outside the Serene Tower Grove. The smile on his face has gradually faded, and he looks in the direction where Fang Mo is with a somewhat serious expression. In fact, he didn't want to make such a big fuss. After all, the execution at Skyaku Hill in the distance is still ongoing. According to the original plan, people like Ichigo Kurosaki, Yukatake, and Kurako would definitely try to stop the execution. And when they make the situation chaotic, he could take advantage of the confusion to extract the Hagyaku from Rukia Kukaki's body. To ensure the smooth progress of his next plans, Eisen is doing his best to conceal his whereabouts. And he wants to deal with Fang Mo, this hidden danger, as discreetly as possible. But looking at the current situation, the physical strength of the opponent is just too outrageous. Even head captain Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni doesn't seem to be as exaggerated as him. Eisen originally wanted to hide some of his techniques. Although the captains are currently at Skyaku Hill preparing for the execution ceremony, if there is too much commotion here at the central 46 chambers, they will notice. Otherwise, Eisen was prepared to use Kido number 99, the 5-dragon destruction. But as it turns out now, Fang Mo is more troublesome than he thought. So far, the opponent has only shown his strong physical strength, but it's clear that this is not his full power. After all, he hasn't used the weird techniques he used to defeat the captains before. Additionally, one thing is giving Eisen a headache: Fang Mo doesn't play by the rules at all. Yes, in this world, there is one rule that applies to everyone. That is spiritual pressure. When your spiritual pressure is strong enough to crush your opponent, you can ignore their skills, you can't even be cut by a blade. However, this rule doesn't seem to apply to Fang Mo. Logically speaking, Fang Mo has no spiritual pressure, so Eisen should be able to kill him easily. And for Fang Mo, since he has no spiritual pressure, he shouldn't be able to break through Eisen's defense under normal circumstances. But the problem lies here. What Fang Mo uses is not based on the spiritual particle system, and it's unclear why, but he can bypass this rule. Eisen has been a Shinigami for so many years that using spiritual pressure in battle has almost become instinctive for him. Especially since his spiritual pressure is exceptionally strong to begin with. Now he's facing an opponent who has no spiritual pressure at all, and for a moment he's a bit unaccustomed to it. He has to use his eyes to track his opponent's movements. Sensing spiritual pressure is completely ineffective here. It seems that I need to get serious, Eisen says. As he watches Fang Mo slowly approach him, Eisen's aura also begins to change. Fang Mo is, of course, not afraid. At this moment, he also releases his own aura. Although he doesn't know how to use spiritual pressure, his aura is even more powerful, erupting like a bottomless abyss, directly suppressing Eisen's aura. Just then, Eisen suddenly makes his move. With a raised hand, he says, Heido number 63, Rei Koho. A massive yellow electric ball flies toward Fang Mo, who simply waves his fist and shatters Eisen's Heido spell. But at the same time that Fang Mo takes action, Eisen also uses Shunpo to rush behind him, instantly casting a spell and swinging his sword down. Fang Mo turns around and throws a punch, shattering the spell like it was paper, completely ignoring Eisen's Zanpakuto. It feels like a battle of trading blows for blows. Seeing this, Eisen frowns and doesn't want to clash with Fang Mo anymore, opting to retreat using Shunpo. But before Eisen can get too far, Fang Mo suddenly reaches into his robe and activates his teleportation ability. What? This is the first time Fang Mo has used this ability in front of Eisen, who is obviously startled. Eisen assumes he's going to be attacked and immediately takes a defensive stance. But instead, a large hand presses down on his head, making a quack sound. Eisen is confused. This move doesn't look like an attack. Before he can figure out what's going on, a cold, slimy liquid starts flowing down his forehead. Eisen subconsciously reaches out and touches it, finding it to be a disgusting green, sticky substance. What is this? Eisen frowns. Before he can say anything, Fang Mo suddenly yanks his hair back. Hair gel, actually it's colorless. It didn't deceive you, your own eyes deceived you, says Fang Mo as he takes off Eisen's glasses and uses a gravitational field to completely crush them. Would you like to see your new look? Wow, you look incredibly handsome. Upon hearing this, Eisen finally reacted. So the other party was just toying with him. He immediately swung his sword toward the other's face. Fang Mo didn't resist, he laughed and retreated. Eisen's strike hit nothing but air. To let Eisen see himself, Fang Mo even threw a frozen mirror toward him. Subconsciously, Eisen glanced at the ice mirror. He found that all his hair had been swept back, leaving only a strand on his forehead. At first glance, he indeed looked more cool and handsome than before. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that his hair was filled with a sticky green slime, which felt somewhat disgusting. You have quite a lot of troublesome abilities. Thinking about the other party's strange skill that resembled teleportation, Eisen couldn't help but comment. The other party's physical strength was too strong and also had means similar to teleportation. Just these two alone were difficult to handle, let alone the other's rapid regeneration. He didn't mind trading injury for injury at all. If things continued this way, it would clearly be disadvantageous for him. Even though he could regenerate, he certainly couldn't do it as fast as the other. For the first time, Eisen felt troubled. This unexpected calamity that had emerged was really difficult to handle. It seems he was correct, the power of the Shinigami has its limits. This was also Eisen's own theoretical conclusion, the four abilities of the Shinigami slicing, punching, walking ghosts all have limits. The closer one gets to the peak, the harder it is to improve. It's like the Shinigami have an invisible limit. The only way to break this limit is to holofy the Shinigami. Combining the power of the Shinigami and the hollows was the only way to continue to grow. As for the related experiments, Eisen had already completed them. Now he was just missing the most crucial item, the Hgyaku. Once he had it, he could become infinitely stronger. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked towards the distant Skyaku Hill. There was a shocking spiritual pressure erupting from there. The Skyaku Hill should have already been released. Something was confronting the King of Destruction, and the head captain had also released his spiritual pressure. It seems that the plan on that end was progressing smoothly. It seems there's no more time to waste. Eisen thought for a moment and then suddenly raised his Zanpakuto. So you still plan to hypnotize me? Fang Mo saw Eisen's action and couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment, "I've already told you, that ability of yours doesn't work on me." "It may not work on you, but that doesn't mean it won't work on others," Eisen said with a smile. Fang Mo was momentarily stunned. At the same moment, Hitsuga Ichiwara's voice suddenly came from below, "Hinamori. Don't." Following that, a surge of spiritual pressure skyrocketed. Hitsuga Ichiwara, like a madman, burst out from the ruins of the central 46 chambers, flying straight toward Fang Mo. "Eisen! You bastard!" It's undeniable that Eisen's Zanpakuto ability is really tricky. Clearly, he showed Hitsuga Toshiro, this kid, something he shouldn't have seen. Fang Mo doesn't even know what exactly this guy saw, but even when knowing he's not a match for Eisen, he still dares to charge in. It seems like he's really blinded by hatred, disregarding his own life. Ice Heaven 100 Flower Funeral. After flying over, Hitsuga Toshiro immediately released his ultimate move. A large number of dark clouds quickly gathered in the sky, followed by snowflakes beginning to fall. A snowflake landed on Fang Mo, and suddenly a massive amount of spiritual pressure burst forth, directly creating a huge ice flower on him. "I'm truly sorry, I don't have time to entangle with you anymore." Eisen smiled at Fang Mo, "Though Hitsuga-kun is not your match either, if he tries his best to stall you with his life, that's good enough. I'll take my leave now." At this point, Jin Ichimaru mysteriously appeared behind him. Jin Ichimaru raised his hand with a smile, a cloth strip suddenly wrapping around the two, and then they instantly disappeared from the spot. "Wu, finally left, hey." Seeing Eisen leave, Fang Mo also breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, it's not that he thinks Eisen is too strong or anything. Quite the opposite, the current Eisen, not having acquired the Hagyaku, is actually a bit weak. Fang Mo has really been holding back. Void Ring, Ring of Arcana, and the weapons of Tinker Construct were all not used. However, just like this, he almost crippled Eisen. This is not to say Eisen is not strong. In fact, without activating the inner beacon, Fang Mo can still have a back-and-forth fight with Eisen. It's just that this feeling of showing off is too exhilarating, not to mention Eisen, even Fang Mo himself couldn't control it and started reciting lines. After Eisen left, Fang Mo didn't feel like continuing to act anymore. Facing Hitsuga Toshiro, who was like a mad dog, Fang Mo knocked him out with a simple teleportation and a sword catch. After this, Fang Mo turned his head towards the Skyaku Hill. "Finally, the grand battle is here," Fang Mo said while pulling out an enchanted golden apple and eating it. "So next, let's do the challenge defeating all the captains at once." Chapter 225, Steve. Chapter 224. It has to be said that Eisen's choice to use teleportation Kido makes sense. Because the distance from the central 46 chambers to Skyaku Hill is too far, even if Urahara can teleport, it still took a full 10 minutes to get there. The battle on Skyaku Hill has already ended for now. Obviously, the execution has been stopped, likely by Ichigo Kurosaka's team successfully intervening. Currently, Renji Abarai is preparing to flee to the world of the living with Rukia Kukaki. However, unfortunately, stopping the execution is also a part of Eisen's plan. All the captains are currently chasing after Ichigo Kurosaki and his team, making Skyaku Hill surprisingly empty. This is not much different from the original story. Jushiro Yukitake and Shunsui Kurako have stopped the head captain's pursuit, while Retsu Anohana has been idling, confused by Eisen's corpse. As for Kenpei Kizaraki, it's even more absurd. He has directly switched sides, not only not pursuing Ichigo Kurosaki but also escorting them and blocking all the captains who wanted to stop them. His purpose is to wait for Fang Mo to appear and then fight him again. And amidst the chaos in the entire Seireitei, Eisen's plan has also begun. Earlier, Jin Ichimaru used Kido to directly teleport himself and Eisen to Skyaku Hill. On the other side, Taisen, also following Eisen's plan, has located Renji Abarai, who is fleeing with Rukia Kukaki, and applied Kido. So the two who had barely escaped were brought back to Skyaku Hill by this blind man. What is this? Upon seeing the surrounding environment, Renji Abarai was also dumbfounded. However, at that moment, he suddenly looked up and noticed two figures in front of him. One of them is Eisen Suke, the 5th Division captain who has been dead for some time, so he was immediately shocked and widened his eyes in disbelief. Captain Eisen! Renji Abarai couldn't believe what he was seeing in front of him. Although Eisen's appearance has changed a bit and his aura has changed, it's obviously him. He had been mentored by him before, there's absolutely no way he could mistake him. It's been a long time, Mr. Obrai. Eisen also revealed a smile and then said, but now is not the time for reminiscing, could you please put Rukia down? What? Obrai Renji was initially stunned, but before he could figure out the problem, suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Ladies and gentlemen of the Siraidii, I am Hisagi Shohei, the Vice Captain of Squad 4. I am now using the Kido Tentiakura to notify you all, please listen carefully to what I have to say next. Squad 5 Captain Eisen Saoshik is not dead. He and Squad 3 Captain Jin Ichimaru are the true culprits behind everything. I am currently in the Central 46 Chambers, where everyone has already been killed by him. I've encountered a seriously injured Captain Hitsugiya, and Vice Captain Hinamori. All captains must be cautious. The situation here is somewhat different from the original story. Due to the head captain's order for all captains to attend the execution, Squad 4 Captain Anohanaretsu didn't go to the Central 46 Chambers herself. However, due to her deep suspicion about this matter, she sent her Vice Captain Hisagi Shohei to investigate. When Hisagi arrived, he happened to see Eisen confronting someone named Fang Mo. Eisen left immediately to save time, ignoring her. Hisagi stated he had no combat power, and decided saving people was more important. So he began to treat Hitsugiya Toshiro and Hinamori Momo. Hitsugiya, being a captain, quickly regained consciousness and told her the truth. So that's how she used Tentiakura to notify all captains and vice captains. What? Eisen has defected. Upon hearing this news, the most panicked was definitely Obrai Renji. After all, the big boss was right in front of him, and was even walking toward him with a smile. Feeling Eisen's unfathomable spiritual pressure, he became instantly nervous. Obrai-kun, it might be difficult for you to let go of Rukia, hey. Unlike the original, due to the appearance of Fang Mo, Eisen was also short on time. He prepared to act, walking slowly toward Renji, it's okay, just keep holding her, and then, leave a hand behind. After saying this, Eisen used Shunpo to rush up. Obrai Renji felt an unimaginable sense of crisis throughout his body, and immediately retreated backwards. Even so, he felt a chill on his right arm, which was severed in an instant. Rukia in his arm screamed and was about to fall. Obrai Renji gritted his teeth and grabbed Rukia tightly with one hand. You are really persistent, Obrai-kun. On Eisen's side, there was no change. He flicked the blood off his blade and said with a smile, I am happy that you have grown, but I advise you not to be too persistent, because... Before Eisen could finish, suddenly a figure fell from the sky, smashing the ground to pieces. Then, Fang Mo's voice slowly rang out. It's difficult to step over an ant without killing it, don't you think, Eisen? Upon hearing this sound, Eisen immediately started to get a headache again. This guy is not only causing trouble but also, for some reason, always steals his lines. It's unclear if he has mind reading or some other strange ability, but it's incredibly annoying. However, since things have come this far, Eisen isn't that afraid of him anymore. Hisagi Shohei notified all the captains via Tentiakura, making it look like they were going to capture him, but in reality, it actually worked to his advantage. This was also part of his plan. You should know that almost everyone on the Siraidii side has already been affected by Kaika Suijutsu. If they come over now to stop him, in plain terms, they would only be deceived by Kaika Suijutsu. Then, when all the captains are busy stopping Fang Mo, he can easily take the opportunity to extract the Hugyaku and calmly leave. Just as Eisen had thought, in the next second, someone immediately rushed over. Taisen. How could you also betray the Siraidii? The person who rushed over was Komamura Seijin, who, upon seeing Taisen Kaname standing next to Eisen, instantly understood everything. He then prepared to activate his Bankai, it must be Eisen's doing, right? In that case, I'll try to wake you up. After saying this, he immediately activated his Bankai, Kokujo Tenjin Myo. A massive armored warrior rose from the ground and, without saying anything, swung his sword down towards Fang Mo's head. Yes, to hold off Fang Mo, so Eisen didn't use Black Coffin like in the original story to instantly kill the unfortunate creature, but instead used Kaika Suijutsu to control his five senses, making him turn against Fang Mo. However, how should I put this? In fact, Fang Mo had already anticipated Eisen's prediction. Komamura Seijin had long communicated with Taisen Kaname, and his anger at this moment was all an act. He also knew that he was under the control of Kaika Suijutsu and couldn't distinguish reality from illusion. But the command Fang Mo gave him was to go along with the act, to perform naturally. After all, there's no harm in doing so, right? For example, right now, Fang Mo didn't even use a weapon, he merely held off Kokujo Tenjin Myoa's great sword with one hand and shouted at him, "Nessus, what are you doing? Nessus! I'm your real brother, Recton. When did you start having the delusion, that he could hear you?" Seeing this scene, Eisen finally smiled. This is the power of Kaika Suijutsu, complete hypnosis. You don't really think these captains are here to stop me, do you? As Eisen's words fell, 2 more captains rushed over. It's not anyone else, it's the captain of the 8th Division, Kurako Shunsui, and the captain of the 13th Division, Yokotake Jushiro. After all, they had sensed that something was wrong a long time ago. They have always been the leading figures in stopping the executions. When they stopped Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni before, they were merely making a show near Skyaku Hill. The old man is their mentor, of course, they wouldn't go all out. At most, they would only make a few gestures, so they were able to rush over so quickly. Unrefined joy. Kurako Shunsui just rushed over and immediately unleashed a whirlwind of sword chi at Fang Mo. On the other side, Yokotake Jushiro also began chanting a Kido spell, the edge of 1,000 hands, the dark venerable hand unreachable, the heavens unreflectable. Merely defeated underlings. Fang Mo didn't even bother to deal with Kurako Shunsui. He had consumed an enchanted golden apple and gained various buffs, the power from the underworld constantly amplifying his body, damage absorption, fire resistance, strength, life recovery, urgency. Although he hadn't consumed any potions, he definitely wouldn't be broken by a mere sword chi. And indeed, Kurako Shunsui's attack hit Fang Mo but only created a pit in the ground, without any effect. Before Fang Mo could make any moves, several more captains arrived on the scene. Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Byakuya Kokaki didn't say a word and immediately activated his Bankai. In an instant, the entire battlefield turned into a sea of flowers. At the same time, a small figure enveloped in fighting spirit rushed up. It was obviously the captain of the 2nd Division, Swa-Fon, trying to execute Fang Mo with her Zanpakuto. Facing this situation, Eisen Sosuke just stood in place, smiling at Fang Mo. What the hell? Seeing Byakuya Kokaki's Bankai, Fang Mo couldn't hold back. He felt a chill, kicked Swa-Fon away, and prepared to tactically retreat. Just then, Yokotake Jushiro's Kido chant was completed. Heido 91, Senjo Katenteho. Countless beams of light instantly formed into light cones, locking Fang Mo in place, followed by deafening explosions. The entire Skyaku Hill trembled violently. The Kido spell released by the captain was tremendously powerful, like a barrage of intercontinental missiles. Even the weaker vice-captains couldn't withstand the aftermath and were almost blown away. And before Senjo Katenteho was fully unleashed, Byakuya Kokaki raised his hand. The floating pink sea of cherry blossoms descended from the sky, heavily bombarding the smoke below. Countless tiny blades indiscriminately attacked everything inside, trying to completely annihilate it. Is this the true strength of the captains? Several vice-captains were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. It was their first time witnessing the captains ganging up on a single person, and it was too shocking. They couldn't imagine anyone withstanding such an attack. However, in the next second, something even more shocking happened. The sea of cherry blossoms exploded, and Fang Mo, who should have been utterly annihilated, emerged without a scratch on him. FK. This move again, hey. Fang Mo cursed, then took a deep breath. And after that, his expression turned serious. An overwhelming sense of despair engulfed the entire field. Everything made of spiritual particles trembled uneasily, as if it could collapse at any moment. Not to mention the vice-captains, even the captains felt overwhelmed. Anxiety and fear began to grow in their hearts. Fang Mo then reached behind his back, slowly drawing 2 demonic swords, one large and one small. Everyone must die.
Thanks for listening.